051 Lucy, who was fooled again, takes the eldest lady home, 4/4. Going downstairs, Knight prepared to go to Lucy's house and have a good talk with Lucy's father first. However, where is Lucy's house? Open the Magic Network library, enter the Heartfilia Financial Group, and immediately search for it. A lot of information. Jude Heartfilia, the helmsman of the Heartfilia Chable, Lucy's biological father. The main business is railways. In the entire kingdom of Fiori, at least 70% of the railway routes belong to Lucy's family. So rich. Knight couldn't help but envy while reading the information. He also has a lot of money now, with more than 90 million J in his bank card and Lucy's IOU. However, compared with the giant railway Chable, it is simply a small witch compared to a big witch. So, I have been running around on the magic train for some time, and I have earned it for Lucy's family. Knight was a little confused. How did such a giant go bankrupt and be acquired in the original plot? Lucy's father, Jude's business ability is unquestionable. Was he screwed by someone? Knight vaguely remembered that Jude, as a client, commissioned the ruler of the ghost to bring Lucy home. The purpose was to form a marriage alliance. So, at that time, the company's operating conditions had already gone wrong? Does it need to form a marriage alliance with other families to solve the problem? Or, the other way around? It was because Lucy did not agree to the marriage alliance that the man's family felt humiliated, so they turned against the Heartfilia Chable? Shaking his head, Knight was too lazy to think about it. Knight, watch your way down the stairs, be careful not to fall. Myra Jane kindly reminded him. Knight turned off the magic net and asked, Myra, have you seen Lucy? I haven't been to the guild today. Myra asked curiously, is there anything? When Knight wanted to explain, he suddenly remembered that he had promised Lucy not to tell others that she was the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. I'm going to Lucy's house to talk to her father about something. Finally, Knight had to explain ambiguously, I'm leaving first, bye. After saying goodbye to the poster girl, Knight left the guild. Opened the friend list and sent a private message to Lucy. Sigma man, where are you? Work hard to make money, ah? Knight? I'm in the park over here, I sprained my ankle. South Exit Park? Knight immediately replied, wait for me there, and then walked towards the park. A voice suddenly sounded in my ear. Thank you, Knight. It was you, and she was in a completely transparent state. Ordinary people can't see her, but Knight's 6 eyes can capture the flow of her magic power. Reconciled with your daughter. How do you know? You was surprised. Guessed. Then you guessed right. Rather than a verbal thank you, it would be nice if you could help me manage the magic network. Knight was quite curious about what the mother and daughter talked about. Take a sneak peek when you have time. With his authority, all information on the entire network is defenseless to him. Of course, be careful not to be discovered by URU. URU smiled slightly, then I will go back to work in Deep Web first. After saying that, the flow of magic power disappeared, and the soul entered Deep Web. Continue to walk towards Nanko Park. Just as the mother left, the daughter came again. Pain Witch, thank you. Pain Witch, sister is very touched. What are you touched about? Nate curled his lips. Sigma man, no sincerity, I don't accept it. Pain Witch, pajamas selfie.jpg. It is a photo of standing by the French window, wearing velvet pajamas, smiling at the camera with her head tilted, and her long hair draped behind her like a waterfall. The angle is from top to bottom, and from the neckline, the beautiful scenery like a snow-capped mountain is unobstructed. Walking on the street, Knight suddenly received such an exciting photo, and he quickly took a few more glances, and then silently collected it. Sigma man, sister, you are so sexy, smile.jpg. Pain Witch, anger.jpg, say it again. Pain which, my mom also saw the chat content on the internet yesterday, right? Pain which, don't let my mom see it next time. Sigma man, where's the hush money? Cool.jpg. After a while, another photo was sent. This time it was a side view photo, with one hand on the waist, right foot gently raised, and the toes touching the ground, perfectly showing Ursha's curvy figure. The morning sun almost made her pajamas transparent. Nate collected it immediately, fearing that others would see it. Sigma man, you like it, send more. Pain which, no. Sister, I'm going to the council. Let's talk online. Perhaps because of the reconciliation with his mother, Knight clearly felt that Ursha was in a very high mood. The pictures sent were more attractive than the other. Sigma man, remember to wear black stockings on the internet. After sending this message, Knight turned off the magic network. It should be said that he was actually looking forward to the arrival of night. Arriving at Nanko Park, Knight found Lucy at a glance. A person sat on a bench in the park, gently rubbing his ankle. What's wrong? I was scared by a dog. Lucy pursed her lips, feeling that she was unlucky today. On the way to the guild, she wanted to buy some desserts she liked, but a few dogs rushed out of the alley, chasing each other and hitting her. Can you walk? Nate squatted down, grabbed her right foot, took off the shoe and looked at it. It looked a little swollen. Can you use healing magic? Lucy looked expectant. No. Nate rolled his eyes at her, reached out to touch her ankle, and input magic into it. Although he didn't know how to use healing magic, he could still use magic to relieve pain. It's much better, it doesn't hurt much. Lucy moved her feet and said in surprise. You are a wizard, why can you still sprain your foot? Nate was very convinced. Even if you sprained your foot, don't you know how to use magic to relieve pain? Lucy looked up at Knight, blinked, and said. You sent me a message, so I'm waiting for you to help me. Nate was speechless on the spot. Let's go, I'll take you to a good place. Lucy showed a suspicious expression. Last time you said you would take me to a good place, but it turned out to be a routine meeting. This time it's true, and we can live in a mansion and eat a big meal. Knight said with a smile. Immediately, he took Lucy to the station. Halfway through the journey, he felt that it was not possible to let the Heartfilia Chable earn the money for the ticket. He simply found a magic shop that sold magic two-wheelers. The so-called magic two-wheeler is actually a motorcycle. Like the magic four-wheeler, there is a device called SE plug that can consume the driver's magic power to obtain surging power. Instead of giving the money to Lucy's father, it is better to use the remaining ticket money to buy a magic two-wheeler to drive yourself. Knight chose the most handsome one, but when he asked the boss, 4.2 million J. If you think it's expensive, there are cheaper ones. This one only costs 600,000 J. The boss rubbed his hands with a smile on his face. I bought it. Nate finally bought the most expensive one. Although I don't know what the functional difference is between the expensive and the cheap ones, the expensive ones are handsome and good looking. The names are all very cool. Obsidian 7th Generation Magic Two-Wheeler, the production company is not the Kingdom of Fiori, it is imported. Riding on Obsidian, Knight inputs magic power, starts the car, and slowly drives to Lucy's side. Get in the car. Do you have a magic two-wheeler driver's license? Yes, don't worry. With a hint of doubt, Lucy sat in the back seat. After the car started slowly, it suddenly accelerated and sprinted, scaring her to scream. Are you sure? When did you take the test? In the past life. Nate didn't lie. He did have a motorcycle license before he crossed over, and he also had a C1. Although he had never driven before. Put me down, I want to get off. Lucy yelled. At this moment, Knight felt the long-lost excitement while feeling the speed of the magic two-wheeler. It's really fun to ride a bike. Slow down. Slow down. Ah! Lucy grabbed Knight's waist tightly, scared to death. It's too scary to race in the city. Suddenly, Knight braked hard. In an instant, Lucy's body hit Knight's back hard due to inertia. The two of them were close together. Why did you brake suddenly? Lucy patted her chest in fear. Maybe the new car has some minor problems, it doesn't matter, I have good skills, I'm sitting tight. After a while. Why brake again? There needs to be a running-in process between people and cars. Don't be anxious, be patient, it will be fine after a few more times. So. Knight drove to the young lady's house while teasing her. Until the evening, when the familiar terrain and buildings were getting closer and closer. Lucy finally reacted, widened her eyes and shouted. Isn't this my home? 052 No great. The young lady brought her boyfriend home. Isn't this my home? Sitting in the back seat of the Obsidian, with her hands on Knight's shoulders, Lucy looked at the familiar scenery and couldn't help but open her eyes wide. You said living in a mansion and eating a big meal, are you going to my house? Knight. Just tell me whether you live in a mansion and eat a big meal. Knight laughed. The magic wheel followed the mountain path and slowly drove into a small town. There were scattered houses on both sides of the road, as well as large tracts of farmland and pastures. Cows, sheep, hunting dogs, and herdsmen grazing on the green grass garden. It was a completely pastoral scene. Isn't this Miss Lucy? Hey, miss. Finally, someone saw the magic wheel and recognized Lucy, and waved to this side. Lucy could only wave awkwardly in response. Knight drove the magic wheel and admired the small town in the haze, and couldn't help saying. You are quite popular here. This is my home. Lucy rolled her eyes unhappily. From the mountain at the entrance to the end of this road is my home, they are all my workers, watching me grow up since I was a child. Nate. How big is it? Thousands of acres? Damn, I was pretending to be a rich lady. Lucy. Suddenly, her shoulder was hit hard. Lucy stared at Knight in dissatisfaction and said, Why are you taking me home? See your dad. Ah. I have a business deal with your dad, and I'm sending you back. Say thank you now. Nate didn't hide it, thinking, why not just marry Lucy, since Judd is the only daughter, and all these will be his after marriage. I don't want to go back, I want to get off the car. Lucy pinched Knight's shoulder hard, wanting to bite this bastard. He fooled me again, damn it. Hey, stop it, there are 4 famous sayings in my hometown, one of which is I am here now. Nate turned the throttle and accelerated. Seeing this, Lucy sighed helplessly. Forget it, I'm here now, just in time to go home and pay my respects to my mother. The cool Obsidian Magic Guide 2-wheeler passed through the town and continued to drive along the country road. After a while, a luxurious European-style villa came into view. There is a large front garden in the front yard of the villa, and there is a fountain in front of the main entrance. There stands an exquisite statue in the fountain. The statue dances with its arms open, looking up at the sky slightly. Nate doesn't understand the artistic expression of this kind of artwork, which is not important. What's important is that the surface of this statue is plated with a layer of gold. Next to the statue, a middle-aged maid is cleaning. Hearing the roar of the Magic Guide 2-wheeler engine, the older maid looked up. At this glance, her expression was dull, and the broom in her hand fell out of her hand on the spot. "You Miss Lucy." Knight stopped the car and turned off the engine. Lucy got out of the back seat and greeted with a smile. "Mrs. Spett." The older maid, who was called Mrs. Spett, burst into tears and ran to Lucy excitedly. "Miss Lucy, I'm so glad you're safe." I. Lucy apologized, "I'm sorry for making you worry. She really doesn't have the airs of a big lady. She has such a good relationship with the maid at home." Knight walked over and thought in his heart. By the way, Lucy saw Knight and did not forget to introduce, he is. However, before she introduced, Mrs. Spett was shocked when she saw Knight. She was stunned for 2 seconds and suddenly shouted, "No! Great, Miss Lucy brought her boyfriend back." This voice startled the front garden. A group of busy maids came over, as well as the cook, gardener, magic teacher, etc. Dozens of people surrounded Lucy and Knight. "What? Miss Lucy is back? And brought her boyfriend back? After all, the young lady is in her youth, so it's inevitable that she will elope once or twice, right? Miss Lucy, the East has sent a new reference book. Miss Lucy, you haven't neglected your magic studies, have you? Miss Boyfriend, what's your name?" Lucy was embarrassed and whispered back, "Not a boyfriend, but a boyfriend." Remembering that she couldn't expose the guild and bring trouble to Fairy Tale, she didn't know how to explain. Faced with the enthusiastic crowd, she could only stand there stupidly. At the same time, the study on the second floor of the villa. Judah stood by the window and looked at his daughter and Knight beside her quietly, and immediately gave an order behind him. After a while, another maid walked out of the villa. "Miss, the master wants you to go to his study now to find him, and this boyfriend." "Not a boyfriend, my name is Knight." Knight denied with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Knight, the master also invites you to the study." The maid was very polite and bowed slightly respectfully, "Please follow me first." Knight glanced at Lucy, and after a look, he followed the maid into the villa. Lucy was a little worried about Knight. She looked up at the window of the study and exchanged a glance with her father Jude through the glass. Just a glance, Jude left the window. The daughter who ran away from home rarely came back, but she only said, "I'll wait for you in the study." Lucy sighed silently in her heart, this person really hasn't changed at all. The relationship between father and daughter was stiff. At this time, Mrs. Chivette hurriedly took Lucy's hand and said excitedly, "Miss, let's go, change into a beautiful dress first. In the past year since you were away, we have been following the clothing recommendations and weekly sosara and buying new clothes every week. You will definitely like it. She's in Fairy Tale." Knight raised his eyebrows. He was indeed a super rich man in the country. His intelligence ability was really good. That was Lucy's first mission, but her father found out immediately. No, maybe Lucy's whereabouts in the past year since she ran away from home have been under the control of Jude. Even if it was to complete the commission, breaking into a duke's mansion, beating someone up, and stealing a book, without me behind the scenes to calm the incident, do you think this kind of thing would be easily let go? It makes sense. After hearing Jude's words, Knight felt it made sense. After all, Duke Abar was also a legitimate duke of the Kingdom of Fiori. As for Lucy's mission at that time, there was no subsequent revenge. No wonder the client at that time was willing to pay a reward of 2 million J. That was provoking a duke. "So, how is Abar now?" Knight asked curiously. "In prison." Judah seemed to be talking about a trivial matter. "He has many crimes, but he lacks a person of status and position to report him." "I understand. That's what you, as a father, should do." Nate nodded and smiled. "My name is Knight, the Wizard of Fairy Tale. Nice to meet you, Mr. Judah. Do you want to marry Lucy?" Judah said on the spot, leaving Knight speechless. "I'm here just to discuss a business deal with you, but before that." Nate took a few steps forward, took out the IOU from his pocket, and handed it to Judah. "Your daughter owes 16 million, let's settle the bill first." Judah. He was outmaneuvered. This was something he had not expected. 053 Lucy's determination. $1 trillion industry. Judah saw his daughter Lucy's signature on the 2 ES. As a father, he naturally recognized his daughter's handwriting. But the content of the ES surprised him a little. Lucy bought 2 zodiac keys from the wizard in front of her at a price of 8 million J each. Sagittarius and Virgo. Judah could not help but frowning at this. It was not that he did not approve of the deal, nor that he thought the price was too expensive. On the contrary, as there are only 12 zodiac keys in the world, the price of one is only 8 million J. What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? Your name is Knight, right? Jude raised his head and stared at Knight with the scrutiny of an elder. Lucy is the daughter of Heartfilia. She is different from ordinary people and lives in a different world. I hope you can understand this. Understand what? Knight didn't understand what Jude was saying. It felt strange that the other party suddenly said this after reading the IOU. I am very grateful to you for bringing Lucy back. I will give you 10 times the amount of the IOU. 160 million J. Jude's face was calm, and 160 million seemed to be worthless in his mouth. Hearing this, Knight couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Sure enough, Jude continued to talk about the following text. I have decided to let Lucy marry the young master of the Chu Rainier family. Through this, the Heartfilia Railway Company will be able to consolidate its territory in the south, thereby completely controlling the operating railways throughout the Kingdom of Fiori. These words should not be said to an outsider. After all, the marriage between the two families has not been finalized. But in Jude's opinion, the relationship between Knight and his daughter is a little unusual, and it looks a bit like they are in love. It's better to make it clear. Of course, he is not a devil, and the other party will not have any objections to using 160 million J as compensation. This time, Knight understood what Jude wanted to express. Sure enough, the marriage has begun. If he doesn't bring Lucy back today, maybe after a while, the other party will issue a commission to the ghost and force Lucy to go home. Looking at this matter from an outsider's perspective, Knight thinks Jude's father is a bit awkward. On the one hand, he hopes Lucy will marry him in the form of marriage. Let the family go one step further. On the other hand, in the original plot, after Lucy refused in person, he actually gave up. There was no intention to force Lucy at all. So it seemed very awkward. Nate couldn't help but guess that after Lucy refused, Jude probably rejected the man's family, which led to a conflict between the two sides. Finally, for some reason, the company went bankrupt and the Heartfilia Chable collapsed overnight. To be honest, Knight felt a little sympathetic to the father. He was good at business, but not at maintaining the father-daughter relationship. Mr. Jude, I suddenly feel that Lucy is already an adult, and it is better for her to repay her debts herself. Nate snatched the IOU back with a smile. As for your family affairs, I don't want to get involved. The purpose of my coming this time has been explained before, just to discuss a matter. Bang! I don't agree. The door of the study was pushed open, and Lucy stepped in with a serious expression. Lucy. Judah frowned, looking at his daughter still wearing the same clothes she had when she came, feeling somewhat dissatisfied in her heart. How could Heartfilia's daughter be dressed in such a poor way? Facing Jude's dissatisfied gaze, Lucy walked to him step by step. Father. I left this house without saying anything. I am really sorry. I have deeply reflected on this. Lucy first apologized for her behavior of running away from home, and then changed the subject, with sharp eyes and full of momentum. Just now outside the door, I have heard what you said, but please allow me to refuse. I will not agree to the marriage. My happiness is not determined by others. Please do not decide my marriage for me without authorization. Jude showed a shocked expression on his face. It was the first time he saw his daughter so brave to express her opinions to him. Has this year of running away from home made her grow up? Lucy took a deep breath and continued. I admit that it was wrong for me to run away from home. Running away from this home is no different from escaping. Therefore, I will explain it to you this time. Father, I came back this time just to pay tribute to my mother, and then I will leave here. You don't have to come to me, I will work hard to live alone. What I want is not Lucy Heartfilia, not endless money and beautiful clothes. I just want to live as Lucy. Well, sorry, father. Finally, Lucy bowed slightly to Jude with the etiquette of a young lady she had learned since childhood, and then turned around and left resolutely. She also pulled Knight with her. Let's go, Knight. For such a strong Lucy, Knight had to obey her. Lucy, a mere man, actually had a heroic moment. After complaining in his heart, Knight spread his hands to Jude, who was still in shock. His eyes seemed to express, "See, your daughter is very strong, your marriage plan seems to be ruined." Bang! As the door of the study was shut again, Jude stood there in a daze, and sighed after a long time. He walked to the window and looked at the door, waiting quietly for a moment. Sure enough, Lucy took Knight out of the villa and went to the direction of her mother's tombstone. Watching the two people walk away silently, Jude sat back at the desk in silence and took out a photo frame from the drawer. The photo shows a family of 3. Lucy in the photo is still very young, with a happy smile on her face, and her mother holding her hand. Forget it, she is 17 years old, let her go. Jude put the photo frame back, leaned against the back of the chair tiredly, and closed his eyes with a frown. What should Heartfilia Railway Company do next? If I reject the Churanier family, will it cause dissatisfaction on the other side? If the Southern Railway cannot be consolidated as soon as possible, the astronomical amount of money invested in the premise will not be recovered, and the chain reaction caused by this. Behind the glamorous Heartfilia Financial 5.0, there are already many dangers. It's like a cruise ship heading for an iceberg. Jude was thinking about how to break the deadlock. He thought about it for more than half an hour, but he didn't think of a foolproof plan. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the study. It seems that you are in big trouble. Jude opened his eyes were astonished. The person standing in front of the desk turned out to be Lucy's boyfriend. Have you finished paying respects to Layla's tombstone? At this time, Jude's attitude was much friendlier. Where's Lucy? She's still there, I came back first. While answering, Knight took out a second-generation ring from his pocket and placed it on the desk, then chuckled and said, "Next, let's talk about the business we talked about at the beginning. It can help your Heartfilia family go further. This will be a huge industry involving a $1 trillion scale. 054 New Function Magic Network Express, Jude, good son-in-law." Ring. Jude was a little surprised by Knight's $1 trillion scale. His eyes fell on the ring, and he felt vaguely familiar. It is the login device of the Magic Internet, the second-generation Magic Network ring. About Internet magic, you may not have. Knight explained. Internet. Jude's eyes flashed, and he looked up suddenly, saying in astonishment, I just heard about it the day before yesterday. Is that so? Are you the founder of magic? Hey! Knight was surprised. Unlike Lucy, Jude is just an ordinary person, not a magician. No, it should be said that he is a super rich ordinary person. I didn't expect you to have heard of it, that's easy. Knight nodded, got straight to the point, and said. The first generation of login devices can only be used by magicians who can control magic power, and the one on the table is the second generation that even ordinary people can use. Mr. Jude, why don't you try it on? Jude took the ring and put it on decisively without any hesitation. The day before yesterday, he attended a gathering of rich people, and saw several magicians from regular guilds at the gathering. 24THEY accepted the commission of the guild to serve as bodyguards. At that time, the magician team was using the internet, which attracted great attention at the gathering. From those people, Jude knew about the existence of the internet. It was said that a genius from fairy tale created magic. I didn't expect that genius to be me daughter's boyfriend. Jude's eyes glowed with amazing spirit, completely different from his previous tired look. How should I use it? After putting it on, Judah couldn't wait to ask Knight. Do you see the magic crystal on the ring? Just press it gently. Knight kindly instructed him. As he was told, Judah pressed it, and the magic crystal released magic power. This magic power first stimulated the ring, and almost at the same time, two kinds of magic were activated. The first one, the internet. The second one, soul magic, soul absorption. A very simple soul magic, its only function is to absorb a trace of the wearer's soul, and use it as a mark to bind the ring. This magic will not cause much harm to the wearer, at most a few seconds of trance. Judah felt a slight dizziness, just like an anemic patient who suddenly stood up after squatting for a long time. The feeling of discomfort disappeared quickly. After that, the new user registration interface appeared in front of him. Registering an internet nickname, I suggest you don't use it. Before Knight finished speaking, Judd had already entered his name. Judd Hartfilia. Really honest, Knight complained, but it's okay, as a rich man, using his real name will help promote the ring. That's it, I saw it the day before yesterday. Judd looked at the constantly refreshing posts in the forum. I heard that the Wizard Guild can now accept commissions through the Magic Network, is that right? He looked up at Knight, and he had a hunch in his heart. Knight nodded and said, let me introduce you to the general functions of the current internet. As he said, he walked around the desk, walked behind Judd, and guided him to use the internet little by little. As a developer, no one is more familiar with it than him. Under his guidance, Judd quickly understood everything. The more he used it, the more shocked he was, and his mouth opened wider and wider. Has the magic world developed to this level now? It's simply an epoch-making magic. Judd looked at Knight in shock, and suddenly felt that Lucy had brought him a huge surprise. Although he was not a wizard, he was a successful businessman. He could see the huge value contained in the internet almost instantly. The current internet is almost like this. Knight gave a detailed introduction, and then said confidently. Next, I plan to develop Magic Network Express, allowing users to transmit some small and light objects through the Magic Network. Like teleportation magic. Judd blurted out. Almost. Knight nodded. He now has mastered the Flying Thunder God. As long as this magic is embedded in the underlying code of the deep web, the internet can have some of the functions of the Flying Thunder God. Like transmitting some small objects, it is easy. In fact, even teleporting people is also possible, but the consumption of magic power will be very large, and the Magic Network cannot currently support this consumption. Only when there are very many users will Knight consider opening this function. With a squeak, Judd stood up excitedly, grabbed Knight's shoulder, and said excitedly. My dear son-in-law, you are the greatest wizard I have ever seen. My dear son-in-law? Knight was stunned for a moment. Judd then asked expectantly, what business are you talking about? This second-generation ring is expensive, and the cost is 50,000 J. I hope to cooperate with you to reduce costs and sell it to every corner of the continent. In the future world, the Magic Net Ring is a magic prop that everyone and every family must have. It will bring great changes to this world. Knight expressed his imagination. Compared with this unique business, what is a railway company? Hearing this, Judd was so excited that he trembled all over. This is it. An opportunity to save the Hartfilia Chable. Lucy, Lucy, if you had told me that you had such a powerful boyfriend, would your father still have to work so hard to marry the Chu-Rainier family? What Chu-Rainier family? Don't contact me. I'm afraid my son-in-law will misunderstand. Judd laughed and said. Don't worry, I think the material of this ring is too good. As long as we reduce the cost a little and expand the production scale, the cost can be reduced to less than 10,000 J. So amazing? Knight thought, you are a professional indeed. I'll leave the business to you. I'll give you 50% of the profit of the ring. The only thing to pay attention to is will the quality be good. Hearing this, Judd laughed. It's better to have a lower quality. You can buy a new one when it's broken. Night. He glanced out the window, but unfortunately, he didn't see the street lamp. Mr. Judd, you are a big businessman. Your brain is too fast. Knight praised. Capitalists should all hang on street lamps. Oh, me too in the future? That's fine. Judd thought Knight was praising him, and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, son-in-law, why don't you live here today? I'll ask the kitchen to prepare dinner immediately. 055 under the table, Knight and Lucy's two-person game, 4/4 flowers requested. Good son-in-law? Good son-in-law again? Compared to what Judd said before, Heartfilia's my daughter lives in a different world. This title of son-in-law made Knight want to complain. You misunderstood. Your daughter Lucy and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Hey! This time, it was Judd's turn to be stunned. Did he misunderstand? But even so, based on his understanding of his daughter, Lucy looked at Knight with at least a favorable look, not like an ordinary guild companion. I won't say much about your young people's affairs. Judd apologized first, and then said. Today is the first time Lucy has honestly expressed her thoughts to me in front of me. She has grown up. Knight, help me tell her that her father will no longer interfere in her life in the future. This time, I did not do well. If you could communicate with your daughter like this earlier, how could the relationship be so stiff? Knight thought in his heart and nodded. I will bring it. Lucy will be in the guild from now on, please take good care of her. This is a father's request. I will try my best. Go out of Lucy's villa, turn right and walk straight ahead. After crossing a staircase to a high place, you can see an angel statue. Under the statue is a monument. Layla Heartfilia. X748X777. Mom, I'm sorry I haven't seen you for so long. Lucy stood in front of the tombstone with mixed feelings. Her eyes fell on the number 777, and doubts gradually appeared in her eyes. 777, like Natsu and Gajeel of Phantom, is it the year when the dragon disappeared? Lucy's body trembled, and she thought of a possibility subconsciously. Before she ran away from home, she didn't know the specialness of 777. But now, she joined Fairy Tale, met Knight and Natsu, and met another dragon slayer, Gajeel, at the routine meeting. And the reply of Voldemort in the Magic Network forum. Lucy, your father is calling you to have dinner together. Suddenly, Knight's voice sounded, interrupting her thoughts. Lucy turned around, grabbed Knight's arm excitedly, and pointed to the number on the tombstone with her other hand. Knight, look, look! This is my mother's tombstone, she also disappeared in 777. Tell me, is there a possibility that my mother is not dead, but in my body? Nate. He said in his heart. This is really a strange angle, which really did not surprise him. He knew very well why Lucy's mother, Leela, died. Did your mother also die on July 7, 777? Yes. The same day as Long disappeared. Lucy nodded hurriedly. But soon, her eyes dimmed. As if poured with a basin of cold water, the excitement just now disappeared in an instant. Unlike Long's disappearance, she had seen her mother's body. So, it was just a coincidence. But it's very strange. Lucy bit her lip and said unwillingly, Long disappeared on that day, and my mother also died suddenly. What happened on that day? That day was the day when the door was opened. Nate thought, reached out and touched the young lady's head, comforting her. Go to the Magic Network and ask when you have time, maybe there will be information. Yet, when someone touched her head suddenly, Lucy's body trembled slightly, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. She turned around shyly. Let's go back to the guild. Wait, I just went to see your dad again, and your dad told me that he apologized to you. Ah? He will apologize. Lucy widened her beautiful eyes, her tone incredible. Don't believe it. He also said that he will not interfere in your life in the future. Why don't I believe it? What did you talk about with him? Business. Nate chuckled and teased, oh, by the way, he also wants me to be his son-in-law. Lucy, you have to work hard. Why should I cheer up, stupid Knight? Lucy's face quickly turned red, and she ran back to the villa. The cute reaction made Knight happy. On the table, Judah prepared a sumptuous banquet to entertain Knight. Lucy rarely ate at the same table with her father. As a result, this bastard father talked and laughed with Knight, as if Knight was his biological son and a member of this family. And she was picked up. The eldest lady stared at the person across the table with resentful eyes, took off her high heels under the table, and kicked gently. Kate was chatting with Judah, and suddenly felt something kicking him, so he reached out and grabbed it. A little foot in dark stockings. She is so arrogant even though she owes money. Kate didn't tolerate it at all, clamped her legs together, and then tickled Lucy's solace. Ah! Lucy's skin was covered with goosebumps, she screamed, and then quickly covered her mouth. What's wrong, Lucy? Jude looked puzzled. No, nothing. Lucy said word by word. She tried to resist the itch on the solace of her feet, pinched her thighs hard, and used the pain to suppress the itch. Are you still angry with your father? Jude sighed and said. Dad apologizes to you. Since you don't agree, I will refuse the marriage. I will not interfere with your decision in the future. Did he really apologize to her? Lucy opened her beautiful eyes wide and stared at Knight, conveying a questioning meaning. What did you talk about with my dad? Knight understood her meaning and changed tickling to gently caressing, while returning her eyes. Guess. Lucy was so angry that her teeth itched. She felt a warm big hand playing with her little feet, and her ears turned red. Her breathing was a little rapid. The two were playing a little game under the dining table in front of Jude, the old father. Jude was naturally not a fool. He didn't realize it at first, but he reacted quickly. Don't you admit that you are a boyfriend and girlfriend? Jude thought helplessly, he didn't mean to break up the couple. On the contrary, he just smiled and pretended not to know. A banquet ended in a pleasant atmosphere. At least Knight was quite happy. Not only did he have a big meal, but he also gave the young lady a good lesson. After the meal, Judah called Lucy to the study. The father and daughter seemed to be ready to have a public chat to resolve the stiff relationship in the past few years. And Knight followed the maid into a guest room. It is worthy of being a villa of a wealthy man. Even the guest room is super luxurious. Master Knight, hot water has been put in the room. You can take a hot bath at any time. The maid bowed her head respectfully outside the door. I will prepare clothes for you later. Don't worry. Thank you. After politely thanking him, Knight closed the door and went into the bathroom to take a bath. Just as he lay down, Ultia suddenly sent a private message. The Witch of Pain, Black Silk Selfie.jpg. This woman knows how to seduce him. She sent a photo of black silk straight to the point, which aroused his interest in chatting. Altair is tall, with long legs that are slender and well-proportioned, like jade. She is even more attractive after wearing black stockings. Knight really wants to run over and touch her, wondering what it feels like. Pain Witch, today the council is discussing the matter of defeating the 6 demon generals. Knight saw the news and couldn't help but feel a little confused. This woman has become serious, and suddenly I'm a little uncomfortable. Sigma Man, I still like the way you continue to post pictures. Pain Witch, knock on the head.jpg, be serious. Who is not serious? Isn't it you who posted the picture? Knight was speechless about her behavior of blaming others. Pain Witch, didn't I tell you last time? Allegory of the Iron Forest and Larabai were kidnapped by someone. Pain Witch, it was Angel, one of the 6 demon generals, who did it. Pain Witch, the council has made such a serious mistake this time, we must find a way to save it, so let's discuss who should be sent to defeat the 6 demons. What does defeating the 6 demons have to do with me? Nate thought. He had already anticipated what Ursha would send. Sure enough, the next sentence. Pain Witch, sister recommended you hurry up and say thank you sister snicker.jpg. Sigma Man, I'm going to post your private photos on the forum. Pain Witch. Pain Witch, sorry, brother, sister is joking, crying.jpg. 056 Is this the world of genius wizards? Additional 2. Nate was just trying to scare Ursha, of course he couldn't really post it on the forum. Seeing that the other party immediately sent an apology, he couldn't help laughing. Sigma Man, are you scared now? Pain Witch, I don't believe you will post, rolling eyes.jpg. Sigma Man, then I'll show it to your mom, smile.jpg. Pain Witch, you dare, sister will never post again. Right hum.jpg. Sigma Man, not rare. Pouting.jpg. After the chat, a while passed, about a minute. Pain Witch, lifting skirt.jpg. The picture sent this time is still a long leg in black stockings. However, Ursha deliberately lifted the hem of her skirt and pulled it to a position that would expose the mysterious forbidden area. It was like a black hole, firmly attracting Knight's attention. Collect it immediately without hesitation. Reply later. Sigma Man, that's it? Knocking wooden fish.jpg. Knight suspected that if he tried harder, he could see something more exciting. At the same time, on the other side, the headquarters of the Council of Advisors, the bedroom of Ursha's mansion. Ursha felt her face flushed. The reason she first approached Knight was because of a reply on a forum. At first, she did have some bad intentions. Not anymore, she just likes chatting with him for 120 days. In the morning, she talked a lot with her mother URU and understood the misunderstanding. Now the knot is untied, and mother and daughter are finally reconciled. Although her mother is now just a ghost, Ursha is satisfied. Maybe there will be a chance to truly revive her mother in the future. And all this is thanks to Knight on the other side of the magic network. Therefore, she became more and more bold when posting photos. Still not satisfied. Looking at the message from Knight, Ursha gritted her teeth and refused to be fooled. Her white fingers flew and she quickly typed a string of replies. Pain Witch, brother, come to the council, sister will show you something better than naughty.jpg. Knight was lying in the bathtub, and it was a pity that Ursha didn't take the provocation. However, seeing the message from the other party, she couldn't help but feel moved. Sigma Man, I heard that the council wants to nominate me as the Holy 10. Suddenly switched from flirting mode to serious chatting. Ultia seemed to be stunned for a while, and it took a long time before she replied. Pain Witch, I asked the speaker, it seems to be true. Witch of Pain, but now the Holy 10 is full, brother should wait slowly. Witch of Pain, however, you are really amazing. You can be nominated for the Holy 10 by relying on a groundbreaking magic. This is the first time in the history of the magic world. It is indeed true. Nate pinched his chin. Although this false name cannot increase his magic power at all. But if he can get it, he will be very happy. Sigma Man, maybe it won't take long. Witch of Pain, sister will definitely vote in favor when the time comes. Hurry up and say thank you sister. It is not certain whether you will still be a reviewer by then. Nate thought, once Jalal's plan is launched, the current council will be in trouble. Hey? Wait. Now that Ursha and URU are reconciled, Ursha's behavior pattern will change. Will she destroy the council again? Nate felt that he had changed a lot of plots unconsciously. Although he didn't do it intentionally, his influence was spreading. While thinking, Ursha sent another message. Pain Witch, by the way, have you learned your thoughts? Pain Witch, come to the council headquarters, sister will teach you personally, teaching you more than just magic. Sigma Man, I don't believe it. You can't even figure out the picture. You dare not post the video, and you say you can teach me more than just magic? Pout.jpg. Witch of Pain, sister is going to sleep. Staying up late is the enemy of beauty. Moon.jpg. Nate saw her name dim, and the friend list also showed offline. She was scared away, and she dared to flirt with him? However, Ultia's words reminded him. Next, he planned to develop Magic Network Express. But before that, he had to learn the thought body first and let the thought body write the code. This function is more complicated than the previous one, and it will take half a month to complete it. I have understood the principle, but why can't I separate the thought body? Nate whispered to himself. Opened the library, found the magic book that Juvia had stolen, turned to one of the pages, and read on with a slight frown. According to the method recorded in the magic book, Knight closed his eyes and the magic power in his body operated according to the predetermined route. Try to separate a soul. In the end, it still failed. Nate opened his eyes and wondered whether to ask the president for advice. At this time, you ran out of the deep net. Hey? Lord Knight, are you taking a bath? She was startled at first, then looked at her openly and said with a smile, do you want me to rub your back? Nate rolled his eyes, don't say anything, you ghost. He didn't mind, but the problem was that ghosts couldn't touch him. You stood by the bathtub and saw the magic book in front of Knight. He took a few glances and recognized it immediately. Soul Magic Thought Body. You can do it too? Knight said in surprise, I've been learning this magic recently, but I haven't succeeded. This magic is a high-level magic. It requires very strong magic power to separate the thought body, or a magician with particularly strong mental power. This made Knight think of someone. Robin Liu, the president of the Demon Cat Inn, separated the thought body of a guild by himself, which is an outrageous mental power. Not only that, this person is also an undead. You asked puzzledly. Why do you want to learn the thought body? This magic is difficult to practice, but it doesn't have much effect in actual combat. It's not for combat. Knight had to explain it again. After listening, you suddenly said, so that's it, just to be lazy. Knight. Why say it so directly? You smiled and said, in this case, you don't actually have to follow the magic book to do it. Is there any other way? Knight asked. The method taught in the magic book is to split a strong enough thought body, but you just want a tool to help you write code, so you don't need such strong magic power. You nodded and began to teach. Under her guidance, Knight learned it quickly. Not long after, a thought body appeared by the bathtub. Knight looked at the other party and couldn't help saying, the eyes are dull, it won't move, and there is no magic power. It's just an empty shell. Other people's thought bodies can act independently. His can't, he must distract himself to control it. It's equivalent to doing two things at the same time, or he is writing the code himself. He reached out and touched it, and when he touched it, the thought body showed water-like fluctuations, as if it would dissipate at any time normal. You laughed, this is the first time I've seen such a weak thought body, haha, ahaha. I almost cried with laughter. I've only learned it for a few days, it's good enough that I can use it. Knight said unhappily. Besides, it's enough to be able to write code, I don't need it to fight. How many days? Yu's laughter stopped abruptly, and he said blankly. Knight thought about it and replied, about 2 or 3 days. I heard others say it's difficult, but it's not that difficult. You. I'm sorry, it was my fault for laughing just now. Is this the world of genius wizards? The next day, with the farewell of a group of maids and Jude, Knight rode on Obsidian and took Lucy back to Magnolia. 057 for Magic. Dark Web? The action of the 6 demons. Before leaving, Knight remembered an important thing. So he said to Jude. After the 2nd generation of rings are made, I need to add internet magic to them personally, otherwise they cannot be activated. Contact me after the first batch of rings are made. Jude nodded to show that he understood. He can now use the magic network and can contact Knight at any time. Turning to look at Lucy in the back seat, Jude smiled and said, Lucy, be happy in the guild. If you encounter anything, you can contact Dad at any time. Got it. Goodbye, Dad. Lucy smiled and waved to her father and the many servants who came to see her off. Then she hugged Knight's waist and urged. Let's go, Knight. Knight activated the obsidian and slowly accelerated away from the villa in the sight of everyone. The magic 2-wheeled windmill was running fast. Lucy sat in the back seat, opened her arms happily, and enjoyed the breeze and waves. So happy. Knight glanced back at her. Thank you, Knight. I didn't expect that I could reconcile with my father after coming back this time. Since Mom died, that guy has been completely obsessed with money. He only knows how to make money and doesn't care about me at all. Lucy complained about her father behind her back. I think your dad cares about you. Knight smiled. Hold tight, I'm going to speed up. After saying that, he turned the handle and the speed suddenly increased. Ah! Slow down. Lucy was excited and screamed, hugged Knight tightly, and dared not let go. Just as Knight drove Lucy back to Magnolia. Some underground facility, similar to a research institute. The Dark Guild, one of the bases of the 6 generals. This magic is really interesting, a masterpiece of genius. The man codenamed Head is named Brian. This person has dark skin, white hair, and wears a coat. He holds a skull wand in his left hand. Really? I just think it's fun. Angel, the only female among the 6 demons, sits at the table and plays mahjong on the internet. One of the matched opponents is called Traveler on Departure. He plays cards very slowly every time and pauses for a long time from time to time. I don't know what he is doing. He doesn't even take mahjong seriously. In this world, money is the most important thing. If you can't make money, there is no point. He flips through the forum with his hot eyes and quickly browses the information on the forum. You can make money, and you can make a lot of money. Those regular guilds have opened online commission. It's not easy to make money. Poison Dragon Slayer Mage, Poison Dragon Cobra sneered, the person who developed this magic, but didn't take such action, is really stupid. Shut up. Leader Brian shook his head and said, he is much smarter than you. If I were him, I would also adopt this strategy, just like fishing and making nests. First attract all the wizards in, and when the time is right, you can naturally harvest. However, compared to the trivial matter of making money, the magic of the internet itself makes him more concerned. Brian praised. Magic letters, reading, ancient documents, taking pictures, etc. An internet magic almost encompasses the essence of many magics. Amazing, really amazing. And what's more terrifying is the coverage of this magic. As he said, he opened the chat group. 6 Magic Chat Group. Leader, Lissa, where are you? The world's fastest, we have already left the territory of the Kingdom of Fiori, and there is no limit in sight. See. Brian grinned, with such a huge coverage, what magic can compete with it? Magic Pigeon? Indeed, this magic can store a person's image, including the content of his speech, and then send it to the target thousands of miles away. But this takes time, and the internet is instant communication. Then what about telepathy? The telepathy of an ordinary wizard cannot even cover a city. The more objects are linked, the more magic power is consumed. It is simply impossible to support long-term simultaneous communication between multiple people. Even for him, his telepathy cannot exceed the distance of a city. In comparison, the internet easily covers a country. Leader, come back. I suspect that the coverage of this magic can cover the entire continent, so there is no need to test it. The world's fastest? Understood. Isn't this a bit of a subversion of common sense in magic? Angel looked up, confused. Such a large area, what kind of magic is supporting it? Jalal resurrection is impossible. Brian narrowed his eyes and did not answer in silence. He did not know. He tried to use analytical magic to crack the deep magic principle of the internet, but failed, and could not analyze any useful information at all. He also tried to track the flow of magic power and find the real location of the magic network, but found nothing. If the magic network interface did not exist in front of him, Brian even doubted whether the magic network existed. Thinking about the research in the past few days, Brian said in a deep voice, "When I was the director of the Magic Development Bureau, I created hundreds of magic. But compared with the internet, it is simply not worth mentioning. We must find him, the founder of the magic network. I need his power." Hearing this, the 3-6 demons looked at each other and looked at the sleeping Dark Knight. Dark Knight did not wake up, but just sat cross-legged on the flying carpet and lowered his head to sleep. Brian snorted coldly, "Go, Hot Eyes. The magic network can help you make money." After a pause, he said, "No, in order to ensure the success of the mission, let Lisa go with you." "I understand, as long as you can make money, in this world, money is everything." Hot Eyes turned off the magic network and turned to leave this base. Are they going to send out 2-6 demons? Cobra thought in astonishment, touched the cobra beside him, and listened to the leader's voice. "The internet is too bright, I want to create the internet of the dark world, the dark web. For this, I need your power. Nate. It has been a week since I visited Lucy's house." Nate stretched and walked out of the guild in a good mood. With the tool man's thought body helping him write the code, Magic Network Express will be completed in 10 days. For this reason, Knight also rented a house for the tool man lives there. It is just in the suburbs, and the rent is only 50,000 J. The thought body does not need to eat, and the work efficiency is very good. It can write code for 20 hours a day, and the remaining 4 hours are left for hibernation. However, despite this, Knight is actually doing 2 things at the same time, and he also has to distract himself to control the other party. Of course, Knight himself is not idle, and uses the library to learn new magic knowledge every day. The convenience of the library is reflected in that there is no need to worry about not having magic to learn, but only regret that there is not enough time. 7 days passed like this. Knight's magic power has been successfully upgraded from 3 stars to 4 stars. It can be said to be a rocket-like speed, which is almost the same as Urza. Magic. When the development of Magic Network Express is completed, I will probably have 5 stars. Knight was very satisfied with the speed of his magic power improvement. Who would want to meditate when they can level up by lying down? Suddenly, in the night, a figure flashed in front. When Knight captured the other party's movement with his 6 eyes, the person had already come behind him, and the speed was incredible. What a rare guest, one of the 6 demon generals, dare to come here. 058 as a sideshow, your magic is interesting. Lissa, or Laser? One of the 6 magic generals of the Dark Guild. Knight saw the appearance of the person behind him through his 6 eyes and easily recognized him. This person had yellow coxcomb hair, a pair of windproof sunglasses on his nose bridge, and a pointed and long nose. It was mainly because of this long nose that Knight could immediately identify him. As a member of the Dark Guild, he dared to appear in Magnolia City, which surprised Knight. It seemed to be directed at him. Sure enough, the other party opened his mouth with invitation. Knight, the wizard of fairy tale, the pioneer of the magic internet, is good at using vibration magic. Right. Lissa posed coolly, did not take action immediately, but made a friendly invitation. Our leader wants to invite you to be a guest. Guest? Nate turned slowly and smiled, I'm sorry, I hate trouble the most. I don't like standing when I can lie down, and I don't want to go far away when I can stay at home. After a pause, why don't you let your leader come to see me? Hearing this, Lisa sighed. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. If possible, he really didn't want to fight in such a place. After all, this is Magnolia, the headquarters of the regular guild fairy tale. A big commotion will soon attract a group of fairies. Ordinary members are not afraid, but they are afraid of attracting Makarov. 3 seconds. Lissa held up 3 fingers, and the moment he spoke, he had disappeared from the spot. He was very fast, far beyond the dynamic vision of ordinary people. But Knight's 6 eyes could still capture the opponent's movement trajectory. It felt like supersonic movement, but there was no sonic boom. In less than 0.1 second, Lisa went behind Knight, raised his right leg and swept it across the back of Knight's head. Knight tilted his head slightly forward, and the kick almost brushed his hair. Hey! Lissa was startled, and his right foot missed the kick, so he used a big roundhouse kick with his left leg. However, this time, Knight still dodged it easily. Knight just took a half step forward, turned around, and dodged accurately. Your magic is interesting. What happened? It was obviously not a coincidence that he failed to hit the target twice in a row. Lissa quickly retreated, pulled away, and looked at Knight in doubt. When he met the pair of eyes of the sky, he had some guesses in his heart. Eye magic. Knight said gently with a smile. Don't be anxious, 6 demons, why don't you sit down and have a good chat? What does your leader want from me? You'll know when you go. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you, at least your safety can be guaranteed. Lissa snorted and approached again. He didn't believe that anyone could react accurately every time when facing his speed. Knight didn't want to fight with the other party in the city. A little effort would easily cause damage. He would have to pay for it then. As soon as he thought about it, he flew up, 10 meters above the ground, and avoided Lissa's attack again. Let's go somewhere else, can you keep up? Knight chuckled, and his magic burst out, turning into a beam of golden light and flying towards the outskirts of the city. Can it still fly? Lissa looked up in astonishment, and without thinking too much, he chased after him immediately. Knight knew that the leader of the 6 demons was Brian, a very strong magician. This person has 2 personalities. The outer personality loves magic knowledge. He once served as the director of the Magic Development Bureau and created many magics. It was him who deceived you. And the inner personality is the real president of the 6 demon generals, who loves complete destruction. The inner personality is too vicious, and its magic power is strong enough to rival the 10 holy mages. Therefore, Brian usually uses the magic living connection to seal the inner personality. The objects of connection are the 6 of the 6 demon generals. Only when all 6 are defeated will the seal be lifted and Brian's inner personality will awaken. Recalling the corresponding information in his mind, Knight has already flown to the eastern forest. Too slow. Lissa had already arrived on the branch of a big tree. He held the trunk with one hand, and the height he stood at was just the same as Knight flying in the air. You'd better come down. Lissa bent his knees slightly and suddenly shot up. After approaching Knight, he performed a big roundhouse kick in the air. Knight just raised his hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, Knight grabbed the opponent's ankle with one hand, and then threw it down suddenly. As Lissa fell, he quickly stabilized his body center of gravity. After his legs landed on the ground, his knees were slightly bent. Red field. A red magic circle appeared under his feet, and Lissa's speed doubled and he rose from the ground. This time, the speed was almost twice as fast. He circled behind Knight like lightning and kicked him upside down again. However, Knight was surrounded by a milky white magic shield. When the kick hit the magic shield, Lisa's face changed, and a vibration force blocked his kicking skill in the air. The next moment, the vibration broke out. The strong impact was like a giant's hand, and a big punch knocked him to the ground, with a bang, smashing a cloud of dust. "You are such a fool. Your magic is interesting, but it is meaningless in front of these eyes." Knight still stood in the air, looking down at the other party leisurely, and said casually, "Reduce the opponent's physical speed within a certain range, so that you can look fast. But the weakness is too obvious. First, it only reduces the physical sense, and cannot weaken the opponent's physical reaction. Second, because it does not increase your own speed, your speed cannot be converted into strength, and the attack power of your moves is very weak. Third, my 6 eyes have a full view. In front of these eyes, your magic is just a sideshow for me." As he said, Knight showed a look of disgust. "To be honest, I'm tired of it." "How is this possible?" Lisa's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and a chill rose from the soles of his feet. He looked up at Knight's eyes, and there was a strong sense of trembling. It was only a short while, and his magic was seen through? Nothing else. Knight raised his right hand, and a small white light was born in the palm of his hand. With the continuous input of magic power, the light point expanded rapidly and turned into a vibration ball. The vibration in the ball was extremely compressed, and when it reached a critical point, it was thrown downwards suddenly. "It's time to go." The vibration ball falling downwards continued to expand during the flight. When it was a few meters above Lisa's head, it exploded. Boom! A deafening explosion, a ball of white light shone brightly in a corner of the eastern forest under the night sky. The wind and waves caused by the explosion were like a typhoon passing through, uprooting the surrounding trees. For a moment, the sky and the earth were shaking. 059 Voldemort reappears, Brian's shock. The hurricane caused by the explosion blew Knight's clothes. Hey! Knight could clearly see the flow of magic power under the earth through the white light. So there's another one. After a while, the aftermath dissipated. In the devastated forest, a hole with a diameter of tens of meters appeared. There was no trace of Lisa in the hole. Nate was not surprised. When the explosion just now happened, the ground suddenly softened, like a swamp. Generally, they swallow people and take them away. Nate recalled for a moment and remembered that one of the 6 demons used earth magic. What was his name? Heteai? Hot Eyes. Forget it, the flying thunder god mark has been left anyway. Nate was too lazy to chase them. At the same time, several kilometers away from the eastern forest, at the foot of a hidden mountain, the ground squirmed and opened its mouth, spitting out 2 figures. Lisa's head was full of blood, panting rapidly. "Thanks to your magic, otherwise I might have been finished just now." He half squatted, one hand supporting the ground, the other hand covering his forehead, and cursed in a low voice, 25. "Damn, that person is like you, mastering a powerful eye magic, and my slow magic was easily seen through by him. Before coming, I didn't expect this to be the case. The original plan was very simple, taking advantage of the night to intercept the Lord of the Magic Net. It would be best if the verbal invitation was successful. If not, just take the person away." Therefore, he was the one who took action. He had extreme speed, and even if he was exposed, he could escape at the first time. The result was unexpected. He didn't fight. No, it's not that he didn't fight, he was fooled. It seems that the information is wrong. Hot Eyes held a Bible and wore a priest's robe. He was tall and fat, with big orange wavy curls behind him and a soft beard on his chin. The most unique thing is that his face is angular and the corners are square. "Retreat first. The movement just now has been exposed." Lissa stood up while panting, and withstood the injuries all over her body. She evacuated quickly. Hot Eyes followed the footsteps and opened the chat group at the same time, reporting the failure of the mission to Brian as soon as possible. 6 Demons Chat Group. Money first, mission failed, the target's strength is far beyond expectations. Leader, what? Like an angel, it actually failed? Listen to everything, 2 people also failed? You have already lost face for the 6 demons. The world's fastest, don't say sarcastic words, if you have the ability, go and try it yourself. The world's fastest, I was almost killed. It was not a face-to-face communication, so it was natural that they quarreled. As the leader, Brian seemed to be invisible. A corner of the eastern forest. Knight slowly landed on the ground from a high altitude. Where did the Mohawk get the ring on his finger? Thinking for a moment, Knight soon had a guess. After solving the lullaby incident, a captain of the council's mandatory restraint force bought 15 magic net rings from him. After that, when he was escorting Iron Forest and others back, he was defeated by Angel of the 6 Demons. The ring was probably stolen at that time. Is he looking for more rings from me? Knight shook his head. Just bring money to buy a ring, why fight? It's not like he won't sell it. He still has more than 2,000 magic net rings in his hand, and he's just worried about where to sell them. He immediately opened the internet to try to find Brian's account. Many people like to use their real names to go online, maybe the 6 demons do too. He searched for Brian, but couldn't find it. After thinking about it, he searched for leader. It turned out to be found. Nate was shocked, it was really found. These black magicians really have no sense of security. Hasn't someone ever exposed their identities online? Simple and cute. Is it you? After thinking about it, Knight didn't contact the other party using Sigma Man, but activated a small account. Added the other party as a friend and added a message. Brian? The base of the 6 demon generals. Brian frowned and looked at the group chat. Lissa and Hot Eyes carried out the mission together, but failed. It seems that he is not only a genius in developing magic, but also a powerful wizard. Are all the news about the developer on the forum fake? Brian's face was ugly. There are posts discussing developers in the Magic Network forum, and Knight's identity is clear. A new wizard of fairy tale, who joined not long ago and is good at vibration magic. It is rumored that he is also a handsome guy. Hey! Suddenly, a friend request flashed in the upper right corner of the interface. Brian was slightly surprised after clicking it. Applicant, Voldemort. Message, Brian. This guy actually knows my identity. Who is he? Brian's face sank. There are a large number of regular guild wizards gathered on the Magic Network. Except for the idiot Allegory, few black wizards reveal their identities. Now that his identity has been revealed, he feels a little flustered for no reason. It's like someone took off his clothes and stood naked on the street. Voldemort, who is this guy? Brian knew this name, and he also read Natsu's post about the whereabouts of the dragon. In this era, dragons have disappeared. But Voldemort told others confidently that the dragon was in the body of the Dragon Slayer. It is obvious that he is not an ordinary person to know such secret information. And judging from the nickname, he doesn't seem to be a good person. It is likely that he is a dark wizard like him. From the heart of the devil? Or the gate of Hades? 717. Or. While thinking, Brian agreed to the friend request. Soon a private message came. Voldemort, it seems that you are indeed the leader of the 6 demons. Leader, who are you? Brian neither admitted nor denied. The other party took the initiative to add him as a friend, and also said his name. Obviously he had some information. He didn't know where he was exposed. Voldemort, I know, Brian, you are looking for Nirvana? Instantly, Brian was sweating profusely. He stared at the private chat interface, feeling an inexplicable fear in his heart. Who is this damn bastard? Leader, where did you know the name Nirvana? Leader, tell me, who are you? Brian wanted to go along the magic net and see the other party's face with his own eyes. Voldemort, I am Jelf. Leader, do you think I will believe it? Voldemort, haha, then why do you ask? Voldemort, in the world of the magic network, people like us have secret identities. Asking others casually is itself a kind of rudeness. Leader, how do you know my identity? Brian's face was gloomy. Is there a traitor among the 6 demons? He stared at the private chat and waited. A moment later, the other party sent a contact, but the content surprised him. Voldemort, I know where Nirvana is. 060 Olosia is here. 4/4 flowers. I know where Nirvana is. Looking at the message sent by Voldemort, Brian was shocked. He even knew such a thing. He was more concerned about Voldemort's true identity. Leader, you know? Voldemort, in the sea of gas trees. Brian only asked tentatively, but he didn't expect the other party to actually say it out loud. Voldemort, no need to thank me, I just happen to be going there soon. Brian's face changed drastically when he saw this sentence. Could it be that this person has also set his sights on Nirvana? No, if that's the case, the other party doesn't need to tell him specifically. But no matter what, Nirvana must be obtained before this person. Thinking of this, Brian immediately switched to the chat group. In the group, Lisa and Cobra were still arguing. Leader, enough. Leader, since the mission failed, you two should come back first. Leader, there are more important things to do. Nate looked at the other side who had not responded and shook his head. Are you anxious? It's okay if you're anxious, why don't you disturb his peace? Go find your Nirvana quickly. Divert the trouble. As long as the 6 demon generals start to act, the council will soon be able to capture their whereabouts. Speaking of which, Nirvana is also a super magic. I'll go check it out if I have a chance. Knight thought. A super magic that replaces light and darkness. Knight has no interest in this power itself, but is curious about the magic knowledge contained in it. Finally, he took a look at the forest he destroyed and turned to leave. Run quickly. An elderly lady named Polaka lives in this place. If she knows that he was the one who caused the destruction, she might scold him. Back to the apartment. Knight opened the guild group, and the group was indeed discussing the previous movement. Gray, I heard a bang, and then saw a strong white light. Macau, I heard it too, from the direction of the eastern forest. Loki, what's going on? Urza, that fluctuation of magic power, it was night. Sigma Man. Myra Jane, Sigma Man, what happened? Seeing a group of people in front of him, Knight had to show up to explain. Sigma Man, I met a member of the 6 demon generals and had a fight with him. Wakaba. Happy, ah. It's a black guy. Elfman, what? The 6 demon generals, one of the Balamu Alliance. Myra Jane, are you okay, Knight? Are you injured? Sigma Man, it's okay, I've already beaten him away. Lucy, what is the Balamu Alliance? Doubt.jpg. Eruza, our regular guild has a guild alliance, and the Dark Guild also has a corresponding organization. Kana, the Balamu Alliance is a force in the Dark World, composed of the 3 strongest Dark Guilds. Levi, the 6 demon generals, Devil's Heart and Hades Gate, these 3 Dark Guilds, all have a large number of directly affiliated guilds, which control the entire Dark World. Alba Green, although we are allies, we are not in a cooperative relationship. We just don't confront each other and try not to have conflicts. Really, don't the newcomers nowadays even know this? Myra Jane, by the way, Lucy, the Iron Forest that you defeated last time was the guild under the command of the 6 demon generals. Lucy, I'm sorry that I don't know anything. Lucy, it was Knight and his team who defeated the Iron Forest. I didn't do anything. Happy, AI Lucy just went on a trip. Lucy, stop talking nonsense, stinky cat. Knock on the head.jpg. Because of Lucy's question, the chat in the group suddenly went off topic. Nate shook his head and prepared to take a shower and go to bed. At this time, Makarov sent a private message. Fairy Tale Patriarch, Nate, you were attacked by the 6 demons? What happened specifically? I didn't expect the old man to be lurking too. Nate thought for a while and replied, I don't know what their purpose is, but it seems they are coming for me. Probably because of the internet, maybe they want to snatch the ring? Fairy Tale Patriarch, I'm glad you're okay. Recently, the council notified all the major guilds to pay attention to the whereabouts of the 6 demon generals. I will inform them of what happened today. Notify the council? Nate raised his eyebrows and immediately thought of Ursha. Just send her a private message. Ultia's name is Grey, showing offline. But after sending the message, she quickly came online. Pain Witch, she actually took the initiative to send a message to her sister. It really touched her. Pain Witch, the 6 demon generals attacked you? Are you injured? Do you want a hug from your sister? Hug.jpg. Sigma Man. Sigma Man, the point is the 6 demon generals. Isn't the council trying to find their whereabouts? Pain Witch, it seems you are fine. Sister is relieved. Pain Witch, if you are injured, you will definitely say that sister might as well send a few private photos to comfort my injured heart. You are so dramatic. Nate thought with amusement and chose to cooperate with the other party. Sigma Man, sister might as well send a few selfies to comfort my injured heart. Then he sent the photos immediately, probably prepared in advance. This time the photos are more exciting than before. Ultia was only wearing a pair of white panties and sat in front of a full-length mirror in a duck-like posture. One hand covered her face, and the other hand covered the fruits on her chest. Nate clicked to collect it like lightning. Pain Witch, is sister beautiful? Shy.jpg. Sigma Man, it's your fault that I couldn't sleep at night. Pain Witch, oh, there are a few more photos, do you want to post them? Thinking.jpg. Damn it, tempting him online every day. Nate thought, I have a bad sleep quality recently, it's all because of this woman. I might as well change my name to Succubus. But the fingers are very honest. Sigma Man, sister is so beautiful. Smile.jpg. Pain Witch, yeah, then sister is going to sleep. I will bring up the matter of you being attacked by the 6 demons at the council meeting, don't worry. Bye.jpg. No, where are the photos? You ran away now? Nate was speechless. Stinky woman, wait, you will have a hard time. After a few minutes, Ursha came online again and sent another photo. Pain Witch, good morning naughty tongue sticking out.jpg. After sending it, she went offline immediately. Knight enlarged the photo. The pose was similar to the last private photo. But this time, the hand covering the face was placed between the legs. This time, she was really naked. This photo that seemed naked but not revealing was really exciting. The next day. It was already past 1 in the afternoon when Knight walked into the guild. Ah, Myra. Knight yawned and sat down at the bar as usual. It's already noon. Myra smiled helplessly and said, is Knight developing new features recently? He looks very tired. It's all Ursha's fault. She sent him some private photos late at night every day. Knight was helpless about this. If you don't watch it, you will feel a loss. If you watch it, you will be tortured by hormones. It's a feature that we are developing recently. Just wait a while. Knight responded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, but staying up late is not good for your health. Marajana's smile was as healing as ever. If Ursha is a witch, Myra is an angel. She walked into the kitchen and came back with a delicious meal a moment later. Nate was not polite to her. He never paid for meals in the guild. Myra always paid for them. Time passed unnoticed as the two chatted. Suddenly, uniform footsteps came from outside the guild. It's the army of the council. Elfman put down his wine glass and looked at the knight outside the door in astonishment. Knight Rune. The tavern suddenly became quiet, and the guild members cast their eyes towards the door. Excuse me, is Knight here? In front of a group of knights holding spears, Ursha put one hand on her waist and smiled. I am one of the counselors, Ursha, and I am here to investigate the matter of the 6 demon generals. Hearing this familiar voice, Knight turned his head and was immediately shocked. Ul Tyashay is here. 061 Eden Ursha. It's Ursha, one of the 9 counselors. Myra Jane whispered in surprise. I didn't expect that what happened yesterday would alarm the counselors. And he came to Magnolia from the headquarters the next day. Looking for Knight. The other members of the guild looked at each other, equally surprised. As the most mischievous regular guild, the Wizards of Fairy Tale are no strangers to the army of the council. But it's the first time that a counselor has personally led the army here. It's not known whether Knight is valued or attracted by the 6 demon generals. Lucy whispered to Kana. Is the counselor so young? Kana was holding a barrel of wine as usual. Don't underestimate her, she's a woman with strong magic. Ultia ignored the comments of others. Her dark eyes met Knight in front of the bar, and her thin lips slightly outlined a faint smile. She felt happy that Knight was surprised by her appearance. But soon, this little excitement was buried, and her face returned to the calmness of business. You are Knight. What do you mean you are Knight? You chat with me online every day, but you pretend you don't know me when you meet in real life, right? Knight complained in his heart, stood up and walked towards the other party. I am 860. I heard that you were attacked by one of the 6 demons. I need to communicate with you face to face about this matter. Ultia glanced at the chaotic tavern and shook her head slightly. Let's go to another place. Turned and walked outside. Knight said something to Myra Jane, and then followed Ultia away. When they reached the door, Liuya instructed the accompanying knights. You stay in the guild for the time being, maybe the 6 demons will come to attack again. Yes, Lord Ursha. Seeing Knight being taken away, the guild members in the tavern walked to the door one after another. Lucy said with some concern. Are you okay? It's okay, Knight is just cooperating with the work of the council. Knight followed Ursha. The two walked down the stairs from the broken path in front of the guild, and then walked along the river. Although they had seen many private photos of each other on the internet, this was the second time they met in real life. Suddenly, Ursha, who was walking in front, stopped. She turned around and saw Knight staring at her legs, and couldn't help but smile. What, don't you recognize me? Knight teased, I almost didn't recognize you when you put on your clothes. Ursha's ears turned red with a visible look. The two of them didn't meet on the Demon Network, and she posted some bold photos because she was shy. But being told in person, the shame was multiplied by 100 times, and it was really a critical hit. Knight thought that her blushing face looked better than the photo yesterday. Glancing at him angrily, Ursha turned around and quickened her pace. Hurry up and catch up. Aren't you going to ask about the 6 demons? Find a quiet place. The two came to a cafe. Ultia also ordered some cakes and desserts, took a bite, and asked as if she had just remembered. Do you want to eat? No, you've already taken a bite and you're still asking? Knight thought about it and understood, this is also a part of play. I love to eat. I won't give it to you. Ultia quickly took her hand back, her eyes full of smiles. Knight picked up the coffee and tasted it. Then, what do you want to ask? Can you stop talking about the 6 demons? I've been here since yesterday and haven't slept all night. Ultia rolled her eyes at him, pretended to raise her hand to cover her red lips, and yawned softly. You came here yesterday. Yeah, how far do you think the council headquarters is from here? Ultia's eyes were charming, and a hint of annoyance was revealed in her black eyes. After sending the message yesterday, she immediately told the 6 demons in the council chat group. Then after a brief magic network meeting, she took the initiative to lead the team to investigate. It can be said that she was exhausted and had been on the road all the time, and finally arrived before the evening today. To be honest, she didn't care about the 6 demons at all. She was just a little worried about Night. She could probably guess why the 6 demon generals attacked Night. It was nothing more than the magic of the internet. In fact, she approached Night for this reason in the beginning. Night was a little surprised to hear her say that. Thank you for your hard work. No sincerity, no acceptance. Ultia remembered the previous chat content, smiled charmingly, and stretched her long legs from under the table to Night's knees. Come on, give me a rub, I'm so tired after walking all the way. It's a waste not to touch the long legs that are delivered to the door. Night wanted to touch them before, and now he finally got his wish. It's a pity that she didn't wear black silk. Ultia's skin is smooth and delicate, as if touching a piece of exquisite silk. Ultia couldn't help but squeeze her thighs, and her body was a little hot. So, you really don't ask about the 6 demons, then what are you doing here? Night asked while enjoying the silky smoothness, distracting her attention. Ultia continued to eat the cake, and didn't seem to notice Night's little action. Don't you welcome my sister? That's not the case. Let's not talk about business now, don't you want to eat something? Can't you see my hands are busy? Ultia smiled gently and picked up a piece of cake. Sister will feed you, ah. Ah, you. I opened my mouth and you took it away, right? Nate thought in his heart, but still cooperated with the other party. In the end, she actually fed him. Is it delicious? It's delicious. Is it delicious because of my sister's feeding, or is the cake delicious? Ultia's eyes were curved, and her face was full of smiles. Nate felt that he had a little hallucination, and he actually saw bright eyes and white teeth on this witch. Wait a minute, forget about it online. You should call me brother in real life. Come on, call me brother and let me hear you. No. Ultia refused immediately. She liked the feeling of being a sister. Afternoon tea lasted for 2 hours, but no business was discussed. When the two left the cafe, the sun was about to set. The sunset warmed the earth, bringing a sense of tranquility to this city with a population of only 60,000. The two walked to the stone bridge by the river. Ultia smiled and whispered in her ear, "It's time to talk about business now. Then find a quiet place." Night took her hand and wondered where to go. As they walked, they saw a hotel. The hotel's business didn't seem to be very good. It was deserted. In order to take care of the boss's business, Night took Ursha to open the innermost room. After peeling off the witch's coat, the beauty scene was consistent with the private photo. Night invited her to enjoy the beautiful scenery in the haze together. The peaks and valleys are the same color, and the streams and the sun dance together. Call me brother. Brother. 062 Weekly Saw Shara enters the internet. The bright moon is like a flawless white mirror, hanging in the vast night sky, casting soft silver light, bringing tranquility and poetry to the night of Magnolia. The hotel room looks very simple, incomparable to her own mansion. But Urusha feels very comfortable, as if her empty heart has found a home. She smiles with satisfaction, and rests her head on the arm of the person next to her. The woman's underwear is scattered beside the bed, and messy clothes can be seen everywhere on the wooden floor. Ursha's voice is a little lazy, and her tone is a little charming. Is this how you talk to your sister about serious matters? You just called me brother, but now you're sister. Knight gently stroked her silky back, which was as translucent as condensed fat. Altia smiled, feeling shy and angry. Stinky brother like a cow. I want to see you. Are you? Altia seemed to be hugging a pillow, half of her body pressed on Knight. When she said this, she was a little nervous. One of the reasons why she couldn't wait to come overnight was to see her mother. Knight pulled his arm out, got up, opened the quilt, and searched for his clothes on the floor. Now, while getting dressed, he turned back to look at the woman who was staying in bed. This scene is indeed not good for her mother to see. Altia thought about it and it was right, so she got up excitedly, hugged Knight from behind, and kissed him on the face. Sister loves you. Altia wanted to say this on the day she reconciled with her mother. Today, she finally got what she wanted, and she was in high spirits. If you don't put on your clothes, we won't go out today. Knight said helplessly. Do you really understand the physical strength of a 20-year-old man? That is, considering that it was Ursha's first time, he chose to restrain himself. The two of them fooled around for a while, then dressed up and left the hotel together. Where are you taking your sister? Home. Knight didn't want to take Ursha home, but the witch's words "I love you" just now hit her heart. Altia couldn't help but be stunned. Home, what a nostalgic word. Since she was abandoned by her mother when she was a child, she has lost the concept of home in her life. So, she raised her lips slightly. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and there were no pedestrians on the street. It was dark everywhere, with only the moonlight shining, bringing a little light. Knight led Ursha back home. Of course it was not an apartment, but a house where the tool man of the thought body lived. Located in the south of Magnolia, it was almost out of the city, and it was almost the opposite of the guild. When they arrived, Ursha looked at the small house in front of her and was surprised. Are you living here? Why? Do you despise a house that costs 50,000 JA a month? Long for money? Do you want me to give you some? Giving her a blank look, Knight pushed open the door and walked in first. Ursha followed him with a smile. I don't mind you, don't be angry. As soon as she entered the door, she saw another Knight sitting at a low table. With a blank expression, like a doll, he mechanically tapped the keys, as if he was writing something. Thought body. Ursha looked at Knight beside her in surprise. The tool man I used to update the internet. Knight nodded. Puff. Altia covered her stomach and laughed. This is the first time I've seen such a weak thought body, haha. It's exactly the same reaction as your mother, they are indeed mother and daughter. Knight complained in his heart, and with a thought, the thought body tool man who was still writing code slowly disappeared and merged into his body. Do you still want to see your mother? Altia quickly stopped laughing. Sorry, don't be angry. She felt that it was more like a puppet than a thought body. It doesn't look like it has the ability to act independently, and the caster needs to give instructions from time to time. You are you. Knight activated the internet magic and called you are you in the deep web. The next moment, a ghost slowly appeared beside him. I checked the chat records of the leader, and the 6 demon generals have gone to the gas tree. You was about to report his work, but he unexpectedly saw his daughter standing at the door. The voice stopped abruptly. The mother and daughter looked at each other quietly, and no one spoke. Knight could sense the atmosphere and said immediately. Your daughter came to see you on purpose, you can chat by yourselves, I'm going to take a shower. Although playing games with Ursha in the hotel was not particularly tiring, I was sweating. After he walked into the bathroom, Ursha couldn't help but gently called Mom. He wanted to throw himself into his mother's arms with tears in his eyes, but he passed through. Urusha, I'm very happy to see you grow up healthily. You turned to face his daughter, also with tears in his eyes. The next day, Knight went to the guild alone. As soon as he entered the tavern, he found that today was more lively than usual. The members of the guild were all a little excited. Urza didn't wear her usual armor, but a wine-red dress. She hurried out the door. Knight couldn't help but take a few more glances. Urza looked unexpectedly feminine in the dress. "What's wrong, Urza?" Knight asked curiously when he saw her running past him. "I don't have time to explain to you, Knight. I still need to put on makeup." Urza didn't stop for a step and disappeared at the door in a blink of an eye. "Is there a festival here, Natsu?" Knight found Natsu and walked over to ask. "I don't know." Natsu crossed his arms and was also confused. Happy counted on his fingers. "There are still more than 2 months before the Harvest Festival. Isn't it a festival?" "Harvest Festival?" Knight felt a little familiar. He vaguely remembered that the fairy tale civil war took place during a festival. Could it be the Harvest Festival? At this time, Levi came out with 2 followers, Jet and Troy. "Knight, don't you know? Weekly Sosura is coming to interview you today. That famous weekly magazine." Knight suddenly realized. 1 month after he came here, he saw this magazine on the shelf at the door of the bookstore. For a while, he worked in the bookstore. Yet, it seems that they are going to make a special issue of Fairy Tale, so everyone is very excited. Levi nodded and smiled. "I heard that Mr. Reporter specifically asked for your time and wanted to talk to you." "Talk about what?" Knight blinked. "Interview me." He didn't do many missions. There are many famous wizards in Fairy Tale, why interview him specifically? At this time, Jet explained. "It's about the magazine entering the internet." Troy added, "Yes, Sosura's editor-in-chief wants to move the magazine to your internet." "Online magazine?" Knight was shocked. He really couldn't underestimate others. He was 1 step ahead of everyone else and keenly discovered the prospects of the internet. "By the way, Knight," Libby asked with concern, "did the reviewer leave yesterday? Has the matter of the 6 demon generals been resolved?" "Not yet, she went to investigate the situation." Knight shook his head helplessly and made up for the incompetent reviewer. In fact, Urusha slept in his house. 063 The first big customer of Magic Network Express. The weekly Sosura wants to enter the internet. This is also a good thing for Knight. He is going to have a good talk with the other party. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, a young man wearing a pink t-shirt and a magic camera hanging around his neck appeared at the door of the guild. "Finally here, Fairy Tale, cool." The blonde reporter was in high spirits and started looking for an interview target as soon as he entered the door. He looked around the tavern hall with excited eyes. "It's the demon Myra Jane." "Cool." The reporter excitedly found Myra Jane with a shout. Myra Jane was busy in the hall with a tray of drinks. When she saw the reporter, she smiled and greeted. "Mr. Jason, you are still the same." "Cool." Reporter Jason kept talking about cool, picked up the camera, and said impatiently. "Ms. Myra, can you take a few photos? The next issue of the weekly will be." "It's you." Suddenly, an angry voice interrupted him. Jason turned around and looked, and he was so excited that he couldn't help but be excited, even more excited than seeing Myra Jane. "Natsu. The real fire dragon Natsu. Great. It's the real one, super handsome. Cool." He was so excited that he bit his tongue and spoke incoherently. "Damn you, you're the only one who always writes bad things about me." "Yes. That's me. You always write about what I destroyed, and what I destroyed." Natsu spitted saliva in his face, and a hot flame could be seen from his throat. The next moment, "Take my punch." Bang! Jason was hit by a punch and spun 3,600 degrees in a circle, his face swollen. "It's the iron fist of the fire dragon." Cool. When being beaten, she was still shouting cool. "Are you okay, Mr. Jason?" Cold sweat dripped down Marajana's face. Knight came over, squatted down, and patted the reporter's face. "Are you still alive?" Jason, who was lying on the floor with a happy face, suddenly opened his eyes. "Hello, I'm Knight. You are the rumored newcomer Knight. The pioneer of the internet." Jason shuddered all over, got up from the ground, bowed quickly and stretched out his hand. Can you shake hands with me?" Knight's mouth twitched, feeling that this reporter was a bit of a pervert. But he still shook hands with the other party in a friendly manner. "Cool." Jason spun around excitedly. "I actually met the Lord of the Demon Network. I won't wash my hands for a week, please rest assured." Knight. "No, you'd better wash it. I heard that your magazine wants to go online." "That's right. This interview is for this occasion." Jason nodded like a garlic. "Internet magazine, cool. Don't be cool yet, let's sit down and talk." Nate looked around and saw that Lucy's table was relatively empty, so he took Jason over. Lucy was sitting alone in a corner browsing the forum. When she saw Knight bringing someone over, she looked up in confusion. "Nate, who is he?" "A reporter from the weekly Sosara." "Sosara?" Lucy's beautiful eyes widened instantly. "This magazine is very famous. She used to ask Mrs. Spyth to help her buy it on time every week. It was also through this magazine that she got to know the Wizard Guild fairy tale. Especially Miss Myra Jane, she used to see her in magazines often. She is a super beautiful model." "So, is Sosara going to interview her?" Lucy got excited. "What should she do? Maybe I can become a cover girl. What if I accidentally become a big celebrity? Will my father see me through the magazine?" "Hello, I'm Lucy, a new member of Fairy Tale." "Oh." Jason just glanced at her, then sat opposite her, and then asked Knight urgently. "The magazine wants to go online, Mr. Knight, do you have a way? Can you do it? We are willing to pay a full amount of compensation." Lucy was petrified on the spot. "Oh? That's it? Is this all my fame is? Don't you want to interview me?" Looking at the reporter's diligent questioning of Knight, Lucy sat next to Knight mechanically and stared at him with resentful eyes. Knight wanted to laugh, but held back. He reached out and touched the young lady's head, and introduced. "She is a newcomer of the same period as me, a celestial mage." "Celestial mage?" Jason's eyes lit up, and he became excited again. "Cool. I'm a reporter for the weekly Sosara, Jason." Lucy blushed slightly, and this time she became reserved, and nodded gently at Jason. "Hello. Hello, Celestial Mage is a magician who signs a contract with the Celestials and summons them to fight, right? May I ask which ones you have contracted?" Jason instantly entered the working state, but halfway through, he shook his head violently. No, the magazine's business is more important now." "Calm down, Jason." Nate had a speechless expression on his face. This reporter really seems to love this job. "Let's talk business first. Your company wants to move the magazine to the internet. This can be done, but there are a few issues that need to be clarified." Jason nodded quickly. "Please go ahead." Knight said. "I can help you develop a section specifically, which is similar to the Magic Network forum. Let's call it Weekly Sashara. I can give you the corresponding management permissions and allow you to freely edit the content of this section. But are you going to give it to readers for free?" Hearing this, Jason was stunned for a moment. Can it be charged? The magazine has discussed this internally. Even if they want to charge, they don't know how to charge. Therefore, at least at this stage, the magazine is going to be provided to all internet users for free. "I have a suggestion." Knight smiled and said, "In a while, I will add a new function to the internet, Magic Web Express. After explaining the function of express delivery, he continued, Whether the online magazine content is free is up to you to decide, but if users want to buy physical magazines, this function can help you. After hearing this, Jason was so excited that he trembled all over. Cool. I understand, Mr. Knight. That is to say, others can pay through the internet, and then we will deliver the magazines to customers by Magic Web Express. Knight nodded. For small items like magazines, the magic power consumed by Magic Web Express is not much, and the current reserve magic power of the deep web can fully support it. Great. Jason quickly took out paper and pen to write down the key content to prevent forgetting. You don't be too happy. Knight shook his head and said, using the express delivery function is not free. You need points every time you send an object. Of course, considering that you may not have so many points, I can open a channel for you to buy points with J-coins. I see, I will also write this down. Jason is just a reporter, he can't make decisions on these things. Then, the two discussed some details and reached a preliminary cooperation intention. Knight was very satisfied with the first user of Magic Network Express. Sashera himself is very famous, and when other people see this online shopping model, it will surely cause a sensation. With the Magic Network Express function, the value of points will be further raised. Maybe when the time is right, it can be monetized. Of course, Knight is more concerned about the internet itself than the income in terms of money. Only when more and more people use the internet can he harvest more magic power. 064 Red Potion? Blue Potion? Phantom's Night Attack, Trader Juvia. 4/4 flowers requested. After talking with reporter Jason, Knight began to think about how to make a new section. Speaking of which, it has been many days since I received a new task. The moment this thought came to my mind, the system arrived as promised. Task: develop a new internet section weekly Sashera and increase the number of users of this section to over 5,000. Reward: the recipe for making a physical recovery potion or a magic recovery potion. Speak of the devil and he will appear. When Knight saw the reward, he was a little surprised. This time it was not a magic reward, but a magic item. Physical strength recovery potion? Mana recovery potion? Isn't this the red and blue potion? Knight always felt that the world of fairy tale was missing something, and the moment he saw this thing, he finally realized it. Red and blue potion is missing. Since it is a magical world, there should be this thing. Choose one of the two? Nate thought about it and didn't decide which one to choose for the time being. This question will be considered after the task is completed. As for the task, it is not difficult to develop a new section weekly Sashera, just copy the forum code and modify it slightly. 26. Then add a few small functions, and it is expected to be done in 3 days. However, the tool person of the thought body is busy developing Magic Network Express, and this new section needs to be written by himself. Thinking of this, Nadang opened the programming tool of Magic Network. On the other side, after the reporter Jason finished talking with Knight, he jumped up and down like an excited monkey, pulling the members of the guild everywhere for interviews. Oh Fairy Queen! It's incredible, it's the real one. Cool, so cool. Excuse me, can I interview you? Ms. Urza. Excuse me, how many sets of armor do you have to change? More than 100 sets? Cool. Then which one do you like best? Bunny girl. Cool. Oh, isn't this Harpy? Harpy, why are you blue? Ah? Because you are a cat? Cool. Yo Mr. Gray. Why do you take off your clothes all the time? Wow Elfman, what does manliness mean to you? Wow. President, Mr. Makarov of the Holy Ten. President, what great ambitions does the guild have? The old man never expected that he would be pestered by a reporter as soon as he entered the guild. Faced with such an important interview, Makarov coughed dryly. Ah, cough, well of course, with a heart of love and justice, strive to improve every day, and strive to become a role model for all wizard guilds. The power of role models. He said a lot of polite words that he didn't even believe. Cool. Jason believed it. Knight's head hurt after hearing this. It turned out that writing code in the guild was not suitable. Time flew by, and it was evening in a blink of an eye. Jason, a journalist and a reader of fairy tale fans, finally left with satisfaction. He took away a lot of interview manuscripts. Almost everyone in the guild was interviewed, even Lucy was no exception. Knight finally had some peace and quiet. When he returned home, Ultia had already left. Just when he was thinking of sending a private message to her, he opened the internet and found that Ultia had left him a message. Pain Witch, sister is gone. Come back next time. Sigma Man, when did you leave? Pain Witch, do you miss your sister so soon? Pain Witch, sister will miss you too, dear. Sigma Man, won't you stay a few more days? Pain Witch, no. It still hurts now. Stinky brother. Shy.jpg. Nate looked helpless, thinking, I didn't see you cry out in pain yesterday, but you were very enthusiastic about calling me brother. Sigma Man, then you should have a good rest. Pain Witch, help your sister take good care of you, and your sister will come to see you next time. Pain Witch, private photo in the bathroom.jpg. Pain Witch, just look at this, snickering.jgp. This time the photo is more explicit than the previous one. It was probably taken when Oloshia got up and took a shower after he went to the guild in the morning. Nate was dismissive of this, he no longer had any psychological fluctuations about this kind of photo. But his hand had his own ideas and silently clicked to collect. Sigma Man, send me these every day, tell me, have you been planning this for a long time? Witch of Pain, Shy.jpg. Sure enough, boys must protect themselves when they go out, otherwise they will fall into the witch's way if they are not careful. Who can stand posting these on the internet every day? After chatting with Ursha for a few more words, they said goodbye to each other. Knight had an idea and split the thought body again. He arranged for the tool man to continue writing the code and turned to leave the small house. Do you want to buy a bigger house? If Ursha comes again next time, there will be more space. After careful consideration, Knight decided to buy a villa in the suburbs. For a happy life, this money must be spent. However, it is getting dark today, so let's talk about it tomorrow. Back to the original apartment. Eat with Lucy on the street, and the eldest lady's cooking skills are getting better and better. Lucy, your cooking skills have improved. Really? I learned from Miss Myra. Great, I'll give you a raise, 3100J a day from now on. Only 100. After the pleasant meal, Nate took a shower and prepared to rest, and the ring on his hand suddenly flashed white light. Open the Magic Network private message. Juvia, good morning, Lord Knight. First, Juvia's daily greetings, and then the unusual one. Juvia, oh no, Lord Knight. Juvia, President Joseph seems to have received a special commission from some strange person, preparing to launch a guild war against Fairy Tale. Hey! Seeing this message, Knight was stunned. Sigma Man, what commission? Juvia, sorry, Juvia doesn't know either. Juvia, President Joseph ordered us to gather the 4 elements and prepare to attack Fairy Tale. Juvia, just now, our guild's Iron Dragon Gajeel is on the way. The group has just set off, and it will be at least 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when Gajeel arrives at Mag 157 Noria. There is no one in the guild, why did he attack? Knight was a little speechless about this. Although he didn't know what the specific commission was, it was actually not very important. Sooner or later, there will be a conflict between the ruler of the ghost and the Fairy Tale. President Josephala will do such a thing for the false reputation of the strongest guild in Fiori. Not only that, he and Makarov have some grievances. It was probably at a party that both of them got drunk and said that their guild was the strongest, and then they fought, and Joseph didn't win. Then this matter has been remembered. Juvia, Lord Knight, what should Juvia do? Sigma man, protect yourself and don't do anything. Nate thought, isn't the council going to nominate him as one of the 10 saints? After Josephila left, isn't there a vacant position? So. Early the next morning, when Knight and Lucy went to the guild together, they saw many members gathered at the door of the guild. Everyone stared blankly at the guild building filled with iron bars. Who did it? Natsu roared angrily to the sky, and a flame spurted out of his mouth. Nate patted his shoulder comfortingly. It was the phantom who did it. Natsu, let's go, I'll take you to revenge. It was the phantom who started it. He was acting in self-defense. 065 A punch split the sky, the whole army is dispatched. Phantom. Natsu turned around immediately, the anger on his face could not be suppressed. Nate, are you telling the truth? Look at these iron bars, do they look like someone's magic you saw before? Nate reminded him. Although Natsu is a bit stupid, he is not a fool. After his reminder, he immediately thought of the routine meeting. At that time, he had a fight with Gajeel. Iron Dragon Slayer, Gajeel. Natsu clenched his fist, the flame of anger burning. Let's go, Knight, this breath can't be swallowed anyway. Wait, Natsu. Knight. Seeing that the two were about to take revenge on the spot, Myra Jane hurriedly dissuaded them. Everyone can understand your feelings, but the council does not allow armed conflicts between guilds. Myra, if you don't fight back when someone comes to you, are you still a man? Nate smiled faintly and hit the side of his body with his right fist. Boom! In an instant, the atmosphere cracked, and the sky seemed to be broken. The whole city of Magnolia was shaking slightly. The water in the river was surging, shaking, and wetting the trousers of pedestrians on the riverside. What? What happened? The sky cracked. Countless citizens looked up in panic, stunned. At the entrance of the guild, everyone was also looking at this scene in amazement. If you want to go, follow me. Tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Nate restrained his magic power and turned to leave. Natsu followed without hesitation. Two hot-blooded idiots. Gray subconsciously took off his shirt, grinned, and immediately followed. A man should take action when he should. Elfman raised his right fist and shouted, Sister, don't stop us. Everyone who wants to go, come together. Follow Knight's footsteps. Oh. Count me in. Women should stay at home first. This kind of fight should be fought by us men. Macau, Wakaba, Loki, Marcus, and Pidgeotto, all the men were encouraged by Knight's behavior and joined the crusade. Elfman. Myra Jane saw her brother also followed, opened her mouth and couldn't say anything to stop him. Lucy was still a little out of the situation. Seeing that the men had gone far away, she reacted. Myra, what should we do? Myra Jane quickly opened the magic net and said quickly. Tell the president about this first. Don't be impatient. Go to the warehouse on the first floor of the basement of the guild and wait patiently. Levy looked at the two team members around her and gritted her teeth and said. We can't let the men get ahead. We Shadow Gear are also members of Fairy Tale. Jet, Troy, we're going too. Levy. Myra Jane was stunned. How could even girls get so excited? Lucy blinked. I'm going too. Lucy. Myra Jane suddenly felt a headache and prayed that the president would see it soon. If this goes on, it will soon turn into a war between the two guilds. Magnolia, the Eastern Forest. In the depths of the forest here, there is a small wooden house. Polysica, a healing wizard who is good at healing magic, lives in seclusion here. At this time, this usually gentle older lady was pointing at Makarov's nose and scolding. Is it Knight from your guild? That guy had a fight with someone nearby the day before yesterday and destroyed a large area of forest. Are you listening? Makarov. That's why I hate humans. Makarov was in a trance and suddenly sneezed. Boom. The next moment, there was a roar in the sky. The two people in the room were stunned. It's not me, my sneeze shouldn't have this kind of power. Makarov hurriedly explained, turned his head and looked out the window, his face suddenly became solemn. The sky cracked. This magic power is that guy. Polusika instantly recognized the culprit and said angrily, you are messing around again, and sooner or later you will tear down Magnolia. At this time, the ring flashed white light. Makarov had a bad feeling. He opened the private message and saw that it was a message from Myra Jane. After reading it, he was completely dumbfounded. Natsu, Grey, Elfman, and Knight. He thought Knight was a good boy, but he didn't expect him to be so impulsive. A group of thorns attacked the ghost. Joseph, this bastard! The magic power around Makarov burst out for a moment, and directly shattered the wooden door behind him. You! Polusika was furious and demolished her house in front of her. But seeing Makarov's heavy face, his anger subsided. What happened? No, don't say it, I don't want to know, you go away quickly. I'm sorry, I will ask someone to fix the forest later. Now I have more important things. Makarov turned and left. All the children in the guild had gone there. If he, as the president, could not be there, who would fight against Joseph? Ogu City, where the ghost is located, is several hours away from Magnolia. The angry fairy tale people naturally couldn't bear to wait for the magic train. So, everyone went to the magic four-wheeler shop and rented several cars. Nate, aren't you coming up? Gray sat in the driver's seat of one of the four-wheelers, and when he was about to start, he saw that Knight hadn't gotten on the car yet. I have a magic two-wheeler at home. I can ride that faster, and yours can't fit in. Understood, then we'll meet in Ogu City. Gray nodded, started the car, and quickly caught up with the main force. Watching them leave, Knight returned home and rode on the Obsidian worth 4.2 million J. It's expensive for a reason, it's faster. When starting the engine, I suddenly remembered something. Immediately sent a message to Laxus. Sigma Man, the guild was dismantled by Phantom Assassin. After a while, Laxus really replied. Laxus, what? What's going on? Sigma Man, I'm going to dismantle Phantom Assassin's guild now. If you're late, you won't be able to catch up. Laxus, I'll be there. Leave Joseph to me. Although he didn't quite understand what happened, Laxus was very active as long as he could deal with Phantom Assassin. Knight suspected that he didn't even do the task now, and he was going to rush over on the spot. Started the car and slowly headed towards the direction of Ogu City. Wang Li Zhao. Is someone missing? Nate thought about it, who else is in the S rank of the guild? Guildarts, not here. Mr. Gang, no friends. Myra Jane, not fit to fight now. Arisa. Nate realized that he hadn't seen Urza before. Nate. Just happened to hear Urza's cry. Knight stopped the car immediately and turned around to see Urza walking out of a magic armor shop. She was holding a new set of armor in her hand. Urza, what are you doing? The armor that you broke last time was just repaired today. Urza smiled and answered, then asked in confusion, the magic that shook the sky just now was you, right? What happened? The 6 demon generals appeared again. Knight immediately turned the handle, made a graceful U-turn, stopped beside Urza, and pointed to the back seat. Get in the car, go find the ghost for revenge. Ah! A beautiful question mark appeared on Urza's head. Don't talk nonsense, get in the car quickly. 066 tit for tooth, Knight and Urza who came to the door. Urza was the second girl to sit in the back seat of the Obsidian. As he drove her to Ogu City quickly, Knight couldn't help but miss Lucy. Lucy would hug him tightly when sitting in the back, and he could feel the girl's soft body when he braked suddenly. But Urza was different. The only touch from her back was the hardness of the armor. This is the situation. After listening to Knight's explanation, Urza finally understood the situation. She put her hands on Knight's shoulders and couldn't help but use force because of anger. Phantom. Urza whispered the name of the enemy guild, her slender eyebrows were frowned, and her eyes were full of anger. After a while, she took a deep breath to calm down. I heard the president say before that the grievances between our fairy tale and their phantom can be traced back to the beginning of the guild's establishment. The beginning? Knight thought about it and really had no impression. He remembered the main plot of fairy tale, but he only had a vague impression of some minor details. Urza seemed to have only a vague understanding and did not go into the topic. But Knight, how do you know it was done by the phantom? What's the point of attacking an empty tavern in the middle of the night? Juvia told me. Only then did Urza remember the four-element rain girl she had traveled with some time ago, and a look of realization appeared on her delicate face. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, Knight. Speed up. Go full speed. She urged loudly. It's already 503 as fast as it can go. Knight was helpless. Or you can change into a set of armor, it hurts my back. Sorry, change into Yuji. With a simple and direct apology, Urza's body was shining with golden light, and she changed the female knight armor she wore daily into a set of soft clothes. The fabric of Yuji has good elasticity. It is a set of kimono-style armor with a purple base and black straps. Is this okay? She said seriously, how about I drive? Hold on tight. Nate instantly increased his magic input, and the SE plug continuously absorbed his magic and converted it into the power of the car. Obsidian ran on the ground like a violent beast, and the roar of the engine was like the roar of a monster. Rapidly moving along the railway, half an hour later, he finally caught up with the main force. Nate. Gray watched a black magic two-wheeler pass by like a gust of wind, leaving a piece of yellow sand on the road. Iluza turned back and shouted, hurry up and catch up. Ugu City. An ancient city with a historical atmosphere. At the end of the road leading to the top of the mountain along the slope is the branch of the ruler of the Wizard Guild Ghost. At this time, the tavern of the branch. Hey, Mr. Gajil, didn't you take some photos of the scene? Yeah. Post the photos on the forum so that people from other guilds can have a good look. Now those stinky fairies must be furious. Maybe they will come and seek revenge on us. Impossible. How dare those fairies violate the laws of the council? Unlike the bright fairy tale, the pub of the Phantom branch here is much darker. A group of phantom wizards are discussing yesterday's actions in a heated atmosphere. As the executor, Gajil said nothing. He sat at a table, chewing a pile of scrap copper and iron with crunch, crunch. The iron screws in his mouth were like a delicious and soft cookie stick. Someone raised his glass and shouted. We phantoms are the strongest. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the guild gate was suddenly broken. A black motorcycle rushed into the tavern, the front wheel raised high, and then heavily crushed a table. The wizard who shouted the phantom is the strongest was instantly crushed by the wheels, his face bearing the friction of the tires. Instantly, everyone was shocked. All eyes were focused on the two uninvited guests. Fairy tale. It's the fairy queen, Urza. She actually hit us. The group of people who were still shouting just now were frightened and screamed on the spot. Gajil snorted and stood up and said. Only 2 people came. Is that you? The culprit who destroyed the guild. Urza got out of the back seat and pointed her sword at many phantom wizards with a fierce momentum. Nate parked the obsidian slowly. Without saying any nonsense, he swung his arm and hit the air with his right fist. Boom! It seemed like the space was shattered, and the ground was shaking. Instantly, the strong earthquake caused the entire guild building to shake violently. What? Earthquake? He is Knight from fairy tale. The lord of the demonic web. Get out of the way. It's going to collapse. With one punch, the huge branch guild collapsed in an instant. The walls were torn, the roof was broken, and the ground was shaking. Accompanied by the violent shaking, many ghost wizards who were still eating and drinking a moment ago, panicked and avoided the disaster. The broken beams fell from the top of their heads, and rubble and bricks fell like raindrops. Bang! Boom! Boom! Amid the screams, only a few seconds later, this place had become a ruin, burying everyone under the ruins. The only intact place was the guild gate behind Knight. However, the gate only held on for a little longer. Without the support of the wall, the door frame swayed and fell to the ground with a clang. "Where is Joseph?" It was only then that Knight finally spoke. "Iluza. You asked after you had already dismantled the guild." She used to think that Natsu was already messy enough, but she didn't expect Knight to be even better. But what was it like? Suddenly, in the ruins, a broken wall was slowly pushed open, and Gajeel stood up from the ruins. He wiped the stains on his face with the back of his hand, his eyes fixed on Knight, and grinned. "See you again, master of the magic net. I was really taken care of by you last time." As soon as the voice fell, his cheeks bulged, and he opened his mouth and blew a dragon's breath, hitting a man and a woman not far away. The roar of the Iron Dragon. Knight walked towards the roar of the other party without dodging. Magic power circulated, forming a milky white magic shield around him. After the dragon's breath hit the magic shield, it was difficult to break through the vibration force. Knight approached step by step against the dragon's breath of the other party. Every time he took a step, the ground would be shaken and shattered. Boom! 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 Every step was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. What? Gajeel's pupils shrank suddenly, and his mind was shocked. This guy's magic power is much stronger than last time. Using vibration magic to form a magic shield around the body, this way of using magic power requires not only strong magic support, strong magic attainments and precise magic control. This can only be achieved with the support of extremely high experience and technology. Ordinary magicians simply cannot do this. He has only seen similar moves on President Joseph. Iluza also showed a surprised expression, her beautiful eyes widened. Magic shield? Suddenly, Nate's figure disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already standing in front of Gajeel. With a lightning-fast move, he grabbed the opponent's neck and lifted him into the air. "You dismantled our guild, and I removed the ruler of your ghosts. This is fair, what do you think?" 067 The Holy 10 is full, please give up a seat. Fair? Where is it fair? Gajeel only felt that his opponent's grip was very strong, and he had some difficulty breathing, so he had to turn his neck into iron. "President Joseph is at the headquarters," he said in a deep voice. "Go to the back mountain from here, and you will see him soon." As soon as the voice fell, his right foot turned into an iron sword and kicked up fiercely. Iron Dragon Sword. There are saw teeth on the blade, and when it rotates at high speed, it is a chainsaw. This kind of small action naturally cannot be hidden from Knight's 6 eyes. The flow of magic power in Gajeel's body is transparent in his eyes. He can see through what the opponent wants to do in advance. His eyes were slightly focused, and a vibration force burst out. With a bang, the person was directly thrown dozens of meters away. At the same time, there was a shout from the back. "Nate! Urza!" A pair of white wings appeared on Happy's back, and its little claws grabbed Natsu's collar and flew towards this side quickly. "Happy, Natsu! Where are the others?" Urza looked back. Nate also looked at the two of them, and couldn't help but marvel at Happy's strength. As a dragon slayer, Natsu was very bad at using transportation, but it was okay for Happy to take him flying. Everyone is behind. Happy let go of his claws, and Natsu fell from a height and landed steadily on the ground. Where are all the bastards of Phantom? Natsu endured for a long time, and at this time he roared, with raging fire wrapped around his body. Facing the ruins of the Phantom branch, his expression suddenly became a little confused. Where are the people? This scene is the result of being blown up by Knight's punch. Hey, Fire Dragon, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Gajeel, who was bounced away, stood up again and greeted provocatively. You started this fight, don't call it a misunderstanding now, you bastard. Natsu roared and rushed over alone. Gajeel punched through the air, his arm turned into an iron rod and suddenly stretched out. Natsu was hit in the abdomen by a rod before he could get close to the opponent. He hugged the iron rod with both hands, and the hot flames burned the iron rod. A pair of slippers slid on the ground for more than 10 meters, and he took it with his body. It doesn't hurt at all, you iron bastard. Really? Don't beg for mercy later. Gajeel grinned and retracted the iron rod. The two dragon slayers rushed over together. Rushing towards each other, they quickly got entangled. Seeing this scene, Urza had already sat on the obsidian motorcycle, and while putting on the SE socket, she said to Knight. Leave this guy to Natsu, let's go to the headquarters, get in the car, Knight. That's my motorcycle. Knight complained in his heart, walked over and sat in the back seat, and hugged Urza's waist unceremoniously. Don't break my car, it's quite expensive. Urza smiled lightly, twisted the handle, and with the roar of the engine, the car quickly headed towards the back mountain. Driving all the way from Magnolia to here, Knight's magic power has been consumed a lot. Urza didn't want him to waste too much magic power. After all, there is still a tough battle to come. As soon as they left, the large army of Fairy Tail arrived here. Seeing that Naz and Gageru were fighting, Alpha Man shouted, Naz! What about Knight? Ah! Just here. When Naz was distracted, he found that Nate was missing. Knight was sitting in the back seat of the motorcycle. Two rocky hands were like a fly to death. Urza was slightly startled. Knight held her in the air and flew in the air. When his eyes fell on the scrap metal, he couldn't help but feel pain. 4.2 million. Sorry. Urza was a little embarrassed, but said with a serious expression, if you are angry, please punch me. Knight shook his head, forget it, I broke your armor last time, so we are even. At this time, in front of the obsidian that turned into scrap metal, a gentleman suddenly emerged from the ground. The gentleman wore a monocle and a brown suit. His legs seemed to grow in the ground, and the whole person seemed to have no bones, twisting in a weird posture. Bonjour Fairy Tale Wizard, my name is Thor, please politely call me Mr. Thor. Urza put her right hand around Knight's neck and looked at the sneak attacker with a serious expression, it's Thor of the Earth, one of the 4 elements of the Phantom. Nate, let me go, I'll deal with him. Knight slowly descended and landed not far in front of Thor. As soon as she landed, Urza changed her clothes immediately, and a white light flashed in her right hand, and a spear appeared. She felt very sorry for accidentally breaking Knight's motorcycle. But the culprit was the guy in front of her, and she had to beat him up anyway. Wait! Knight quickly grabbed Urza's wrist. Under the action of inertia, Urza slipped. Not only did she not rush out, but she was pulled back. President Joseph, long time no see. Hearing this, Urza frowned and immediately followed Knight's gaze. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of Thor. President Joseph. Urza gritted her teeth and glared at him. See you again, Knight, and Miss Urza. Joseph was still dressed the same as last time, smiling and spreading his hands. I didn't expect there were only 2 of you. I'm sorry that Makarov didn't come. Knight's thought moved, and the figure disappeared instantly. Space-time magic flying thunder god. The motorcycle that turned into scrap metal suddenly unfolded a golden magic circle. Knight teleported to Joseph's side and punched him in the face mercilessly. Even though he was one of the 10 great magic guides, Joseph Bola didn't expect that Knight could use space magic. While a look of astonishment appeared on his face, the punch had already hit his left face hard. With a bang, Joseph flew dozens of meters away like a sandbag and hit a rock on the side of the road. Then, the rock was shattered by the vibrating magic. Joseph Bola rolled around in a mess again. President! Thor was shocked. Arisa was stunned and suddenly envious. Teleportation is really amazing. However, she locked her eyes on Joseph. He was as famous as President Makarov. He would not be defeated so easily. Joseph stood up easily and touched his beaten face. As expected of one of the 10 holy wizards, Knight said with a raised eyebrow, "Can you easily block a sneak attack?" "I couldn't block it completely. To be honest, it hurts a little. My teeth are loose." "It's amazing. I admire you more and more." Joseph answered with a smile at first, but soon his eyes turned cold. "But you are a little too presumptuous, Brother Knight." Boom! A strong burst of magic power changed the color of the sky and the earth. In the sky, dark clouds gradually blocked the sun, and a dim color descended on the earth. In Knight's opinion, the magic power Joseph exploded at this time was at least 6 stars, maybe it was 7 stars or more. Knight thought, smiled slightly. "The council nominated me as the Holy 10, but the Holy 10 is full, please give me a place." 068 Infinite Magic Power. A strike that penetrates the sky, 4/4 flowers request. What a disgusting magic power. Arisa's face was solemn. Joseph's magic power was very evil, exuding the breath of death. General wizards would feel sick and vomit just standing in front of this magic power. Holy 10. Joseph couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard Knight's speech. "Really? The council seems to value you very much. This is natural. He also values you very much, and the people in the council are not fools. But you don't have to be anxious." Suddenly, Joseph's magic power disappeared, and he laughed strangely. "When I solve Makarov and destroy Fairy Tale, you can replace Makarov and become the new Holy 10 wizard. Can you beat him?" Knight complained in his heart, if he waited a little longer, the old man might be here soon. Arisa. At this time, the main force of Fairy Tale had already caught up, and several magic four-wheelers were running rampant. The person who shouted was Grey. A group of people quickly got off the car and came behind Urza. Everyone glared at Josefila, and their momentum was high. "Ho ho ho, all of you are here, you little brats, wail as much as you want." Joseph spread his palms with a fake smile. One after another, black ghosts rushed out from his palms, and the number of densely packed black ghosts reached hundreds. "I'll wait for you at the headquarters. Who can come to me?" As he spoke, Joseph's body gradually became transparent and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only groups of dark soldiers were left. "What is this? Such disgusting magic! It's the ghost soldiers created by Joseph." "What number?" "Hundreds." Looking at the Fairy Tale people surrounded by the ghost soldiers, Thor tilted his body to the right at 90 degrees, with his upper body almost parallel to the ground. "No, no, no, this is the dark magic of the president. If you touch it, your vitality will be taken away." Thor touched his beard. "This is a kind reminder, fairies. Make way." Nate punched with one hand and bombarded through the air. The vibration turned into a shock wave that instantly swept through the 4 elements of Thor. The land in front seemed to be wiped out by a giant's hand. With a bang, Thor was knocked away on the spot, and he crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and crashed into the guild headquarters. "I'll go deal with Joseph." Leaving a sentence, Knight flew up lightly and flew directly to the ghost headquarters. Seeing this, Urza immediately shouted, "I'll go help Knight, you guys be careful." Change into the Kai of the Sky Wheel. The far-reaching clothes disappeared, replaced by the silver-white armor of a battle angel. Urza flew up and quickly chased Knight. Grey killed a ghost soldier with one move, but the ghost soldier would regenerate and twist to recover again. You must get rid of Joseph to remove this magic. He was startled and rushed to the headquarters immediately. At the same time, he shouted to everyone. Don't get entangled with these things, rush in with me. Oh! A group of people showed their magical powers, and colorful magic was released to the ghost soldiers in the sky. While fighting, they killed their way into the ghost headquarters. Coming to a wall, Elfman shouted. Receive the Black Bull. His right hand turned into the black arm of the Black Bull and smashed the wall with one punch. When everyone rushed into the headquarters, a large group of phantom wizards were waiting for them. Hello, fairies. The leader had half black and half white hair, and stood in front of a group of wizards with his hands in his pockets. I am one of the 4 elements, the popular Rabbit Maru. It's our first meeting. Can you please die? Arisa invaded the phantom headquarters from the air. Originally she followed Knight, but Knight flew too fast, turned into a beam of golden light, and instantly entered the rooftop. She lost her target. Suddenly, a drizzle of rain fell from the sky. On one of the platforms of the castle-like phantom headquarters, Juvia held a blue umbrella and quietly looked up at Urza in the sky. Juvia. Arisa found an acquaintance and immediately landed on the platform. Have you seen Knight? No, where is your president? Juvia is jealous. Juvia looked at her with a bad look and gritted her teeth. Juvia saw through the magic crystal that Lord Knight was riding a magic two-wheeler with you and hugged your waist from behind. Hey! Arisa had a bad feeling. Juvia also wants to be hugged. Juvia shouted with envy, Arisa, you said you are not a love rival. You actually lied to me last time, this time Juvia will never let you go. Raising her hand is a magic. Water flow cuts. The water turned into a flying knife and suddenly hit Urza. Arisa had a headache expression on her face and swung the knife to cut off the attacking water knife. Wait a minute, listen to my explanation, I don't have to fight you. No. No. The highest room in the phantom headquarters. Joseph leaned back leisurely on the bench. A huge magic crystal floated in front of him, showing many battlefields of both sides. Whether it was the fairy tale army at the bottom, Urza on the rooftop platform, or the battle between the 2 dragons in the branch ruins. All under his surveillance. At this moment, bang! Knight kicked the door open and stepped into the room. Are you here? Joseph smiled and said, clasping his hands together, in front of his abdomen. You came here from Magnolia, destroyed one of my branches, and used powerful super magic again and again. You don't have much magic left, little brother Knight. What can you do when you come to me like this? Hearing this, Knight felt the little magic left in his body. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and the palm released a soft white light. It's really almost at the limit. Seeing that he was so honest, Joseph stood up from the chair and approached with a smile. Fairy tale will soon become history, but you are different, little brother Knight. You are a genius wizard that I recognize. What I said last time is still valid now. In response, Knight shook his head. Thank you for your invitation, but you misunderstood one thing. While speaking, Knight's magic power rose rapidly. The magic power that was about to dry up was restored to its original state in an instant and reached full state. I can have as much magic power as I want. What? Joseph's smile froze, revealing an unbelievable and horrified expression. What's going on? This guy's magic power was indeed about to dry up just now, and it could only support a few small magics at most. But right in front of him, it was restored in an instant. This is impossible. How did he do it? Joseph stared at Knight, and said with a gloomy look. How did you do it? President Joseph, I have a rough division of the amount of magic power. Nate said to himself, for example, this is 1-star magic power. While speaking, the white light in his palm quickly burst out dozens of times brighter. The punch I just hit you consumed about 1/3 of a heart. Unfortunately, I couldn't cause you enough damage. Joseph frowned deeply. What are you talking about? Don't worry, listen to me. This is 2 stars. The white light in the palm became stronger and stronger, almost filling the whole room. Then 3 stars. The flow of magic power was visible to the naked eye, and it seemed that a strong wind was set off in the room. Joseph couldn't help squinting his eyes. The amount of this magic power was 0.7 equivalent to Thor of the earth under his command. Finally, 4 stars. In an instant, all the white light converged and was compressed into a palm. Knight slowly pointed his pale palm at Joseph. I gave this move a name before. Amazing. Boom. The extremely compressed magic power exploded in an instant. A thick beam of white light instantly swallowed Joseph, penetrated the house, and crossed the sky. At the same time, Makarov, who had just arrived in Ogu City, looked up at the sky in shock. In the dark sky covered by dark clouds, a beam of white light stretched for thousands of meters. Wherever it passed, the sky was like exquisite glass and porcelain, pierced by a blow, and dense cracks almost filled the entire field of vision. This magic power Knight? Makarov muttered absent-mindedly. 069 The Guild Master's Teaching, Super Magic Fairy Law. The magic power that shook the sky could be felt by people throughout the city. Many citizens of Ogu City looked up at the sky. A beam of white light penetrated the sky, and the cracks that spread from the white light almost turned the entire sky into a spider web. The river channel under the mountain was shaken and twisted, and the earth was torn apart. The aftermath alone caused a huge change in the terrain. A strong earthquake hit Ogu City, and many citizens on the street ran to the open space in panic. The platform of the castle. This magic. Arisa avoided Juvia's attack again and looked up in surprise. She had seen this move before. As a person who experienced it firsthand, her black feather armor was shattered by this move. However, compared with that time, the power this time was several times stronger. The top floor of the castle. The original room had been shattered, and the walls around it disappeared. The breathtaking power released from Knight's palm lasted for nearly 10 seconds before it finally dissipated. With a thud, Joseph knelt on one knee, his magic robe was tattered, and his magic hat was gone. His face was covered with blood, and blood was flowing out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Cough cough. Suddenly, Joseph's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the floor under his feet red. He stared at Knight fiercely with bloodshot eyes. External injuries are fine, but internal injuries are the problem. The shock of this vibration broke through his magic shield, causing heavy bleeding in his internal organs. President Joseph, I admire you very much. Knight put down his right palm and said admiringly. You dare to take my 4-star super magic head on. This is his full strength attack. If he hits Ogu City, the entire city will be buried in ruins. Cough. Joseph coughed a few more times, not knowing whether he was angry or not. He staggered to his feet, his posture seemed a little shaky, and his heavy breathing became much more rapid. It seemed that even standing firmly consumed a lot of his physical strength and will. Don't be so arrogant, stinky kid. After finally having the strength to speak, Joseph gritted his teeth and said, release all the magic power in one strike. If you can't solve the enemy, you will just be fish on the chopping board. No magician would do such a stupid thing. He has seen it today. He was almost killed in one move. While speaking, he raised his right hand with great effort. Dark erosion. A strange purple magic circle appeared in front of his palm, and the evil magic power turned into tentacles and attacked Knight. At this time, in Joseph's eyes, Knight's magic power had dried up, and it was impossible to use a single magic. However, Knight just waved his hand, and with a snap, he directly smashed the purple tentacles. At the same time, the dried-up magic power was restored in an instant. Impossible! Joseph trembled all over, not because of the pain in his body, but because he was frightened by the incredible scene in front of him. You are so forgetful. I just said that I can have as much magic power as I want. Knight just smiled and stretched out his right hand again. A milky white halo appeared in his palm again. Half a star. 1 star. 1.5 stars. The magic power is rising rapidly. Joseph felt the trembling from his soul and looked at Knight in a daze. Is it the same move again? Can this move be used infinitely for him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Illusion? The desperate Joseph even thought of magic of the illusion type. Maybe everything he encountered was just an illusion. Otherwise, there is no way to explain it. Hey! Suddenly, Knight restrained his magic power and looked sideways to the back. Makarov descended from a height bathed in divine light. Joseph also noticed Makarov. You are really in a mess, Joseph. Makarov landed slowly and stood beside Knight, looking at his old rival calmly. He thought he was here to save the children. Unexpectedly, Joseph couldn't beat Knight. Knight really gave him a big surprise. Makarov. Joseph gritted his teeth. You are amazing, Joseph. You have such powerful magic at such a young age. You deserve the title of Holy Ten. Makarov praised him sincerely. Then, he changed the subject. If you know how to use this magic correctly, instead of using it in meaningless fights, you will surely become a role model for the younger generation. But obviously, these words were an insult to Joseph. Are you preaching? The veins on Joseph's forehead bulged, but he was too seriously injured to burst out powerful magic. Watch out, Knight! Makarov took a deep breath and put his palms together. The destructive power of your super magic is too strong, and the aftermath will cause irreparable damage to the surrounding environment. I will show you another super magic now, remember it. Don't mess around next time. Is this the super magic of fairy tale? Nate poured magic power into his 6 eyes, turned on at full power, and stared at the old man. Makarov said in a deep voice. According to the trial rules of fairy tale. Joseph, I'll count to 3 and give you time to think it over. Kneel down and repent. End this boring farce. The magic power condensed between Makarov's palms, and a small golden ball of light was born. In Knight's eyes, the star rating of this magic power reached 3 stars almost instantly. And it only remained at this level. Kneel down? Repent. Joseph's expression was twisted by anger. Do it. A sudden roar. So sad, so sad. An illusory figure appeared behind Makarov. The leader of the 4 elements, Arya of the sky. This person was blindfolded and appeared behind Makarov at the critical moment. Do you think I don't exist? Nate punched and directly knocked the person away from the semi-transparent state. 783. He knew that the other party was hiding in the dark, but he was too lazy to care. The most powerful ability of this leader of the 4 elements is to instantly empty the opponent's magic power. In the original plot, Makarov was really plotted by him. 1. Makarov was unmoved by this and silently counted. Joseph's face turned pale. 2. I am the president of the first guild in the kingdom, Joseph, one of the 10 great magicians. Facing a life and death crisis, Joseph's willpower made him burst out with his last strength. How could I kneel? The evil purple magic turned into countless tentacles, launching indiscriminate attacks on Makarov and Knight. 3. I'm sorry, Joseph. Makarov put his hands together, and in an instant, the sacred light enveloped the earth. Above the city of Ogu, a huge golden magic circle that could almost cover half of the city was born. 1,000 feet of light was projected from the magic circle. Fairy law, start. Instantly, a sacred and warm light enveloped Knight. Knight looked up at the magic circle. From it, he saw profound magical knowledge. At this moment, people in the whole city stopped involuntarily and bathed in the baptism of holy light. For a long time. When the sacred light dissipated, Joseph was already full of white hair, kneeling on the ground and trembling. The whole face looked extremely old, as if decades had passed in an instant. 070 The council came out to clean up. The launch of the super magic fairy law means that the fight between the two guilds has come to an end. Makarov looked at Knight and smiled kindly. Remember it. Remember a little. Knight nodded first, then shook his head. President, you don't think I can learn it just by looking at it, right? Don't worry, I will teach you slowly. Makarov looked at the city of Ogu, especially the river damaged by the earthquake, and his smile suddenly collapsed. Alas, I am the one who has to write a self-criticism. The old man wanted to cry, but in the end he could only sigh helplessly. The farce is over, go back, we still have to rebuild the guild. Knight glanced at Joseph, don't care about him. The council will handle it. Why does this sound a bit like the police came out to clean up the mess in Hong Kong movies? Pa! Our fairy tale is a regular guild. President Joseph. Knight walked up to Joseph and asked. Whose commission did you accept? What is the content of the commission? No answer. Old Joseph was like a stinky rat in the gutter. Unable to bear looking at the divine light, he knelt on the ground and trembled, his lips trembling. After being hit by two different super magics, Joseph could no longer make a sound. The next day. Magnolia. The guild building that was originally filled with iron rods by Gajeel has been demolished. Since we have to rebuild, let's just build it bigger. So, everyone decided to expand it on the original site. As for the scale of the expansion, Knight took the preview of the completed project and showed a subtle expression of old man in the subway looking at his phone. Myra, which kid's crayon doodle is this? It's too abstract, right? Who can understand this? Marachhen's brilliant smile gradually solidified, and she covered her face and cried on the spot. Knight, ah! You drew it? At this time, it was close to noon. The guild ruins had become a large construction site. Strong men, such as Natsu, Grey, Elfman, etc., were all diligently carrying building materials. Even Urza changed into a foreman's uniform and worked hard to build the new guild. What is Knight doing? Knight is slacking off. At least he was slacking off a second ago, but now he accidentally made the poster girl cry. Actually, if you look closely, the drawing is pretty good. Knight complimented against his will, and seeing that the poster girl was still crying, he had no choice but to say, I'll treat you to a big meal. Really? Marachhen's eyes lit up. Knight. Your fake crying is also very realistic. I'm trying my best to cooperate with your performance. Myra Jane laughed, it's settled. So, she was in a good mood and picked up the juice beside her to reward the hard-working people. Nate opened the internet, and the forum about the battle between Fairy Tale and the Spectre ruler was already hot. Various posts emerged one after another. Magicians are a group of people who are quite idle. They either do commissions to earn money or meditate and practice to train themselves. In addition, they have a lot of free time at their disposal. These idle people knew that the top two guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori suddenly started fighting. Each of them was like a shark that smelled blood, and they were crazy about posting on the forum. I heard that the Spectre started it first. They lost the fight, and the base camp was demolished. Fairy Tale is also rebuilding. I happened to pass by Magnolia. There is a picture as evidence, construction site photo.jpg. I heard that Laxus's Thunder God team attacked more than 20 Spectre branches in one day and demolished them all. Think about it carefully, isn't Fairy Tale a little too strong? Phantom didn't even last half a day. The strongest guild in the Kingdom of Fiori. If Miss Myra sees this, please add me to the favorites, I want points. Are you focusing on the wrong thing? The point is that President Joseph seems to have been defeated by Knight. Knight? The developer of the internet? Who else but him? The front row worships the Lord of the Demon King. Please add me to the favorites for my sincerity. Lord Knight, kneel down. JPG. The building behind suddenly tilted, and a group of people were asking for the feature. Nate used the developer's privileges to select a few of the most pleasant ones to give as rewards. At this time, a private message popped up in the upper right corner. Pain Witch, I'm so tired. Pain Witch, you really don't worry me, making such a big fuss. Pain Witch, just after the review meeting, my sister was speaking for you. Pain Witch, why don't you thank my sister? JPG. There was a reviewer. Women have this kind of advantage? Nate's mouth slightly raised. Sigma Man, what did the council say? I was defending myself. Pain Witch, you can defend someone else's house. Knockhead. JPG. Pain Witch, luckily, I have a sister to speak for you. Roll your eyes. JPG. Nate chose to satisfy her behavior of seeking credit. What else can he do? Sigma Man, thank you, sister, you are so nice. Do you want me to send you a handsome photo? Pain Witch, no need. Pain Witch, anyway, the council decided to arrest the leaders first. Sigma Man, it seems that Natsu will be in jail. Pain Witch, you, stinky brother. Speechless. JPG. Why arrest me? Did you speak for me? Nate was speechless at the time. Pain Witch, but don't worry, you are acting in self-defense, and you are just going through the motions at the headquarters. Sigma Man, why the headquarters? The council branch in the Kingdom of Fiori is not okay? Pain Witch, my sister specifically suggested it. Pain Witch, come to the headquarters. I miss you. Shy. JPG. Sigma Man, just arrest me? I suspect you didn't speak up for me at all. Pain Witch, and Urza and Chocolate, you two leaders come together. Nate was relieved immediately, and he felt balanced in his heart when someone went to jail with him. However, thinking carefully, did he betray Urza? She didn't even know the guild was attacked. He brought her on his motorcycle. Sigma Man, how many days will you stay? Pain Witch, 1 day, just going through the motions. Pain Witch, my sister will take the trouble to bring you food when the time comes. Sigma Man, what about the Phantom? Nate could understand this kind of behavior. After all, the council also has to save face, and it can't just do nothing. Pain Witch, they took the initiative to provoke the struggle, so the punishment will be severe. Pain Witch, the council will forcibly disband the ruler of the Phantom and deprive Josephala of the title of the 10 Holy Wizards. Pain Witch, by the way, there is also that Iron Dragon Gajeel. He started it first. Although it was Joseph who gave the order, he will also be detained for a period of time. Nate thought, why don't you talk about the business? Then the next second, Altair seemed to have a telepathic connection with him and sent a message. Pain Witch, a position in the 10 Holy Orders will be vacant soon, and I will nominate you. Pain Witch, are you happy? This time when you come to the headquarters, you may be awarded the Order of the 10 Holy Orders. Ling. Nate nodded with satisfaction. Although the title of Saint 10 is useless, it sounds cool. I chatted with Ursha for a while. The army of the Council of Justice came as expected. Nate already knew in advance that he was going to jail. Iluza Chocolate, Knight, are you two here? The leader of the compulsory restraint force is an acquaintance. 071 in Ursha's house, Forbidden Magic R system. The compulsory restraint force of the Council of Justice broke into the construction site and brought a group of lone knights. The busy guild members were shocked. No, the army is coming, run. Natsu was like a mouse seeing a cat, and immediately dropped the wood in his hand. Happy quickly grabbed him, it's for Knight and Urza, Natsu. Natsu stopped and suddenly frowned. Urza was wearing a foreman's uniform and a hard hat. When she heard someone calling her name, she took the initiative to walk over. "I'm Urza, what's up?" Although it was a question, she had a premonition in her heart. The captain nodded, confirmed Urza's identity, and said loudly, "According to the restraining order of the Magic Council, Urza Chocolat, the Wizard of Fairy Tale, is now under arrest." Sure enough. Urza was not surprised, but showed an expression of as expected. Hearing this, the rest of the people on the construction site quickly surrounded them. "Arrest Urza? What a joke! What's the reason? I don't agree. What law did Urza break?" "Sure enough, it's because of what happened yesterday. Why don't you arrest the ghost people?" Natsu and others were indignant. "Calm down, if you interfere with official duties, you will also be implicated." 803. Cold sweat dripped from the captain's forehead. At this time, Knight walked by. "See you again, Mr. Knight." The captain greeted him and then said, "You are also one of the targets to be arrested, please cooperate." Knight didn't know the other person's name, but in the Iron Forest incident, this person was responsible for escorting Eligary and others. He was also attacked by the 6 demon generals on the way. "I didn't expect that he was still working. Has his injury healed?" The council didn't even give him a long vacation. Natsu clenched his fists and shouted angrily. "Is it because of the ghost? Why only arrested Knight and Urza? What's the use of asking me? How do I know? I'm just a small civil servant who follows orders to carry out tasks." The captain complained in his heart and was speechless to Natsu. "Stop arguing." Iluza stopped her companions from complaining loudly and took the initiative to hold out her hands. "I'll go with you. Thank you for your cooperation." The captain breathed a sigh of relief and immediately had Urza put on handcuffs. Nate would naturally cooperate, just going through the motions and meeting Ultia by the way. Nate Myra Jane looked at him with some concern. Nate smiled apologetically in return. It seemed that this big meal would have to be saved for later. Soon, the two followed the council's army and left and got on a carriage. In the car, Nate and Urza sat face to face. Because it was a prisoner's car, there were no windows, and the interior was pitch black, so they could only barely see each other. Nate took off the handcuffs in a few seconds. Iluza was startled and quickly lowered her voice. "What are you doing? It's uncomfortable to wear." Knight answered as a matter of course, and kindly suggested, "Do you want me to help you? It will make things more troublesome, it's better to wear it." Urza didn't want to cause trouble. Knight took Urza's hand and immediately removed her shackles. This kind of handcuffs that restrain the wizard is actually a magic prop, which requires corresponding magic to unlock. But this did not bother Knight, and the 6 eyes easily cracked this little magic. "Urza, there is still something missing, you wait a moment." Knight thought about it, stroked his right hand under the seat, and recorded a magic circle. The next moment, he disappeared in the prison car. When he appeared again, he had returned home. He ran to the street to buy some delicious food leisurely, and then returned to the prison car. "Here." Knight handed the cheesecake and souffle in his hand to Urza, and bought 2 cups of coffee. Urza stared at the scene in amazement. "Are you going on an outing?" Knight saw her in a daze, so he asked. "Don't you like it?" Thank you." Urza reacted after a while and happily took the 2 desserts. She blinked. "Knight, how do you know I like this the most? Don't you write it in your personal profile on the internet?" Knight handed her another cup of hot coffee and kept one for himself. "We are going to the council headquarters this time, which is quite far away. Fill your stomach first." Urza laughed. "You are really relaxed. Is this your first time to the council? I really don't know why this person can be so relaxed." She was so nervous when she was taken away for the first time. Knight thought, having a girlfriend who is a counselor is so confident. Then, the two chatted and enjoyed the food. At dusk, they finally arrived at the council branch of the Kingdom of Fiori. Here, Knight and Urza were taken to a magic teleportation array. The teleportation array was activated by more than a dozen council mages. It was the first time that Knight experienced the native teleportation magic of the fairy tale world. It was very different from the instant movement of Flying Thunder God. You will feel a slight dizziness when teleporting, and your body will be wrapped in the magic of space. It took about a few seconds in your body. A white light flashed in front of you, and the two had appeared at the council headquarters. Welcome to the Magic Council era. Outside the teleportation array, Altair was standing there with a few soldiers, smiling. You two, follow me. Counselor, Ursha. Iluza was a little surprised. Was the crime she and Knight were charged with so seriously this time? Are there any other counselors waiting here? The two followed Ursha and were taken to the prison of the council. It was not a magic prison, but an ordinary prison. The jailer opened the door. Altia pointed to the cell and said, "It's a bit busy today. Your trial will be tomorrow. Go to the cell first." After that, she looked at Knight again. "I need to ask you something about the ghost. Come with me." Hearing this, Urza immediately defended. "Ask me directly if you have anything to say. I'll take care of him. Don't worry, Urza, I'll be back soon." Knight stopped Urza and then left with Ursha alone. "Where are you taking me?" After walking out of the council house with Ursha, Knight looked back at the council house headquarters building, which was similar to Lucy's villa. "Sister will take you home." Altia took Knight's arm with a smile. Knight pondered, isn't this a bad influence? He came to jail. Altia rolled her eyes at him. You took off the shackles yourself, let's go. Soon after, Knight came to Erlusha's house. Compared to his small house, Erlusha was very rich, with a mansion villa, and a small garden in front of the door, with some flowers and plants. After entering the villa, it was like a newlywed couple. The two hugged and kissed, and the fire was ignited at once. Unconsciously, the clothes were all over the floor, and Knight picked up Erlusha and threw her on the bed. 10,000 words omitted here. The sun set, and the moon jumped into the night sky, shyly hiding behind the clouds. 2 hours passed unconsciously. Erlusha, sweating profusely, rested her head on Knight's arms, eyes soft and charming, full of love. Do you know our system? A forbidden magic, the magic of resurrection. 072 Revive you. Speaker's invitation, visit the headquarters, 4/4 flowers. Our system, the full name of magic is Revive. System, which means resurrection system. It is a magic that uses a living person as a sacrifice to revive a dead person. It was created by the black magician Ziref more than 400 years ago. Do you want to revive you? When he heard Ursha mention the R system, Knight guessed her idea almost instantly. Ursha's flushed face showed a hint of surprise, and her beautiful eyes stared at Knight beside her without blinking. I didn't expect Knight to actually know this magic. The council listed the R system as a taboo magic because it violates humanity. 8 years ago, a black magic cult that worshipped Ziref attempted to build the R system to revive Ziref. At that time, the council destroyed 7 of them. I investigated this matter in the library of the council and found a clue that there seems to be an 8th R system hidden somewhere. Before she finished speaking, Knight lifted the quilt, pulled Ursha to him, raised his right palm and slapped her butt hard. There were a few slaps. Ah! Altia screamed softly and said angrily, why did you hit me? Knight hit her a few more times, using more force. Altia felt a strange feeling, her lower abdomen was numb, and her face turned red. Biting her lips, she stared at him fiercely without saying a word. The R system needs a living sacrifice, do you want to die? Knight's face was calm. It was the first time that Ursha saw his expression like this, and her heart tightened slightly. You want to sacrifice yourself to revive you, are you? How did you guess? Urusha pursed her red lips, feeling aggrieved but still unconvinced. Can't sister find a sacrifice? If you haven't reconciled with your mother yet, I believe you will find an innocent person as a sacrifice. Nate complained in his heart. Of course, at that time, Ursha would not have thought of reviving you. Her biggest wish was to go back in time and return to the time when mom still loves me. Instead of reviving a mother who abandoned her. But now, because of Knight's appearance, you survived as a ghost. The mother and daughter also resolved the misunderstanding of the year. So, Ursha thought of the R system. While thinking, Knight changed from patting to caressing, gently rubbing. I think you are hiding something from me. I'll give you a chance to be honest. Altair was silent for a while, then smiled with relief. Stinky brother, what do you know? So annoying. Can I have a little secret? She sighed. Okay, I'll tell you everything. So. She began to tell the story little by little since she was sent to the Magic Research Institute by her mother when she was a child. Nate knew about Altair's past, but it was more specific to listen to the person involved. Joined the Devil's Heart and learned the lost magic arc of time. Became one of the 7 followers of Purgatory. Disguised as Zerf's ghost in the Tower of Paradise and brainwashed Jalal. After that, she joined the council with Jalal's thought body Zikrane. Sister is actually an evil witch. Will you hate me? Altair's body unconsciously tensed a little. No. Nate had no psychological fluctuations. He was not a local. As a time traveler, he knew about the bad things that Ultia had done. So, you think you don't deserve to live, and you want to use yourself as a living sacrifice to revive your mother. Nate said unhappily, I don't allow it. Ultia was moved, tears welled up in her eyes, and she rarely showed the attitude of a little woman. What should I do then? She hugged Knight tightly, her face pressed against his chest, and her tone was a little confused. I will find a way. Nate got up and put on his clothes. It is unknown whether the R system can revive Ulu, and whether there are any side effects. Are you going to leave? Ultia straightened up. I'm here to go to jail. Nate said helplessly. Could he stay overnight? How lonely Urza was in the cell alone, he couldn't leave her behind for emotional or logical reasons. Wait a minute. Ultia hurriedly got out of bed, her eyes charming and moving. Sister will help you put it on. When Knight returned to the cell, Urza was sitting in the corner of the dark cell. The light projected by the magic net made her face pale. Hearing the sound of the jailer opening the door with a key, Urza looked up and asked with concern. Knight, are you okay? Didn't that woman embarrass you? It's embarrassing, she actually wanted to die as a sacrifice. Knight shook his head and smiled. It's just a frank and in-depth exchange. I also brought back a meal. While answering, he walked into the cell and sat down next to Urza. After the jailer closed the cell, he left. Urza looked at the meal in Knight's hand and showed surprise. Is the council house your home? The prisoners' meals are so rich? Thank you, Knight. Urza took the meal calmly and tasted it. Knight opened the internet and started the Magic Network programming tool. The weekly Sosara section is almost finished, and I will try to finish it before tomorrow. While Urza was eating lunch, she silently observed Knight. When working, Knight's attention is quite amazing, and his profile looks more handsome than his front face. Urza smiled slightly and tried not to make any noise while eating. After eating, she sat quietly beside him and watched Knight write code curiously. Although she couldn't understand it. Unconsciously, late night fell, and the cell was silent. Only the Magic Network interface emitted a faint white light. Knight typed the last piece of code and tested several functions of the new section. There was basically no problem. Finally done. Knight breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head and saw Urza sleeping on his shoulder. It must be said that the fairy queen's sleeping face is very delicate, with a few strands of crimson hair hanging on the tip of her nose. She is completely a sleeping beauty. Night didn't disturb her. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. The Magic Council, the trial court. Night and Urza stood side by side in the judged seat, with the speaker and 9 counselors in front of them. Night looked at a familiar face. Zikaline. This thought body of Jalal was silently observing Night and Urza. The speaker Crawford Shim was reading out a long list of charges. Neither Night nor Urza listened carefully. I'm so sorry for yesterday. Urza apologized for using Night's shoulder as a pillow yesterday. Night shook his head slightly without any expression, and responded in a low voice. You think it's too long too? It's been 10 minutes. Urza couldn't help but want to laugh, but she held it back in the serious trial court. Ahem. Crawford Shim coughed immediately. 2 criminals, please pay attention to the order of the court. Ultia held her chin with one hand and said with a smile. Speaker, just pronounce the verdict. Zikaline also nodded and said, it's just a formality anyway, let's end it quickly. Crawford Shim put down the text helplessly, picked up the hammer, and asked loudly. Regarding the above charges, Night, Urza, do you 2 plead guilty? Plead guilty. Plead guilty. After 2 bangs and a light tap on the hammer, Crawford Shim pronounced the verdict on the spot. Since you 2 have a good attitude of confessing your guilt, I will now pronounce the verdict. 1 day of detention. And Night's ears are finally quiet. Then Speaker, fellow counselors, we'll go back to the cell first. Wait a minute. Crawford Shim reached out to stop them and said with a smile, let's have a meal together. Let's not talk about Urza. Night, it's rare for you to come to the headquarters. I've known your internet magic for a long time. I'll take you to visit the headquarters. After a pause, he said, and I want to ask your opinion on nominating you as one of the 10 holy wizards. Is it appropriate? Is it appropriate to say this in the tribunal? Night was speechless. The council was really a makeshift team. I'm honored. He nodded with a smile. Urza was stunned. Is this a vacation? And a meal and a tour? 073 Official Entry, The New 10 Holy Wizards, Night. Additional Update 3. Chairman Crawford Shim is a fat man with 2 fluffy beards. Night didn't have a deep impression of him. In the plot of fairy tale, he can't be said to be a marginal character, but he is not a particularly important character either. I only remember that he lost the speaker's throne because of the Tower of Paradise incident. Later, in order to regain power, he cooperated with the Dark Guild Hades Gate, and was eventually killed by his own ambition. Of course, that was a matter of the future, and it hasn't happened yet. Night didn't feel any malice in him. Please come this way. Following Crawford Shim, he came to a spacious living room. The speaker personally made tea for the 2 of them. This is my favorite chamomile. I wonder if you 2 are used to it. Arisa picked up the teacup, and the rich aroma was refreshing. Great fragrance, thank you for your hospitality. The Speaker of the Council of Ministers was able to receive such a cordial hospitality thanks to Night. Night was still very cautious. He took a sip after not finding any abnormal magic in the tea. Chamomile is a kind of herb called the apple of the earth. It is the best for making tea. Crawford Shim laughed happily. He looks like an ordinary fat old man. Night nodded in agreement. It was really delicious. Mr. Speaker. It's not working time now. Just call me Mr. Crawford. Crawford Shim wore a ring in his hand. After inputting magic, the magic network interface popped up immediately. Night, your magic network is a great magic. I have been studying it for some time and have always wanted to ask you for advice. You are welcome, Mr. Crawford. What do you want to ask? Night listened attentively. First of all, its coverage range. I haven't asked anyone to test it specifically, but its limit has not been found for the time being. The magic network covers the entire continent. Knight answered affirmatively. Crawford Shim showed an expression of as expected. So that's it, is it just the Ishgar continent, or all continents? The entire continent. Nell answered affirmatively again. There are several continents in the fairy tale world. The kingdom of Fiori is located in the eastern continent, called Ishgar. As a permanent neutral country, Fiori has a population of only 17 million. It is located in the lower left corner of Ishgar and is just a peninsula on the continent. There are about 500 guilds in the entire Ishgar region. Crawford Shim showed an astonished look. It can actually cover the entire continent, it's amazing. Knight, your online commission function is very convenient. I want to promote it to the entire Ishgar. For this, I need more rings. You make all these rings, right? Is there any difficulty in mass production? Our council can provide necessary help. Promote it to the entire Ishgar? Knight was a little surprised. Is it to facilitate the management of the major guilds? You can say that this will be an innovation. The efficiency of the council is a little slow now. It will be more convenient with the help of your magic network. Crawford Shim opened a chat group. The name of the group is Council, with 10 members. A speaker and 9 council members. This chat group is also very convenient. There is no need to hold a meeting every time for communication. It's just. Crawford Shim scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Typing is a bit troublesome. Do you have any way to transform it into a telepathic communication like telepathy? Knight did not comment on this. Of course he knew the convenience of voice communication. But there is a key problem. The consumption of magic power will be very large. The transmission of text puts much less burden on the internet. However, the number of registered internet users has reached nearly 8,000. It should be able to withstand the voice function. Thinking of this, Knight nodded and said, "It can be done, Mr. Crawford. When the next version is updated, I will add this function to the magic network." After a pause, he said, "Do you have any other suggestions? You can bring them up together. It's good that it can be done. Alas, it's always inconvenient for an old man like me to type." Crawford Shim laughed and touched his big bald head. "Since we can talk directly, then what about the picture? Can the picture be done?" "Fuck, you really dare to ask?" Knight complained in his heart that there is sound and picture, and the combination of the two can be made into a live broadcast. The magic power consumption of transmitting the live picture will be even greater. It can be done, maybe it will have to wait until the next version. Knight answered unsurely. Is it really possible to do anything? Crawford Shim was shocked. Is the principle of your internet magic to integrate other magics, just like the library and the corresponding ancient documents? That's right. Knight nodded and quickly changed the subject, fearing that the fat old man would make any excessive demands again. It's like a novel author facing readers urging for updates. The author also wants to update 10 times a day, but he can't write it. Let's get back to the topic just now. Knight took out a cloth bag and put it on the tea table. This is 1000 first generation magic network rings, which can only be used by wizards. I think the Council of Review needs this very much. Yes, very much. It's just too expensive. Crawford Shim was embarrassed. The price of 1 million J per ring, the Council of Review doesn't have that much funding. 1000 pieces is 1 billion J. It's not that there is no such money, but there is no extra money. The Council of Review is all funded by the government, and each amount has a specific amount, so he can't embezzle it casually. This is only 10,000 J each. Knight was happy in his heart. It seems that Makarov scared Crawford last time. Really? That's a great help. I will use these rings properly. Crawford Shim nodded happily. Knight continued, as for you want more, I can provide you with the second generation of rings, which can be used by ordinary people. After the first batch is completed, I can sell it to the council at a friendly price. Friendly, translated as making a lot of money. Let Lucy's father talk to the council at that time. Finally, Knight thought for a while and said, "As for you wanting to manage the magic world more conveniently, I have a suggestion here." As he said, he opened his magic network and showed the old speaker a section that had not been updated yet. Weekly saw Shara. Seeing this thing, Crawford Shim's eyes lit up. After listening to Knight's introduction, he immediately understood. Applauding. "This is great. You must make a section like this for the council. With a section belonging to the council, it will be much more convenient to convey the council's orders in the future. And as the speaker, he can't escape the credit." "Don't worry, Mr. Crawford, I will add it in the next version update." Knight agreed. This is an official institution, he is looking forward to it. Speaking of official institutions, shouldn't they give an official certification? Okay, Knight, I really didn't make a mistake, your magic is incredible." Crawford Shim laughed and looked very happy. "By the way, about nominating you as one of the 10 holy mages. I am honored." Knight thought, "I got the 10 holy mages for free, I got it." Next, the two continued to communicate on the internet, completely forgetting Urza. Urza was not angry about this, but listened carefully to the communication between the two sides. 3.2 couldn't help but feel a little admiration for Knight. It's amazing. It can chat and laugh with a big man like the speaker and reach a cooperative relationship with the council. Knight is not an ordinary magician, but a genius who can bring changes to the magic world. Urza remembered the evaluation of President Makarov, and at this moment she really experienced the weight of this sentence. A pleasant conversation lasted for a long time. Speaker Crawford Shim invited the two to have dinner together. In the afternoon, he turned down many tasks and personally took the two to visit the council. Finally, he didn't even have to stay in prison, and directly arranged a guest room. The next day, he was released after serving his sentence. The council proposed to award Knight the Order of the Holy Ten, and it was passed unanimously. So, after the meeting, the council held a grand awarding ceremony. Zikaline, who was also a Holy Ten, personally delivered the Order of the Holy Ten and handed it to Knight. Ultia, who came with him, smiled lightly. "From now on, you will be a Holy Ten wizard." 074 Stripping Gerald's vest. The Order of the Holy Ten is a round blue metal. There are 2 horizontal and vertical protrusions intersecting on the front, and in the 4 corners of the intersection, there are 4 petal-shaped patterns. The whole is very light, as if it is made of some kind of magic iron. In addition to the metal itself, Knight was also given a magic robe of the Holy Ten. The material of the robe looked quite expensive, with the emblem of the Holy Ten printed on the back. After the awarding ceremony, Knight and Urza followed the staff of the council and left. They were sent to the gate. Then, "Mr. Knight, Ms. Urza, we will send you here." The staff said hello and turned to leave. Knight couldn't help complaining, "Why don't you use teleportation magic to send us back?" Urza shook her head, "The council has always been like this. Forget it, I can do it." Knight was too lazy to care about this matter, anyway, he could fly Thunder God. It's just that the distance is a bit far, and if you want to teleport back all at once, it will probably consume a lot of magic. Before going back, go to the shops here first and bring some gifts back for everyone. Knight suggested. Urza suddenly felt funny, "You are here for tourism after all. Let's go." Immediately, the two went down the mountain. The council headquarters is built on a truncated cone-shaped mountain. There are almost no trees, only bare yellow land. The top of the truncated cone is a flat area, with a winding mountain road leading to the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain is a bustling town. The two walked side by side. Just after a few steps, a man walked out from behind a statue in front. Iluza's expression instantly became much more serious, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Zikaline. Long time no see, Urza." Zikaline raised his mouth slightly and walked closer. "You don't have to be so nervous. What do you want to say?" Iluza's eyes were sharp, and she looked at her enemies. Zikaline approached her and stretched out his hand to pinch Urza's chin. "Before you leave, I want to remind you." Nate grabbed the other's wrist in advance, his face calm. "Can you please stop harassing the girls in our guild?" Zikaline's words were interrupted, and he smiled and withdrew his hand. "Excuse me." After a pause, he walked around Urza and left. At the moment of passing by, he lowered his voice to warn. "It will be good for both of us if you can shut up about that matter." Urza's face was ugly, and her slender eyebrows were wrinkled. Until the footsteps behind her faded away, she whispered, "Thank you." "That matter?" Nate thought about it and pretended not to know. "If it's inconvenient, I can pretend not to hear it." "No, it's not a secret that can't be told. Let's go." Urza pulled Knight's arm and wanted to leave eagerly. The two walked along the winding mountain road. After a while, Urza regained her composure. "When I was a kid, I knew a man named Jalal who did a lot of bad things. He's still doing bad things now, right? And Zakrane is Jalal's twin brother. As a brother, he doesn't stop his brother from doing evil." Iluza took a deep breath and clenched her fists, saying, "When I first met him, I mistook him for Jalal." "Really?" Knight didn't comment. Iluza said angrily, "Maybe he doesn't want me to mention his brother in front of other counselors, especially the speaker, which will affect his evaluation as a counselor. Anyway, I hate that guy." Nate couldn't help laughing. Someone like Urza would actually express her dislike for someone. It's a rare situation. "What are you laughing at?" Urza asked in confusion. "Is there a possibility? He's lying to you." Nate pointed to his eyes. "My 6 eyes told me that it was a thought body." What? Urza suddenly stopped, her face full of shock. Zikaline and Knight, she definitely believed what Knight said. One was a hated person, and the other was a companion in the guild. "Zikaline is a thought body?" she repeated in surprise. "Yes." "Has it always been a thought body?" "Always." Nate thought for a while, and then answered with certainty, "From the first time I saw him, the thought body has been active." After a pause, he exclaimed, "It's amazing. Neither the speaker nor the other counselors could have discovered it." This sentence is sincere. Should we say that Jalal's thought body magic is too powerful, so real that his colleagues can't detect it? Or should we say that the council is full of rubbish? Considering that they just gave him a Holy 10 medal, Knight chose the former. Could it be? Arisa widened her beautiful eyes and turned around to go back. Knight grabbed her. "What are you going to do? Question him in person?" "As expected of you, Urza." Knight complained in his heart, "You don't have any evidence." "Knight, you are the witness. You believe it, but others may not." Arisa calmed down and gritted her teeth and said, "Thought body is he Jalal? What is this bastard planning? A thought body can get the title of Holy 10. Is Jalal's magic so powerful now? Tower of Paradise." Thinking of this, Urza looked up and looked at Knight seriously. "Knight, I have a request. I can probably guess what you are going to say." Knight's eyes twitched slightly, and he suddenly regretted stripping Jalal's vest. This was the second time he saw this look. The last time was in the guild's infirmary. Sure enough, Urza's next words came true. "I want to go to a place called the Tower of Paradise, and I hope you will accompany me." Knight didn't really want to go, and his brain thought quickly. "The Tower of Paradise? Where is it?" "I don't know, it's a small island on the sea, but where exactly is it? In the vast sea, I don't know how to find it." Urza sighed and frowned. "I asked about the R system on the magic network before, but Voldemort didn't answer." In fact, she has been investigating the Tower of Paradise for many years. But there has been no gain. It was not until some time ago, when she saw Voldemort reply to Natsu's post, that she could not help but try to ask him. Voldemort. Nate was a little surprised. He hardly paid attention to the forum replies of the trumpet, but he did not expect Urza to ask. Anyway, let's go back first. You can post about the Tower of Paradise. Maybe someone will know. Well, you make sense. Urza nodded. Next, the two went down the mountain to the town to buy a lot of gifts and spent a lot of money. At the same time, the council headquarters, Zakrane's office. He stood by the window and watched the two go down the mountain. Behind him, Ultia covered her mouth and chuckled. What's the point of deliberately running to warn that woman? Lord Zakrane. She is a necessary sacrifice. Zakrane raised the corner of his mouth. The R system is about to be completed, and she will take the initiative to walk into my paradise. The Tower of Paradise. Ultia thought. At this point, what devil's heart, what great magic world, what paradise tower. She doesn't care anymore. She only cares about two things now. Resurrect her mother Uru, and her beloved knight. Hey, how can I revive Uru? Ultia sighed silently. Her stinky brother didn't allow her to sacrifice herself. Although she was very touched, she couldn't think of a better way except the Paradise Tower. Will you have a way? Sister can only look forward to you. 0750.5 version update, President. The President is writing a review. Iluza accompanied Knight on a shopping spree in the town. It's a rare trip to the Magic Council headquarters. Bring some small gifts back for everyone in the guild. Lucy likes. Nate opened the internet and found his friend work hard to make money. Clicked on the personal profile and saw the column of favorite things. The answer was books and stars. The key of the star spirit, even the most common silver key, costs tens of thousands of J. Lucy, a mere figure, still owes him more than 10 million. So Knight went to the bookstore and bought a copy of the most popular novel at the moment, which only cost 1,400 J. After asking the bookstore manager, the book has not yet been published in the Kingdom of Fiori. It seems fine to give it to Lucy as a small gift. Then there's Myra. Knight knew what Myra Jane liked without even looking at it. It was cooking. It happened to be that he bought another cooking-related book at the bookstore, which was 700 J more expensive than Lucy's novel. Then there were Natsu, Gray, Elfman, Kana, Levy. He also didn't forget about Happy and President Makarov. At the end, he spent more than 100,000. By the way, Urza, what gift do you want? When preparing to return, Knight suddenly remembered the female knight beside him. Urza was surprised. I don't need it. Let me think. Knight pinched his chin. He saw a pair of prismatic earrings under Urza's crimson hair. Such small details were not noticed at first. Thinking carefully, this serious girl with the nickname Fairy Queen is actually a woman who likes to dress up. Knight remembered that her outfits included maid outfits, nurse outfits, bunny girls. There were all kinds of uniforms. Is it the so-called contrast cuteness? It should be said that if you think about it in this way, Knight suddenly thinks that Urza's personality is also quite interesting. I've thought of it. Don't move around here. I'll go buy an orange. Leaving behind, Knight left in a hurry. Orange. Aerosol looked confused. Was he going to give her an orange as a gift? After a while, Knight returned. This is for you. This pair of earrings matches your hair color better. The index finger and thumb held a pair of exquisite black crystal pendants. Arisa was stunned. Knight was the first person to give her earrings. No, did anyone give her a gift before that? Thinking carefully, no. It should be because she was too strict with everyone, so no one dared to give her a gift. Stretching out her fair palm to take the pair of earrings, Urza placed them in her palm and observed them carefully. Very delicate earrings, crescent-shaped, inlaid with black crystals. The combination of red and black has been regarded as one of the most classic combinations since ancient times. Black has a mysterious characteristic. As a foil color, it will highlight her crimson hair color. Thank you, Knight. I like it very much. Iluza smiled and accepted the kindness. Well, I should give you a gift too. What are you going to give me? Knight was a little bit expectant. Stand here and don't move. I'm going to buy an orange too. Iluza smiled and left immediately. Knight stood alone on the street, staring at the other person in amazement. Has this been guessed? Impossible, Urza still understands this? She is not a time traveler. Maybe she doesn't understand, but she must have heard his teasing and joking just now. Bad, she learned it. After a while, Urza came back with a gift, and the black crystal earrings were already on her earlobes. How is it? She deliberately lifted her long hair to show the earrings. Knight commented, it fits well. Iluza also nodded seriously, I think it fits well too. By the way, this is a gift for you. A small gift box. Let's take it apart later. Knight nodded. In fact, he knew what was inside without taking it apart. Then let's go, hold my hand tight. Knight took Urza's hand and activated the space-time magic. On the busy street, a golden magic circle appeared under their feet, and the strong magic flowed, attracting the attention of passers-by. The next moment, they disappeared together. The teleportation location was an apartment. Such a long-distance teleportation, and taking one person with him, consumed Knight's magic power of 3 stars at once. Back to the guild. To be precise, it was lunchtime when we returned to the construction site. There was no one on the construction site, and everyone was on the underground floor. This place was originally a warehouse, where some magic crystals, ingredients, and other things were stored. Now that the guild is being rebuilt, it has been temporarily transformed into a tavern. Seeing Knight and Urza return, everyone came to greet them. Nate, Urza, you're finally back. If you don't come back, Natsu will go to the headquarters and make a scene. Hey? Is that a gift? It's something Natsu would do. Nate had no doubt about this. It's just a formality, there's nothing to worry about. When we came back, Urza and I brought some gifts for everyone. Everyone gets one. As he spoke, he took out small gifts from the gift bag. They were basically priced at 1 or 2,000. Macau, this pipe is yours, but you'd better smoke less. Levi, this light pen is one of the most expensive gifts. Kana, this is a new tarot card. A group of people excitedly surrounded Knight, and they were all very happy after receiving the gifts. Wow, so many gifts. Tarot cards? I just want to change a deck recently, thank you, Knight. Do I have one too? Do I have one too? Myra Jane came over with a smile, and did not disturb everyone's fun. No wonder Knight is so popular, there is a reason why everyone likes him. After distributing the gifts, everyone dispersed. Will I have one? Myra blinked and took the initiative to speak. If everyone has one and she doesn't, she will cry. Of course I have one, I also bought one for the president. Knight laughed and simply handed the gift bag to Myra. Where's the president? By the way, the president also said that he would teach him super magic fairy law. President. Myra Jane happily took the gift bag and answered helplessly, the president is writing a self-criticism. Writing a self-criticism? It seems that there is no time to teach him magic these days. Nate felt quite sympathetic about this. The poor old man didn't know how many days he would have to write. However, if he couldn't learn fairy law for the time being, he could learn another one first. Nate's eyes swept across the warehouse and quickly found the target. Werlin. Werlin was opening the gift and looked up when he heard it. Nate? Just tell me what you need. I will help you even if it means going through fire and water. Walian's full name is Valian Lako. In the Fairy Tale Guild, he looks like an inconspicuous character. But one cannot judge a person by his appearance. Valian is a relatively strong wizard in the guild. The magic he mastered is telepathy. Nate sat opposite Valian. I will develop the voice chat function next. I want to learn telepathy from you. Can you teach me? Valian was stunned for a moment and smiled. Don't worry, I will do my best to teach you. Time flies, and another week has passed. Valian taught Knight telepathy magic without reservation. The difficulty of learning this magic can only be considered medium, and it can even be said to be simple compared to the thought body. Haonyo Zhao. Knight mastered the basics in 2 days. This terrifying learning ability shocked Valian. In fact, telepathy is not just about telepathy, and telepathy is only the most basic ability of telepathy. If you practice to a high level, you can read the opponent's thoughts in battle. Knight does not need to practice telepathy to a very strong level. He just decipher the magic principle of telepathy, absorb the knowledge, and then write it into the underlying code of the deep web. Therefore, after spending 2 days learning the basics, Knight invited Valian to dinner as a thank you. In the next few days, he worked hard to write code. Voice communication, the council section, and the magic network express you that the tool person of the thought body is developing. If you don't push yourself, you really don't know how capable you are. In just 1 week, all 3 projects were completed. After typing the last piece of code, Knight finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is it because I have a tool person that makes me even busier? Am I born to write code? He complained to himself in his heart. Nate is going to update the 0.5 version of the Magic Network, which will be a major update. 076 Voice Chat and Magic Network Express, Magical Bug. Before updating the 0.5 version, Knight needs to test it first. This update has several times more content than before, and he is not sure that there will be no bugs in what he wrote. Open the friend list and find the friend named Crawford Shim to show the online status. This was added at the council headquarters before. Sigma Man, Mr. Crawford, the council section has been made. Sigma Man, click the font below to synchronize your magic network, and you can see it after restarting once. Sigma Man, Magic Council Era, synchronize. The fat old man didn't reply, but Knight saw his name suddenly dimmed and then showed offline. But after a while, he logged in again. Crawford Shim, I see. Knight, what should I do? Sigma Man, I have opened all the permissions of the section, and there are instructions for use. In order to avoid the other party being confused, Knight had to guide him personally. The full name of the section is Magic Council Era. After Crawford Shim clicked sync, his ring had all the permissions of the section. It took Knight half an hour to explain most of the functions of the section. Sigma Man, there is not much content in this section now, you can add and modify it yourself. Sigma Man, for example, 587 can first write the history of the Magic Council, the structure of the organization, the lofty ideals of the organization, etc. Crawford Shim, great. Thank you, Knight. Crawford Shim Mew, I'll study it first, and I'll treat you well next time you come to the headquarters. Nothing good will happen if you go to the headquarters. Who wants to go to the headquarters for no reason? Nate rolled his eyes, said a few words to the fat old man, and then turned to open another friend's private chat. Send the message quickly. Sigma Man, Weekly Saw Shara is ready. You can sync it by clicking the name below. Jason, cool. Before Knight could send it, reporter Jason sent a cool word. Sigma Man, Weekly Saw Shara, synchronize. Sigma Man, after synchronization, your account will get all permissions. Sigma Man, I think, with your wisdom, you don't need me to teach you, you will definitely figure it out by yourself. After saying that, he ignored the other party and let Jason study it by himself. After handing over the 2 new sections to their respective clients, what Knight really needs to test are 2 new features: Magic Web Express and Voice Chat. Who should I ask for help in testing? Knight randomly selected a lucky viewer from his friend list. Seeing Lucy online, it's you. Immediately, he forced Lucy's account. Lucy on the other side immediately lost the connection, and after a while, she took the initiative to send a private message. Make money, Nate. Make money, I just lost connection with the magic network. Do you know what happened? Make money, I asked the people in the guild group. I am the only one like this. Is my ring broken? The apartment next door. Lucy had just finished taking a shower and walked out of the bathroom wearing a bath towel. While wiping her wet hair with a towel, she typed a question with one hand. At this time, an application popped up in the interface. User Sigma Man applied to have a voice chat with you. Do you agree? There is also a countdown, which is 5 seconds by default. It will be automatically rejected when the countdown ends. Voice chat. Lucy whispered in surprise, is it done so quickly? So it was a synchronous update of the magic network just now. Curiously pressed the agree button. The next moment, Knight's voice sounded in her heart. Knight, hey, can you hear me? Lucy was startled, not prepared at all. Knight, hey? Something went wrong? Lucy. Lucy, I'm here. Lucy hurriedly responded and shouted. Then she realized that she didn't need to speak out loud. Lucy, I heard it. So cool. Is this telepathy? Knight, you can understand it that way. Say a few more words and I'll see if there's anything wrong. Lucy, what should I say? Lucy was a little excited. This voice chat seemed to be much more convenient than typing, and she could hear Knight's voice directly. Knight's voice was really nice. She thought to herself. Lucy, Knight's voice was really nice. Lucy, no. Lucy, why would I say what I thought directly? Nate, aren't you good at talking? Nate, I love to hear it, praise me more. Lucy's face turned red, embarrassed and shy, her little feet in cool slippers could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Damn Knight, are you teasing me on purpose? And then, not surprisingly, this inner voice was also transmitted through the magic network. Lucy, no. That's not what I said. Nate, I heard it, deduct your salary. Lucy, no, demon, devil. Vampire. Lucy, Nate is awesome, Lord Knight is so handsome, Lord Knight, please don't deduct my money. Madly hypnotizing herself in her heart, Lucy said a lot of good things in a row. Nate, okay, no kidding. It seems that there are still some small problems with voice chat, I have to change it later. The inner thoughts will be read directly. Although it sounds interesting, it is not good news for users. Lucy, so I am an experimental subject. Lucy, thanks to me, why don't you thank me, stupid Knight? Lucy, no. I didn't mean to say that. Lucy was mad, covering her red face, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She suspected that Knight would come from next door, so she hurried to the dressing table and took out her underwear from the drawer. Knight, calm down Lucy, there is another function that needs your help to test. Lucy, and? Will you pay me? Inner thoughts. Knight, I will increase your salary by 100J. At this time, a prompt popped up again in the private chat interface of the Magic Network. User Sigma Man sent you a Magic Network Express, do you want to receive it? Express delivery? Lucy blinked and subconsciously pressed the button to agree. Suddenly, a golden magic circle unfolded in front of her. The next second, the panties that had just been taken out of the drawer disappeared in front of her. Lucy, my panties! The shocked inner thoughts were immediately sent out along the magic network. On the other side, Nate was holding a book in his hand, but found that the book was not sent over. On the contrary, there was a pair of sexy panties on the book. Damn it, who wrote the shitty code that could write the sender and the recipient in reverse? Oh, it's me. That's okay. Nate was speechless and gently picked up the panties that Lucy sent over. This is too economical in fabric, and it's black lace. It should be said that the young lady is quite bold in her dress. Nate, I didn't expect you to be like this, Lucy. Lucy, give it back to me quickly. Shameful voice. Accompanied by the voice in her mind, with a bang, Lucy ran over from next door wearing a white bath towel. 077 Cute Lucy, First Kiss, an official update 0.5 version, 4/4 flowers required. Lucy ran into Knight's room with a white bath towel wrapped around her. Just happened to see Knight holding her panties. I am too embarrassed to see anyone. Destroy the world. Give it back to me. She screamed and ran over in a hurry, wanting to snatch back the underwear that was shameful to people. As a result, she slipped and flew towards Knight. Ah! Lucy screamed and was about to fall flat on her face. Kate got up and hugged her. Lucy, who had just come out of the bath, exuded the fragrance of shower gel. Be careful. Nate said helplessly, do you want to kill me with your head? It's just a pair of underwear. You don't have to die with me. Thank you, thank you. Lucy thanked him in shock at first, and then she heard what Knight said, and immediately snatched the underwear back in shame and anger. You still say it. It's all your fault. Forget it. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, she was so shy. She quickly rolled up her black lace panties and hid them behind her. This was a behavior that was too hasty, and she completely forgot that she was only wearing a yukata. The large movement made the yukata open up. Under the red jade neck, the two peaks were like white jade, and the exquisite body was outlined by beautiful lines. Nate subconsciously made a comparison. The 6 eyes were used to the extreme at this moment, and almost captured every detail instantly. Almost as white as Ultia, ugh, and about the same age. Ah! Then there was a scream. A few minutes later, Lucy changed into pajamas. Of course, they were Knight's men's pajamas. She knelt at the tea table in a duck-like posture, holding a cup of hot chamomile tea in her hand, with her eyebrows lowered and her face flushed. From time to time, she glanced at Knight with shyness and annoyance. I'm going to die. I've been seen naked. Damn Knight. Although I can't blame him, who else can I blame? The wooden floor is too slippery. She took a sip of the hot tea in her hand, and the fragrance was fragrant, like vanilla blooming in her mouth. Lucy's eyes lit up and she thought. It tastes so good, what kind of tea is this? Chamomile tea, the Speaker of the Council gave it to me. Knight was busy modifying the code, and he didn't forget to take the time to answer the eldest lady's doubts. How do you know what I'm thinking? Lucy opened her beautiful eyes. Our voice chat has been on all the time. Knight snorted, have you been scolding me in your heart for a long time? Lucy was petrified on the spot. Mashiro. Knight teased. Lucy blushed instantly. Stop talking nonsense. Forget it. The eldest lady fought with Knight. Stop it, can't you see I'm busy? After the two of them played around for a while, Lucy finally suppressed her shame. Knight shook his head, temporarily put the beauty he had just seen into the corner of his memory, and concentrated on modifying the code. It was very simple to modify the express delivery function, just swap the sender and the recipient. But voice chat was very troublesome. He checked the code, but couldn't find where the problem was. By the way, can this be considered a bug? You can read your opponent's thoughts by telepathy. Although Knight only learned the basics of telepathy, he didn't have this advanced ability. But writing into the deep web actually showed the characteristics of reading inner thoughts. so, what I have to do now is to weaken the function of voice chat. Reading the inner thoughts of the object can be opened as an advanced version and paid for. Maybe some young couples like to play like this? Unable to find the problem, Knight simply gave up. He frowned and thought for a long time, and immediately decided to make the best of it. So, the sky is the limit. When the program can run, don't make random changes, this is the inevitable path for every programmer. Go. With the decision, Knight quickly added a new function to voice chat. In short, castrate this function. In the ordinary version of voice chat, users can only say what they want to say. In the advanced version of voice chat, users can also force what they don't want to say. Tell it out. Of course, in order to protect user privacy, the advanced version requires both parties in the chat to agree to open it. However, this constraint is useless to Knight. He can unilaterally help others to open it. While writing code, Knight was very focused. Lucy sat beside him, holding a cup of chamomile tea in her hand, watching him work silently. As she watched, she didn't know what she remembered, and her face blushed again. Recalling the embarrassing situation just now, her heart was thumping non-stop. Look at him carefully, he is exactly my type. He looks handsome, and now he is one of the 10 saints, and he also created the magic network. He is on the weekly sorcerer, and he will definitely be the one who wants to be the most ranked boyfriend. Wait, the voice chat is turned off. Lucy suddenly remembered the voice chat, and quickly turned on the magic network. She was relieved after confirming that it was turned off. If her inner words just now were heard, she would want to die. Done. At this time, Knight finally fixed the bug. When he turned around, he saw Lucy still blushing, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Is it necessary to be so shy? How about I show it to you, so we can be even? No way. Pervert. Lucy glared at him angrily, put down the cold chamomile tea, got up and walked out the door. I'm going to sleep. Wait. Knight also got up and pulled her. What else? The young lady just turned around and was kissed on the mouth. Her beautiful eyes widened and revealed an incredible look. My first kiss. Okay, are you happy? After kissing for more than 10 seconds, Knight let go of the young lady with a smile on his face. Lucy covered her mouth, and the whole person was dizzy. Like a machine, she turned stiffly with a creak. 3I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. Then she ran out of the door. What a cute reaction. Knight couldn't help but chuckle. What the young lady didn't know was that she thought the voice chat was turned off. In fact, for Knight, he could still hear Lucy's inner thoughts unilaterally. Oh, I was impulsive and rewarded her. Knight sat back at the tea table helplessly and chatted with the fat old man, the speaker, and the reporter Jason. After confirming that they had all learned how to use it, he synchronized the update with peace of mind. After writing the update announcement, press the full network synchronization button. The next moment, all accounts lost connection with the magic network. Finally, I can sleep peacefully. After finishing the work, Knight felt relieved. But after thinking about it, he posted another top post on the forum. Update bug feedback post. Perhaps there are more outrageous bugs, so Knight opened a user feedback channel out of worry. This time, he really went to bed and didn't even bother to take a shower. On the other side, Lucy returned to her room and tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. My mind was full of Knight and the wonderful feeling of being kissed. 0785 Magic, lively forum posts. Magic Internet Alpha 0.5 version update announcement. 1 added a new section weekly saw share to Magic Network, see details. 2 added a new section Magic Council era to Magic Network, see details. 3 added special certification for some special accounts. An account with a yellow V mark in the lower right corner of the nickname means that the account is certified by an institution, such as Weekly Saw Shara. An account with a blue V mark in the lower right corner of the nickname means that the account is an account of the Magic Council era. The lower right corner of the nickname, an account with a red V mark, indicates that the account is personally certified. An account with a black V mark in the lower right corner of the nickname indicates that the holder of the account is a black magician. Generally, special certification requires active application and will be marked after verification. Developer's message: there won't be a black magician who will apply for it, right? If there is such a brave man, I personally admire him. 4. Added a new function, voice chat for Magic Network, see details. 5. Added a new function, Magic Network Express for Magic Network, see details. 6. This update is a beta version. If you find any abnormal problems, please feedback can be made through the update bug feedback post on the forum. Valid feedback will receive high points. 7. Fixed some outrageous bugs. This is a major update that far exceeds the previous ones. While Night was sleeping, the outside world had already caused a sensation because of this update. Even in the middle of the night, there were still a group of night owls who refused to sleep. Many people were happily starting to experience various new features. Of course, there were also a group of people who were eyeing the update bug feedback post. All of a sudden, hundreds of wizards flooded into the forum and found the official pinned post in red font at a glance. Update bug feedback post. Dear users of Magic Internet, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I am Knight, the developer of Magic Network, nicknamed Sigma Man. This 0.5 version update adds a lot of content, and there may be some errors that I haven't found yet. If you find any abnormalities, please leave a message in this post for feedback. Depending on the specific situation, you will receive rewards ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 points. By the way, I would like to thank the Magic Council era and the speaker Mr. Crawford Shim. I am honored to be awarded the title of the 10 Great Mages of the Holy Land. To celebrate, users who leave messages in this post will receive a reward of 500 points. Each user is limited to once. That's all. Developer, Knight. Geralakis, congratulations, Mr. Knight. As both of you are the 10 Great Mages of the Holy Land, I think we can communicate more about magic in the future. When he was young, he was a handsome guy. Little Knight has become a saint 10 all of a sudden. Sure enough, the council has good vision. Congratulations. Do you want to come to our Blue Pegasus? Jinalai right, Sigma Man, I heard that you are a handsome guy. Do you want to date me? Rose.jpg. Jinalai right, traveler who set out, last week's Sosara, I am the cover girl again. What about you? Hum.jpg. Jinalai right, Sigma Man, how to conduct personal authentication, I am Janelia Wright, the Wizard of Blue Pegasus. Jiaode, close-up touch of the developer in the front row. Lickingtongue.jpg. Windy Warrior, 500 points. My 500 points. Thank you, Knight. Dog is a friend, Jinalai right? Can I add you as a friend? Death, Humph, you can become the Holy 10, but the Holy 10 is nothing more than this. Promise? Isn't the person upstairs the Black Magician Allegory? I heard that Iron Forest attacked the President's Alliance and was defeated by Lord Knight with one punch. Death, Eliger damn regular dogs. Dream Duke, ha 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 ha, I heard that their Iron Forest was completely destroyed, and even the presidents were not seen. Laughing and crying.jpg. Iaka, pft, laughing to death, Allegory dares to appear in the forum? Wasn't it embarrassing enough last time? Posey, Mr. Knight, don't pay attention to this jumping clown. Death, Eliger you bunch of regular dogs wait for me, Allegory, will come back sooner or later. Death, Eliger the 6 demon generals will destroy you. Posey, traveler who set out, Miss Myra, why don't you ban him? I was banned for a long time last time. The speed of building the bug feedback post is extraordinary. Some people asked for Garnet's friend, and some thanked him for giving points. There were also some spam posts, just to show up in the front row. No one reported the bug. The next day, Knight had a good sleep. When he woke up, he immediately noticed something wrong with his body. My magic power has increased. The full magic power in his body gave him a very good feeling. Opened the system panel and took a look. Magic. Not bad, I finally reached the level of LAXUS0. Knight nodded with satisfaction. When he got up and prepared to wash up, URU appeared from the deep web. Knight, it's not good. URU looked a little tired. What's wrong? Knight frowned, is there a bug? URU shook his head, I've been paying attention to the feedback post, and I don't see any problems at the moment. After a pause, he said, the growth of the magic power source of the deep web has suddenly slowed down a lot. Knight's thoughts moved, and his consciousness entered the deep web. The deep web world of 0 and 1. Different from the last time he entered the deep web. In order to make URU get used to staying here, the deep web now is completely a world of ice and snow. There is a small wooden house in the snow. Most of the time, URU lives in the wooden house to manage the magic web for him. Of course, all this is false and not something that actually exists. Although it is extremely real. After Knight entered the deep web, URU immediately followed in. With a snap, Knight snapped his fingers, and the ice and snow under their feet suddenly shattered into 0 and 1. The two fell into darkness and finally stood in front of a huge light source. URU said seriously. The growth rate of the magic source was very fast before, but since you updated it, it has slowed down a lot. Knight felt it silently. The reserve magic in front of him is about equivalent to 400 stars. It has expanded twice as much as before. It's still growing, although it's much slower. Knight thought for a moment and said, sure enough, whether it's express delivery or voice, the magic power consumed is much higher than before. Will it stagnate if it continues like this? URU asked with concern, if the consumption is too large, the magic source may shrink and dry up. It was just updated yesterday, and it's normal to consume a little more. It should enter a stable state later. Knight reached out from the magic source, grabbed 5-star magic power in one breath, and injected it into URU's body. In an instant, URU was completely solidified. If ordinary people look at it with the naked eye, they can no longer tell that she is a ghost. Suddenly reward me with so much magic power. URU looked surprised. Thank your daughter. Knight thought to himself that she didn't know that he and Ultia were together. You've worked hard recently, so I'll give you a reward. Knight smiled faintly, you can go out more when you have time. Staying here all the time will be too depressing mentally. He promised Urusha to take good care of URU, so he couldn't break his promise. 079 Magic Recovery Potion? URU's shock. Go out for a walk? That's good. I've been in the deep web for too long recently, and I feel my soul is a little withered. URU nodded with a smile, agreeing with Knight's proposal. Knight snapped his fingers, and the two were immediately surrounded by 0 and 1. In a blink of an eye, they returned to the real world. It's just a new version. Don't you really need me to watch? URU was very responsible and asked while taking off her clothes. Her clothes were all illusions condensed by magic, and the action of taking off her clothes was just a habit in her life. When she felt relaxed, she naturally changed into a state of wearing only underwear. Can you change your clothes back first? Knight was speechless. URU has a deep attainment in ice-shaping magic. If she were alive today, she would probably be one of the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land. Her practice method is quite special. She would get close to the nature of ice and snow and feel the world of ice and snow with her body. This bad habit of taking off clothes casually was probably developed during practice. Sorry, I'm used to it. URU was slightly startled at first, then she put her hands on her waist and showed her beautiful figure. Speaking of which, Knight, why don't I just teach you ice-shaping magic? Do you want to learn it? I don't want to develop the habit of taking off clothes casually. It's easy to be regarded as a pervert. Knight rolled his eyes at her and went to the bathroom to wash up. You couldn't help laughing, and his smile was as beautiful as Urusha's. Ha ha ha, this is indeed a problem. While washing up, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Task: develop a new internet section weekly share and make the user scale of this section exceed 5,000 people. Reward: the recipe for making physical recovery potion or magic recovery potion. Task completed. Please choose your reward. Knight paused slightly while brushing his teeth, and was a little surprised. It was completed so quickly? The section was just updated yesterday, and 5,000 people followed weekly share this morning. Is it the new issue of the weekly published online? Knight thought, and planned to go online to see what attracted 5,000 people's attention. As for the task reward, after a little thought, he still chose blue medicine. The magic recovery potion is actually useless to Knight. For him personally, it was right to choose red potion. But as a magic potion, he doesn't need blue potion, others will need it. Not only that. Before, when he defeated Joseph of the Holy Ten, his magic power dried up twice and he instantly recovered to full status twice. Sooner or later, others will know about this. Nate didn't want to expose the secret of the internet so early. Therefore, as long as he made a magic power recovery potion, he could use it as a shield. Others asked, why do you have endless magic power? Answer: drink medicine. Let's take it. After careful consideration, Knight made a choice. Detected that the host is in the world of fairy tale, and developed a formula based on the herbs in that world. Developing 1% 99%. Development completed. In an instant, a lot of knowledge about magic potion emerged in Knight's mind. The huge and complex content made him feel slightly dizzy. After more than 10 seconds, Knight gradually regained consciousness. It can actually automatically research a magic power recovery potion based on the herbs in the fairy tale world. Knight had to sigh that the system was really awesome. It's just that Knight had hardly heard of the herbs needed to make the potion. No, it's better to say. Before today, he only knew one kind of herb. I saw it by chance on the commission. I have forgotten what the name is, but he remembers the effect and the place of origin. It is on a snowy mountain called Hakobi near Magnolia. This herb can be used to temporarily increase the magic power of the wizard, and can also be used to make tea and put into cakes as an additive. In the first few days after coming to Fairy Tale, Lucy wanted to take this collection task. But Myra Jane reminded her that there is a monster called Blizzard Monster near this herb, which is called White Monster for short. So, Lucy gave up unwillingly. It turns out that this herb is called Snow Primrose, which happens to be one of the main ingredients for making magic recovery potions. However, it's a bit troublesome to collect it yourself. Go to the magic potion store in the town and see if you can buy it. Nate finally knew the name of this herb. While thinking, Knight went out after washing up. Just happened to run into the eldest lady who had just gone out. Nate smiled and greeted. Good morning, Lucy. Good morning. When Lucy saw Knight, her face suddenly turned red. I'm going to the guild first. Goodbye. She bowed to Knight and quickly fled the scene. Nate. Are you still shy? You beside him gradually became solid from a transparent state. This girl likes you. You teased, don't you chase her. Are you waiting for the girl to take the initiative? Why are you hiding from Lucy? Knight asked back, when I was in the guild, I never dared to show up. What is the profound reason behind this? Knight was a little curious about this. You said helplessly, I am a ghost, it will be a bit troublesome for you to show up. So you are worried about me? Knight shook his head, no, there is no need to hide deliberately in the future. By the way, your second disciple Gray is also in the guild. I know you thought about it and smiled, it is enough to see him grow up healthily. There is no need to deliberately reunite. You are really open-minded. Knight admired this mentality. As a woman who died once, he was also quite curious about Yu's inner world. What if one day, I will really resurrect you? Will there be such a day? Yes. After leaving the apartment, Knight did not go to the guild. Yu followed him and asked curiously. Where are we going? This is not the way to the guild. To buy a villa, and make some magic recovery potions. Knight answered frankly. Magic recovery potion? You also know magic alchemy. You exclaimed, this is systematic magic knowledge, which can only be learned in magic academies. After a pause, she suddenly realized. She opened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Magic recovery potion. What's wrong? Nate glanced at her. You stared at Knight blankly. This is the first time I've heard of this potion. Is it used to restore magic? Of course. This is the potion I developed. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Hearing this, Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. For a magician, magic power is equivalent to the source of life. Does this potion really exist? Is it necessary to be so surprised? Knight chuckled and said, if you are lucky, you will be able to see its production process later. Let's go. The editor-in-chief praised, great, great. The online version will be published for free on the internet in the form of a supplement to the physical weekly version. This is the strategy that the magazine has carefully considered. Although Knight had told them before that online magazines can also be sold through technical means such as subscription and purchase. But the higher UPS finally decided to adopt a free strategy. Of course, the content of the supplement is different from that of the main magazine, which also means an increase in costs. Therefore, the magazine will also add a channel to buy the physical version of the magazine on the internet. Will anyone buy it? The editor-in-chief asked nervously. Yes, Simeon has placed an order. Jason suddenly widened his eyes, bought 1,000 copies in one go. Cool. One person bought 1,000 copies. Yes. But they bought the supplement and asked us to ship it immediately. Jason clicked on the order page and saw the name of the buyer. MagicNet nickname, Sunny Doll. Cool. The price of each physical supplement is $395J, and the total price of 1,000 copies is $395,000J. Why would someone buy 1,000 copies at once? Jason didn't understand, but the buyer left a message. Fiori Kingdom, Magic Council Branch. After a week of questioning and interrogation, Juvia was finally acquitted. Also released were the other three of the four elements. Thor of the earth. Tutumaru of the fire. And Arya of the sky. Gajiel will be detained for a month, right? I don't know what happened to President Joseph. The ruler of the Phantom has been forcibly disbanded. What should we do next? The three looked at each other. Thor asked Juvia, Juvia, what do you think? Juvia is going to Fairy Tale and following Lord Knight. Goodbye everyone. Juvia said goodbye to her three former companions and left resolutely. She used to be hated by others, and only the ruler of the Wizard Guild Phantom accepted her. But now, the guild has been forcibly disbanded. She couldn't wait to see Lord Knight now. Lord Knight, Juvia really wants to see you. Juvia murmured inwardly, suddenly feeling a little flustered, I haven't sent messages to Lord Knight these days. Will Lord Knight be angry? Juvia didn't mean it, Juvia would sincerely apologize. She immediately opened the magic network and wanted to apologize to Knight. But what popped up was the update announcement. This was the text written by Knight himself, and Juvia would read it carefully every time. A lot of new content. After reading the announcement, Juvia decided to help find bugs. Not for the possible points, but simply to help. Juvia will do her best. First, the first update content, the new section Weekly Sosara. Entering this new section, the first thing that popped up was a poster. And a paragraph of text in the poster. The great creator of the Magic Network, the new Holy 10 Wizards, Knight. Special interview. Poster of Knight Sama. Juvia's heart was tightened, her eyes sparkled. Juvia wants it so much. She instantly forgot about finding bugs, and was completely focused on the supplement. In addition to the interview content, the first issue of the supplement also had a lot of photos. Juvia was like a greedy little girl who found a dessert house full of candies. Attracted by Knight's various handsome photos. Juvia wants a poster. Can I buy it? Just by looking at the photos, Juvia couldn't wait to find a way to buy it, and finally she found a way to place an order. Pay the money first, and then the magazine will be sent directly to her through the Magic Network Express. Juvia wants to buy 1,000 copies. Juvia placed the order without hesitation and filled in a message. Sunny Doll, please give me Lord Knight's poster. The Wizard Guild, Blue Pegasus. Hey, he's really a handsome guy. Jenny was also attracted by the poster of Sosara, and admired it with her big eyes. President Bob stood by and smiled and covered his face. Little Knight is as handsome as I was when I was young. President Jenny rolled her eyes at him and said, leave it to me. I will definitely bring him into our guild. 17-year-old Jenny Leah Wright is not only a wizard who is good at using reception magic. At the same time, she is also the top model of Weekly Sosara. She has beige hair, a slim figure, and a delicate face. Open the friend list, search for Sigma Man, and quickly add a friend. After waiting for a long time without any response, she sent it 7 or 8 times in a row. But it still fell into the sea. What? Why don't you add me? Jenny's competitive spirit was aroused, and she had to add this friend. Continue to add, leaving a message every time. I am Jenny Wright. Please add me as a friend. I want to do personal verification. Add me, idiot. Selfie.jpg, I am really Jenny Wright, I have a photo to prove it. Suddenly, the Magic Network prompt popped up. Sigma Man approved your friend request. When the last friend application was approved, Jenny couldn't help but be stunned. So you have to take a selfie to confirm that I am the real person? You should have said it earlier, idiot. She was anxious to prove that she was Jenny Wright, so she took a photo of herself with the camera function. Finally passed. So. Jenny's anger just now disappeared, and she started typing with a bright smile. Jenny Wright, hello, Knight, I am Jenny Wright. Knight bought a villa on the outskirts of Magnolia. It might be a bit exaggerated to call it a villa. It can only be regarded as a luxury house with a back garden. The price is 87.55 million J. The advantage of such a high price is that it can be moved in at any time. So, after a lot of bargaining, it was finally sold at 85 million. Knight's assets shrank instantly, leaving only more than 10 million. But for a happy life, it's all worth it. He began to look forward to Yerusha coming to him. At this time, the living room of the villa. Knight was fiddling with a lot of herbs. According to the magic knowledge in his mind, he processed the herbs and finally made them into magic recovery potions. But the ring kept flashing, as if he didn't want him to work properly. Another friend request. Knight opened the application list and rejected them one by one. There were at least thousands of friend requests. He was too lazy to even look at who the applicant was and kept clicking reject. He couldn't read them all. After reading them all, he didn't have to do anything else. Until a certain moment, the finger that was mechanically pointing to reject suddenly stopped. Applicant, Jenny Wright. Message, selfie.jpg, I am really Jenny Wright, with photos as proof. Among the pile of applications, it's not that no one sent photos. But this one is pretty, Knight vaguely remembers that she seems to be a wizard of the blue Pegasus. Is she Myra's friend? Knight clicked the selfie, zoomed in and admired it carefully. With long blonde hair, wearing a purple short skirt, left hand on waist, revealing the guild emblem on his arm. There was a frown between his eyebrows. It was indeed the blue Pegasus. Forget it, add the boat. It's not because the other party is cute, it's for Myra's sake. Knight clicked to agree. A private message came from the other side soon. Geneli Wright, hello, Knight, I'm Geneli Wright. Sigma Man? Sigma Man, the picture just now is a bit blurry, take a few more. 081 Magic Power Bank, Juvia is here, 4/4. Geneli Wright, beautiful picture 1.jpg, beautiful picture 2.jpg, beautiful picture 3.jpg. As an excellent top model, she is very good at taking pictures. Geneli quickly sent 3 selfies. The blonde girl in the photo is very good at finding angles, and the poses she made are also deliberately showing the charm of women. Better than Ursha's. Nate praised sincerely, worthy of being a supermodel. Of course, Ursha is his girlfriend, and he still likes Miss Witch more. After thinking about it, he sent another sentence. Sigma Man, do you want to do personal certification? Genelia, what else needs to be done? Sigma Man, write on a piece of paper I am Geneli Wright, applying for personal certification. Sigma Man, then take a picture. Jenny, what a hassle rolling eyes.jpg. Jenny, wait a minute. After a while, the photo was sent. Although this girl complained about how troublesome it was, she was still very serious about her work. In the photo, Jenny held the paper in her left hand and pointed at the camera captured vs cute expression, with a smile on his face. Sigma Man, very good photos, I'll add a certification mark for you. At the same time, Blue Pegasus Guild. Jenny soon saw that there was a red label in the lower right corner of her name. Not bad. 417 Jenny blinked and thought happily. Jenny, Nate, I sent you a lot of photos, can you send me a few too? Jenny, I think you're very handsome. Jenny? Jenny, where are you? The message she sent fell on deaf ears, and Jenny was furious. You ignore me after you finish your business. Nate didn't ignore her on purpose, he was just busy making magic recovery potion. This thing is quite complicated to make, and it was his first time to actually operate it. It took more than 6 hours to finally make the first bottle. Is this the magic recovery potion? You came over curiously and watched Knight pour a blue liquid into the round magic bottle. Knight used an oak cork, which is the cork commonly used for red wine, to plug the magic bottle. It can probably restore 2 stars of magic. Knight nodded, 2 stars is. As he spoke, a strong white light was released from the palm of his left hand. It's probably this kind of magic. It can restore so much magic. Is it directly drinkable? You still felt incredible. She watched Knight's production process almost throughout the whole process, and it was obviously just consuming some ordinary herbs. The cost will not exceed 5000J. You know, in the battle between wizards, when the gap in strength is not particularly large, whoever has more magic is more likely to win. But this potion will obviously overturn this situation. If it is sold, someone will definitely be willing to pay a high price. Are you going to sell it? No, it's too troublesome. Knight shook his head, do you know what its principle is? In short, it is to use the potion itself as a power bank. Store the magic power that is not used in normal times in the potion, and drink it when needed, and the magic power will be restored soon. So that's how it is, a genius design. You looked amazed, Knight, you are really amazing. You can invent such a thing. She couldn't help but feel admiration from the bottom of her heart. When she first saw the internet, she also had this feeling. Now she experienced it again. This thing also has defects. Knight shook his head modestly. This thing was invented by the system, and he was just a porter. The magic power in the magic bottle will slowly dissipate into the atmosphere. It can be kept at full state for about a month, and it will completely lose its effect after 3 months. In addition, you should understand that this kind of potion is best made and used by yourself. You is a great magician after all, and he easily understood these words. Every magician has different magic power. If you drink the magic recovery potion made by others rashly, something might go wrong. Of course, it's not that you can't drink it. If you are lucky, you may even experience the phenomenon of magic fusion, thereby gaining explosive power. You said with admiration. Even so, this is a great invention. I really want to peel open your brain to see how you came up with it. Knight was speechless for a moment. What are you going to do? Announce it publicly in the magic world? No, I'm just doing it for fun. Knight shook his head and smiled. Studying magic itself is also a very interesting thing. For fun. You was hit. She was also called a genius magician before. But compared to Knight, she felt like a fool who only knew how to practice. I want to be quiet. You rolled his eyes at him and went back to deep web in a flash. Knight shook his head with a smile. After thinking about it, I decided to teach this knowledge to Ultia first. The witch lady's magic power is very strong, but it is also good for her to have an additional means of recovery. Open the magic network and prepare to invite her to Magnolia. It is still very troublesome to teach such complex knowledge online. It is faster to teach in bed. Just when I was about to send a message, Juvia's private message popped up first. Juvia, Lord Knight, I'm at Magnolia Station. Hey! Nate was a little surprised. The council's investigation of the ruler of the ghost ended so quickly? Without thinking too much, he replied immediately. Sigma man, wait there, I'll pick you up. After saying that, he left the villa. Unfortunately, the obsidian was broken, and Knight didn't buy a second motorcycle for the time being. So, he had to walk to the station. Today, I was busy buying villas, buying herbs, and trying to make magic recovery potions all day. It was already dusk when they went out. Soon after, Knight saw Juvia at the station entrance. Mr. Knight. Juvia's face was full of joy, and she ran quickly. I'm sorry, Juvia didn't send messages these days. Miss Yu apologized anxiously. What's the good of this, apologize? Knight touched the girl's head and smiled, let's go. I just bought a new house and you are the first guest. He took her hand naturally. Juvia opened her eyes wide, blushed instantly, and her heart was beating like a deer. Holding hands with Lord Knight, Juvia is so happy. Juvia has died without regrets. Let's go buy vegetables first. Can you cook? Knight likes Juvia, who is obedient and capable, but she is too jealous because of love, which makes him feel pressured. Juvia nodded quickly and answered. Juvia can cook. Then I'll trouble you with the dinner. Yes, please leave it to Juvia. Juvia clenched her fists and became nervous, as if she was facing a major test in her life. The two walked hand in hand to the vegetable market. Knight suddenly remembered something and suggested. The Phantom was forced to disband, right? Why don't you just join Fairy Tale? Yes. Juvia felt that she was wrapped in happiness, and her head was dizzy and she didn't hear clearly, so she just nodded. Knight suddenly felt that she was a little cute. Not long after, the two bought some ingredients, and Knight took her back to the mansion in the suburbs. 082 Juvia's love will not lose to anyone. Juvia's cooking skills can't be said to be bad, but it can't be said to be very good. Compared to Myra Jane, it is naturally inferior. Knight thinks that Myra's cooking skills are good enough to apply for a hotel chef. Of course, he won't dislike it. The two were busy in the kitchen together. Juvia was busy cooking and almost blew up the kitchen. In the end, it was Night who helped to finally make a good meal. After bringing all the delicacies to the table, Juvia lowered her head, her face disappointed. "I'm sorry, Lord Knight, Juvia is too stupid. She is quite good at cooking by herself. But when Knight is with her and watching her cook, she will panic and almost cut off her own fingers. Do better next time." Knight smiled and comforted, picked up the cutlery and tasted. "It's actually very well done, be more confident." "Yes." Juvia instantly recovered her spirit and looked at Knight expectantly. Juvia will do her best. For Lord Knight, Juvia is willing to do anything. Knight noticed that she had a pendant hanging around her neck. It was a peripheral product of Fairy Tale, a golden guild emblem pendant. "Where did you buy it?" "This one." Juvia picked up the pendant and put it in her palm. "I bought it in front of the station." Juvia wanted to join Fairy Tale, but what happened before, Juvia was worried that President Makarov would not agree. "So buying a fairy pendant to pray for yourself?" Knight couldn't help but want to laugh. "Do you have to be so cute?" "Don't worry, I'll take you to the president tomorrow, and the president will definitely agree." The conflict between Fairy Tale and the Phantom Ruler was caused by Joseph, and had little to do with Juvia. Besides, Makarov is not the kind of person who cares about things. As long as the situation is explained, he will definitely agree to Juvia's joining. "Really? Juvia is so happy." Juvia has learned to express her feelings frankly. Knight saw that she was staring at him, and couldn't help but say, "You eat too? Aren't you hungry?" Juvia is satisfied just by watching Lord Knight eat. "You are so good at flirting." Knight complained in his heart, but the key point was that he could still know that this was the real thought in other people's hearts, and he didn't deliberately say some flirting words. Natural flirting? Faced with this situation, Knight simply used a straight ball. "Juvia, do you like me?" Juvia blushed instantly, shyly, and boldly expressed. Juvia likes Knight very much. "But I'm a scumbag." "Scumbag?" Juvia showed a puzzled look. Although it was the first time she heard this word, she could understand it from the literal meaning. "I have a girlfriend named Ultia, who is now one of the counselors." Knight thought about it, and did not hide it. He simply told the other party, "Remember to keep it a secret for me." In an instant, Juvia was struck by lightning, and the whole person melted like a pool of liquid. "Is the blow so big?" Knight was shocked, and at the same time thought, this is simply the ability user of the natural water fruit. "Are you okay?" Knight quickly pulled the person up and held him in his arms. Juvia is so sad." Boom boom boom. It was thundering outside, and a rainstorm was about to fall. Knight looked at Juvia in his arms and felt helpless. "Listen to me, Juvia. Although I have a girlfriend, I don't mind having another one. If you want, I can be with you." Knight could actually hide this matter. With Juvia's love for him, he could trick her into bed now. But it would be very troublesome later. With Juvia's love-brained personality, he could even foresee the scene of Voltaire fighting with her. Just tell her directly and let her choose. It sounds like a scumbag to ordinary people, but to Juvia, but seemed to be reborn. She recovered from the semi-liquid state, her beautiful big eyes stared at Knight without blinking, and her face turned red again. "Lord Knight, Juvia won't lose." For the love that has not yet begun, Juvia bravely buried her head in Knight's arms. The first time Knight hugged this girl, it felt like hugging a ball of warm water. "You won't fight with Ultia, will you?" He couldn't figure out Juvia's mind, was she willing or unwilling? Juvia is a latecomer, but Juvia will definitely not lose. Juvia hugged Knight tightly and raised her head slightly. Juvia's love for Lord Knight will not lose to anyone. Understand? Knight now understood that this girl wanted to be a third party, and then successfully win favor, and finally become the main wife. 0 Ask for flowers. No fighting. Knight reminded again that if they fought, Juvia would definitely not be able to beat Ultia and would be beaten badly. Juvia, listen to Lord Knight. Does Lord Knight like Juvia? Juvia's eyes were full of expectation, and her face was slightly flushed. Knight thought for a while, kissed her on the cheek, and answered seriously. You are very cute. After getting along with each other, everyone will like you. Who would not like a girl who has eyes full of you? Except that jealousy is a bit of a headache. Juvia felt her body melting again after being praised, and this time she was happy. She hugged Knight tightly and buried her head in his chest with joy. Knight felt that the girl in his arms gradually changed from warm water to hot water. You could even see white steam coming out of Juvia's head. At this point, Knight was not lose Iowai, and immediately held Juvia's face and lowered his head to kiss her. Juvia closed her eyes tightly, so shy that she didn't dare to look at anyone. Knight hugged her and walked up the stairs while kissing her. Eat? Who wants to eat? Eating Juvia is more important. Juvia has never had this experience and is completely at the mercy of others. In the bedroom, clothes are gradually scattered all over the floor, and the air is filled with the lust between men and women. The villa at night is quiet and dreamy. Juvia had a beautiful dream, feeling like a small boat in the sea, experiencing a fierce storm. She couldn't help singing loudly. No one else could listen to this moving voice. The next day, when Knight woke up, Juvia was lying on him, staring at him with a rosy face. Good morning, Lord Knight. Morning. Knight couldn't help hugging her and kissing her again. So cute. He liked Juvia more and more. Get up quickly, can you go? I'll take you to see the president. Juvia shook her head shyly, hugged Knight and didn't say anything, but the meaning was clear. She didn't want to get up, she just wanted to lie like this. It would be best if it lasted till the end of time. 083 Welcome to Join Fairy Tale, Knight's Reversal Magic. Juvia refused to get up. In fact, she woke up at dawn because of the discomfort in her body. She didn't move around after waking up. When Knight was sleeping, he liked to hold her panda. She was afraid that she would accidentally wake up Knight if she moved around. She lay on her side beside Knight, resting her head on his arm, and stared at Knight's sleeping face for a long time. Juvia even felt that she could keep watching and felt happy for it. Then lie down for a while. Knight moved his arm, which was a little numb from the pillow, and hugged Juvia closer. Even if lovers don't do anything, just whispering in the pillow will release oxytocin in the body. It makes people feel happy, and enhances intimacy with each other. Juvia hummed softly, nodded her head, and found a more comfortable position. As if she had found a spiritual harbor, she closed her eyes and enjoyed the warm morning. The soft sunlight in the morning shone through the glass from the window, lighting up a corner of the bedroom. Knight looked at the girl in his arms with a peaceful smile on his lips. He was particularly curious about what Juvia was thinking. Or, what would a girl think after a couple had sex? Juvia. Lord Knight. Let's chat by voice. Knight had a good idea, and immediately opened the magic network and sent a voice chat request to Juvia. Of course it was the advanced version of voice. Juvia would not refuse any of Knight's requests, and she quickly agreed. This is a new feature after the 0.5 version update, and she has not used it yet. Therefore, she was suspicious. Juvia, voice chat? Knight, a function similar to telepathy magic, which can communicate with the mind. Juvia, the voice of Knight-sama is ringing in my head. Telepathic communication. Great. Surprised. Juvia, can you speak your mind's thoughts? When using it for the first time, Juvia's eyes flashed with surprise and astonishment. Nate, Juvia, what are you thinking about now? Juvia, what is Juvia thinking about? Confused. Nate got the answer. The thoughts conveyed from Juvia were that she was not thinking about anything. This girl is simply enjoying the feeling of lying together and hugging each other. Knight smiled and kissed her on the cheek again. You are so cute. Then, the two whispered to each other in their minds. Until the sun was high in the sky. The two walked into the bathroom to help each other wash. Considering Juvia's physical condition, Knight remained restrained. To be honest, it was a bit torturous. As we all know, testosterone is the most secreted in the morning. But Juvia's shy expression made him feel particularly interesting. After breakfast. No, it should be lunch. After lunch, Knight finally took Juvia away from the mansion in the suburbs. Originally, the house was purchased for Ultia, but Juvia was allowed to experience it first. Of course, Knight was still very happy about having another girlfriend. Ultia was a long way away, but Juvia could meet every day in the future. Go find the president. Nate thought for a moment, opened the magic network, and simply clicked on the old man's friends. Showing offline. Sigma Man, President, have you finished writing your self-review? Sigma Man, I have something to ask you. Soon, Makarov came online and sent a reply. Fairy Patriarch, your express delivery function helped me a lot. It was very convenient to send the self-review. Nate laughed out loud at this. Makarov is really miserable. It's everyone who caused trouble. He was the one who wrote the self-review every time. In the past, he could ask Myra for help. This time, a wizard guild was destroyed. The council was very angry and asked him to write it himself. According to Myra, he rewrote it at least 7 or 8 times. Juvia saw him suddenly laugh and couldn't help but be curious. Lord Knight. It's okay. I thought of something interesting. Nate shook his head. At this time, Makarov sent another private message. Fairy Patriarch, I am in the Eastern Forest, where you fought the 6 demon generals last time. Fairy Patriarch, I just happen to have something to ask you, come over. Sigma Man, I understand, I will come right over, but I will bring someone with me. Sigma Man, it is Juvia Rox, the former S-class wizard of Phantom. Fairy Patriarch, a wizard of Phantom? Let's go together. The old man agreed without asking any more questions. Let's go, I will take you to see the president. Nate turned off the magic net, pulled up Juvia and headed towards the eastern forest. Juvia suddenly became nervous, her palms were sweating. Master Knight, Juvia is so nervous. Don't be nervous, the president is a very good old man. Master Knight, do you usually call Mr. Makarov old man? I usually call the president Natsu, Grey, and others call him old man. Knight simply told Juvia about the interesting things that happened in the guild on weekdays. The girl's nervousness was quickly relieved during the chat. Juvia was very envious of this. Compared with Fairy Tale, the atmosphere of the ruler of the ghost was more serious. But when she thought that she would soon join and stay in the same guild with Master Knight in the future, she suddenly became happy. Not long after. Eastern Forest. Knight came to the place where he had fought with Lisa, one of the 6 demons before. It turned out that Makarov was planting trees. The old man used the giant magic and turned into a giant with a height of more than 10 meters. He planted the trees that had collapsed due to the vibration one by one. Knight also found that the big pit that was originally blown out by his vibration ball was also filled and leveled. It turned out that it was not that the years were peaceful, but that someone was carrying the burden for him. 0. You kid, but you made Polishika angry. Makarov planted a big tree in the ground and suddenly turned back into an old man. When he turned around, he remembered something. Oh, you haven't seen it yet. Polishika lives in seclusion in this forest. She is my good friend when I was young. I know, I also know that Ms. Polishika is Grandine from another world. Knight thought, if you think about it this way, Polishika is also a time traveler. My fellow villagers. Will the fellow villagers not blame him for destroying the forest? President, She is Juvia. Knight gathered his scattered thoughts and introduced Juvia. Juvia folded her hands awkwardly and bowed to greet him. Hello, President Makarov. Juvia is a ghost, no, now a free wizard. Good afternoon, little girl. Makarov smiled and said hello, you want to join our guild? How did you know? Fairy Tale welcomes you. Makarov smiled and didn't explain. He saw Knight mention Juvia rocks in a private message and guessed it immediately. Why do they say that old people are more experienced? Juvia was full of surprise. Did she join Fairy Tale just like that? She turned to look at Knight. Knight smiled back, saying, Are you relieved now? By the way. At this time, Makarov said, Knight, let's plant trees together. You are not allowed to leave until we finish planting today. Okay, President. Knight was helpless. He had run into a trap. Juvia quickly said, Juvia, come and help too. Yes, the three of them started to get busy. While planting trees, Makarov said. Before, the council asked me to write a self-criticism. I told them that I defeated Joseph, but they didn't believe it and it didn't match the facts. They asked me to rewrite it. The council is certainly not a fool. The injuries Joseph suffered were obviously caused by 2 super magic. Knight's vibration magic came first, and the fairy law came later. So, Knight, how did you beat Joseph? Makarov couldn't help but feel curious. That's my secret weapon. If you ask, President. Knight immediately stretched out his right hand and whispered, Reverse magic flying thunder god. A golden magic circle suddenly unfolded. The next moment, a bottle of magic recovery potion was transmitted from the warehouse of the suburban mansion to his palm in reverse. It's this that I recently studied, the magic recovery potion. Seeing this scene, Makarov was stunned. Teleportation magic? No, it's a reverse teleportation magic circle, equivalent to a reverse summoning magic circle. How is this done? The old man was stunned. He couldn't understand it at once with his magic level. Wait, magic recovery potion. Then, Makarov noticed the blue potion in Knight's hand and his jaw dropped. 084 Makarov's shock, learning fairy law. Knight talked about the magic recovery principle of the blue bottle and the pharmacy knowledge needed to prepare it. This was not difficult for Makarov to understand. On the contrary, its principle was so easy to understand that Makarov was a little dazed. Great, Lord Knight. Juvia also listened, her big eyes full of admiration. Great invention. Makarov came back to his senses after a while, looking at Knight as if he was looking at a monster. No wonder he could beat Joseph. Just prepare a few bottles of such magic recovery potion with you, and combine it with the super magic mastered by Knight. Without Joseph knowing, losing is a high probability event. It's just some ordinary herbs, the cost will not be very high. Store the magic that you don't use on weekdays, and use it to recover when necessary. What a genius masterpiece! Makarov sighed from the bottom of his heart, this is simply an incredible invention. Of course, he can understand it. Behind this seemingly simple principle, it takes a lot of energy and time, as well as a moment of inspiration. Is there no other way to restore magic? Knight couldn't help asking. You was shocked by the blue medicine, and now the old man is also the same. He is a little curious about what the predecessors in the magic world are doing. No one is studying potions to restore magic? There are 01, and there are many methods, but none of them are like yours. Makarov didn't know how to describe it. After thinking carefully, he said. Take your internet magic as an example. Friends can communicate without obstacles no matter how far apart they are. Before your magic network appeared, communication magic crystals were generally used to do the same thing. Communication magic crystal, Knight knew this thing, there was such a thing in the guild warehouse. It looks like a round crystal ball. Its function is similar to a mobile phone, and you can see the other party's image when you contact. But both parties need to hold the same model to make long-distance calls. And it consumes a lot of magic power. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption. Myra Jane mentioned this to him before, praising his magic network. If more people can accept it, the communication magic crystal will be eliminated sooner or later. The merchants who make and sell it will definitely hate Knight to death. I see, I think I understand. Knight understood a little. Many things are not absent in the magic world, but they are not advanced enough. The magic network is the same. Many of its functions have substitutes, but they are not convenient enough, or in other words, they are not as convenient as the magic network. This is another invention that can earn you the title of Saint 10. Makarov couldn't help laughing and said, if the council knew, they might come to you overnight to ask for advice. President, I just did it for fun, so don't tell the council. Knight thought it was troublesome. Besides, he is already Saint 10, so it's useless to give him another Saint 10 badge. Can you summon the god Angsaram after collecting 7 pieces? Makarov shook his head and said, you decide. Compared to this, what's the matter with your teleportation magic just now? You mean reverse magic? Knight was very confident at this point. The magic recovery potion is the credit of the system, but the reverse magic flying thunder god is his serious research result. For ordinary flying thunder god, a magic circle needs to be left at the target object, and then the caster can instantly move to the position marked by the magic circle. For the reverse magic flying thunder god, a reverse magic circle is left at the target object, and then the caster can summon the object to his side. Knight explained the principle, and then pointed to his 6 eyes. The latter is 10 times more difficult than the former, and requires very precise magic control. I can only accomplish it with the help of these eyes. 10 times is just a general term, not a real quantification. After listening, Makarov couldn't help but praise. Amazing results. This kind of reversal magic can be used in more applications. Knight, you can study this aspect in depth later. He thought of the law of fairies. This super magic was originally modified based on the law of black magic, thus becoming light magic. Understood, President. Knight nodded. He also felt that reversal magic had great potential. Flying Thunder God is okay, but not others? Come here. I said I would teach you the law of fairies before, so let's start now. Makarov secretly made up his mind that he was old and it was time to train the next generation of presidents. As for candidates, there were several. Laxus, Gildarts, Urza. Now there is another knight. Compared with the first 3. As his grandson, Laxus has some personality problems and doesn't know how to communicate with others, which gives him some headaches. As for Gildarts, he has not been in the guild for many years. As for Urza, sometimes she is too serious. Knight looks pretty good. In short, you can try to cultivate it first. Seeing that Makarov finally had time to teach him the fairy law, Nell immediately walked to the old man. The fairy law is one of the 3 major super magics of our fairy tale. You don't have to worry about the other 2 for now. Makarov continued to plant trees and dig holes while teaching. As a super magic, even if I teach you personally, whether you can learn it depends on whether you can understand it yourself. I will try my best. Nate nodded immediately. Makarov smiled and said, with your talent, I think you can learn it, no need to feel pressured. First of all, it is a law, representing the judgment of the caster. If your heart is towards darkness, it will become the judgment of darkness, and the nature of magic will change. Secondly, if the magic power is not deep enough, forcibly using it will also be accompanied by strong side effects. Powerful magic often has similar flaws, and the law of fairies is like this. The more enemies you conquer, the shorter your life will be. It is a magic that needs to be used with caution. At this point, Makarov paused for a moment before turning to look at Knight. After understanding this, Do you still want to learn it? Of course. Knight nodded without hesitation. It is better to have more skills than less. Who cares about side effects when you have to use them? Besides, he doesn't think lifespan will be a problem that bothers him. As the magic power becomes stronger and stronger, he feels that he can live a long, long time. Since you have made a decision, let's get started. Makarov smiled with satisfaction. So, Knight spent the whole day studying. 597. Of course, he mainly listened to Makarov's explanation, and he had to plant trees at the same time. The difficulty of practicing super magic is obviously higher than that of the thought body. But Knight understood it very quickly, and he didn't think he couldn't learn it. Time passed quietly in the harmony between man and nature. The three of them were busy until the sun set, and finally planted all the fallen trees in the forest. That's it, don't make Polishika angry next time. Makarov frowned, she scolded me before. I must pay attention next time. Knight used the bear's hand spreading.jpg. Makarov shook his head helplessly and turned to look at Juvia. Go to the guild tomorrow to report, and I will introduce you to everyone then. Yes, Juvia will be on time. Juvia nodded hurriedly. I heard that the guild is being rebuilt, and Juvia also wants to help. Good kid. Makarov smiled happily. Go back. After saying goodbye to the president, Knight took Juvia back to the mansion in the suburbs. When they were on the road, Knight did not force Juvia. Although Juvia is made of water, very moist, and a great water magician. But it will still hurt when it hurts, so let her rest for 2 days. In order not to torture himself, Knight chose to return to the apartment and sleep alone. Halfway through the journey, he suddenly received a task from the system. Task: the number of registered users of Magic Internet exceeds 30,000. Reward: Time Worm. It was very sudden, without a trace of defense. Compared to the task itself, Knight cared a little about the reward. Time Worm. 085 Time Worm, the tireless Urza, 4/4, asking for monthly tickets. Time Worm. Nate muttered softly, looking up at the street. Don't meet anyone wearing monocles, it's creepy. Is it magic? Time magic? Or magic to summon bugs? It's just a name, and the specific reward will only be known after the task is completed. I took a look at the current number of registered users on Magic Internet. Total number of registered users, 9,119. This is less than 10,000 people, 2/3 away from the task target. Speaking of which, the total number of first-generation rings obtained from the system is 11,100. Nate still has more than 1,000 left, even if all are activated, it's still far from enough. Need second-generation rings. Thinking of this, Knight walked towards the apartment while opening his friends and sent a message to Lucy's father. Sigma Man, Mr. Judd, hello, how is the first batch of rings being made? Judd Heartfilia, a batch of about 30,000 rings has been prepared. Do you need them now? Isn't this a coincidence? Nate walked to the door of the apartment and met Lucy. Nate. Hello, Lucy. Nate greeted her and saw that she wanted to run away like she did in the morning, so he quickly grabbed her wrist. Why are you running? Nate was speechless. I didn't run. Lucy refused to admit it, and her face turned slightly red. Noticed that she was holding some vegetables and meat in her hands, and seemed to be preparing to cook. Nate thought about it and smiled. Let's go and have a meal with your dad. Ah. Don't say anything, let's go. Nate immediately activated the time-space magic flying thunder god. The last time he went to visit, he deliberately left the coordinates for future visits. A golden magic circle unfolded under their feet, and with a flash of light, they both disappeared in Lucy's bewildered expression. At the same time, the Heartfilia family. In front of the gilded statue in front of the villa. The golden magic circle unfolded, and Lucy and Knight appeared here in an instant. My home. Lucy opened her eyes wide. This teleportation magic is too convenient. Such a long distance, and it came back in an instant. Knight let go of his hand and walked into the villa first. Is anyone there? Lucy had to follow the ingredients for the meal and saw the familiar maid coming from the corridor to the hall. Mrs. Chivette. The middle-aged maid Chivette was surprised. Miss Lucy, Master Knight. Why do you call me master? I'm not married into the family. Knight thought, and asked, is Mr. Judd here? The master is in the restaurant. It seems to be dinner time. Do you mind if I eat with you? Knight took Lucy with him again and walked towards the restaurant without hesitation. Lucy's villa is very luxurious, and there are 3 restaurants alone. The main restaurant, the servant restaurant, and the guest restaurant. Last time, he had dinner with Judd in the main restaurant. Knight knew the way. Lucy immediately rolled her eyes at him. Whose house is this? When the two came to the main restaurant, they saw Judd Hartfilia. Judd was very happy about his daughter and Knight's sudden return, and immediately asked the kitchen to prepare more food. It was a very pleasant dinner. After dinner, Knight and Judd came to the study. Judd asked someone to take out the 30,000 second-generation rings that had been prepared. I bought several magic prop workshops and asked prop masters to make trial pieces. Do you think they meet the requirements? As expected of a rich man, a big chaebol, he made 30,000 trial pieces at a time. Knight was envious. He opened the box and grabbed a handful of rings from it. After sampling and observing, he nodded. No problem. After I add internet magic to them, they can be put on the market for sale. If there is a problem, it is that the materials don't look good. Capitalists are professional in reducing costs. That's good. Judah breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, he has been under a lot of pressure. He rejected the marriage of the Chu Rainier family and offended them. Previously, the railway company expanded blindly and entered the south, investing a huge amount of money, which led to problems with the capital chain. If it cannot rely on rings to open up a huge market, the Hartfilia chaebol may be in big trouble. Of course, he can't say these words to Lucy, but he can talk to Knight. This company is the result of the joint efforts of him and Lucy's mother. He must keep it no matter what. It seems that you have encountered a lot of trouble. While Knight added internet magic to the ring, he said to Judd. Is someone eyeing the Hartfilia chaebol? In the original book, it suddenly went bankrupt and was acquired. It must have been messed up by someone. Judd nodded. There are some troubles, but don't worry, the ring will not be delayed. I am worried about your personal safety. The struggle between capital is much more dangerous than the battle between wizards. Hartfilia Railway Company, how big a piece of fat is that? Judd was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Knight to care about his safety. He couldn't help but laugh. No, those people's goal is only the company. At the same time, he thought, I don't know how far Knight and Lucy have gone. Haven't they started dating yet? Young people just don't understand. As long as he is brave enough to express his feelings, he will agree with his understanding of his daughter. Judd already regarded Knight as half a son-in-law, hoping that he could get along well with Lucy. Knight pondered for a moment and suggested. I talked to the Speaker of the Council before, and the Council needs a large number of magic net rings. Mr. Judd, you can add the Speaker as a friend and cooperate with the Council. Selling rings is one aspect, and getting Judd an official cooperative merchant of the Council is a brilliant move. The Council. Judd was shocked. As an excellent businessman, he instantly understood the subtext. He couldn't help but admire Knight more and more, wondering whether he should help this kid. But forget it. I promised Lucy not to interfere in her life, so as not to cause her daughter to be disgusted and counterproductive. I know, I will visit you later. Judah made up his mind to take the ring to the Council tomorrow. Although it is possible to communicate on the magic network, the sincerity is not enough. Nate has no opinion on this. It took half an hour to add internet magic to more than 30,000 rings. Judah called a maid and asked her to put on the ring to test whether it was smooth. After everything was fine, he was finally relieved. So, he kindly invited Nate to stay overnight. Nate did not refuse. The next day, Nate took Lucy back to Magnolia. Why is Dad closer to you than to me? Who is the biological child? After returning, Lucy couldn't help complaining about her father. Family members are talking about different things. Nate teased. Who is your family? I'm going to the guild. Lucy blushed and hurried to the guild. The eldest lady's reaction is always so interesting. Nate thought with a smile, next, wait for Judd to sell the ring, and the task will be completed, right? While thinking, Nate went home to take a shower, thinking that the tool man of the missing body was idle. So he arranged to continue writing code. Just make a new game. There are only 3 games in the game section, which is a bit monotonous. The next few days are all peaceful daily routines. In the morning, Nate went to the guild to eat breakfast made by Myra. At noon, Jovia would prepare a lunch box for him. At night, Lucy was his exclusive little cook. Of course, Nate did not forget to learn the law of fairies from Makarov. At noon that day, the guild was under construction. Urza suddenly found him. Nate, look at this. She pointed to one of the posts on her Magic Network forum. Finally, someone gave me information about the Tower of Paradise after I asked a question on the Magic Network. Nate looked at her posting record curiously. Urza was really diligent. Since she came back from the council headquarters with him, she has been posting every day. Shocked. The Tower of Paradise is actually 086, a one-day trip to a resort hotel with Urza. Urza's posting strictly followed the shocked style. There were at least 10 posts in total, and each one started with shocked. Nate was a little amused. I think you're a little too serious about this. He turned his head and looked at Urza beside him. She frowned slightly. People who look good even when they frown. Because Nate was sitting and she was standing, Urza could only lower her head, and her long crimson hair fell on both sides of her cheeks. She lifted her long hair behind her ears, revealing the black crystal earrings Nate had given her before. Look puzzled. Didn't you teach me this? This will attract others to click in. That's right, but the point is not the shock, but the words behind it. Nate complained in his heart, you used it in the wrong place. Iluza seemed to be hit by a sentence, and she remained motionless in the posture of picking up her hair, with a decadent atmosphere in her eyes. It feels so hard to understand. Even Urza has some areas that she is not good at. Nate chuckled, it's not important, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Take a look at this first. Seemingly feeling a little tired of standing, Urza simply sat next to Nate. Under the buttocks of the two were 7 or 8 long square wood stacked together, which were the building materials needed to rebuild the Union. Nate was supposed to carry them, but Nate was obviously lazy and used them as stools to rest his feet. Nate looked in the direction Urza pointed. Clicked on the latest post and found one of the comments. Warrior, I know, add me as a friend. And then? Nate looked at her sideways. Then I added you as a friend. Iluza opened the private message and showed Nate the chat content without any care. Nate, excuse me, do you know the Tower of Paradise? Warrior, I saw that you have been asking about the Tower of Paradise on the forum recently. Your nickname on the Magic Network is Nate. I can probably guess who you are. Warrior, the Wizard of Fairy Tale, the Fairy Queen Urza Chocolate. Right. Nate, yes, I am Urza. Nate. As expected of Urza, she admitted it seriously after being opened. Nate is the name of Urza's magic, and its full name is Dress Up Magic Nate. There is also a female wizard named Bisksa in the guild, and her magic is Dress Up Magic Gunner. Urza is a famous wizard, and is often interviewed by the weekly magazine Sosara. Her magic is already public information. However, even so, it is quite impressive that the other party can guess the identity from the nickname. Nate continued to read. Knight, I want to know the information about the Paradise Tower. I can give you 2,000 points as a reward. Warrior, the Paradise Tower, our system black magic cult, hehe. Warrior, I do know the specific location of a Paradise Tower. Warrior, if you want to know, come to this place. Your friend Warrior sent you a courier, do you want to receive it? Warrior, what is this? Knight, are you there? The chat ends here. That person sent me this. Iluza took out a golden piece of paper from the pocket of her skirt. Knight took it and looked at it. Accommodation coupon. The words free accommodation coupon were written on the paper. Ah! This is a free accommodation coupon for the Akane Resort Hotel. At this time, Levi happened to pass by and said in surprise. Knight, how do you have this thing? This is a very difficult thing to get. You have to win a prize to get it. Arcane Resort Hotel. Knight felt that it sounded a little familiar. Yes, Arcane Resort Paradise, the most famous seaside tourist destination in the Kingdom of Fiori. Libby nodded, her eyes revealing an outrageous look of you didn't know. There are amusement parks, resort hotels, etc. over there. With this accommodation voucher, you can play for free all day, and free accommodation is also provided. At this point, Libby's eyes widened. He kept scanning Knight and Urza. Suddenly covered her mouth. Don't get me wrong, this is Urza's. Knight explained helplessly. Ah? Urza, you. Libby was even more surprised. As a girl who likes to read novels, she has already imagined a big drama of a love triangle. Nate, Myra, Urza. Hiss, so scary. No, so exciting. Libby said excitedly, sorry, I disturbed you, bye. Then she slipped away in a blink of an eye. Knight. No, sister, although I don't know what you misunderstood, you must have misunderstood something. Just look at Urza. Urza seemed to be unaware of this misunderstanding, and was thinking seriously. Could it be a trap? She began to make a plan very reliably. But with you and me, there is no need to worry even if it is a trap. When the time comes, I will go out to meet that person. Knight, you hide in the dark, and once there is a problem, you will join forces with me to fight the enemy as soon as possible. Wait, why is your plan based on my going too? Knight was about to say something. Urza has already pulled his arm vigorously. What are you waiting for, Knight? If you leave now, you can still arrive before the sun sets. Knight. I have a date with Juvia at a luxury house in the suburbs today. The date is ruined. Knight got on the train to Arcane Resort Paradise and sent a private message to Juvia on the train to express his apology. Sitting opposite was Urza. Urza, have you realized a problem? Knight had to explain the situation in advance. What's the problem? We only have one ticket. Knight spread his hands. Urza thought about it seriously. It's okay, we can stay in the same room. Isn't this bad? Knight nodded. What are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. The train is so slow, why hasn't it started yet? We'll miss it. Iluza couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so happy to share a room with me? Don't get me wrong, I'm just worried about you. Knight said righteously. You know, that samurai doesn't know if he's a man or a woman, and there are no telling how many people are behind him, or even a dark wizard lurking in the forum. How can I be sure you'll go alone? We're guild mates, we're family. Iluza is not a person with a low sense of laughter, usually she's more serious than smiling. But at this moment, she couldn't help but smile. She looks so good when she smiles. Knight thought, this face should smile more, she's always keeping a serious face. Are you the class leader? Thank you, Knight. Iluza's smile faded quickly, and she thanked him very seriously. Knight shook his head helplessly, just smile more and thank him right then. Really? Iluza touched the corner of her mouth, and her heart was gently touched. 087 Magic Network Information Monitoring, Urza's Knee Pillow Service. Sigma Man, I'm sorry, Juvia, something happened, today's date is cancelled. Sunny Doll, eh? Juvia understands, crying and acting cute. JPG. Sunny Doll, Lord Knight, Juvia also wants to help. Sigma Man, it's just a small matter. If everything goes well, I will be back tomorrow. Sigma Man, be obedient and bring you a gift when I come back. Sunny Doll, Juvia is very looking forward to it. Excited. JPG. Sunny Doll, Lord Knight must be safe. The magic train started slowly, clang, clang, and drove to the destination. Knight comforted his second girlfriend and then closed the private chat interface. Arcane Resort. He was a little familiar with this place name, and after Levi's reminder, he had already remembered it. It was a place name that appeared in the Tower of Paradise. So, this samurai is Jalal's man? Knight thought to himself, and immediately closed his eyes and entered the deep web. The world of 0 and 1. A wooden house in the snow. Yu leaned back in a casual posture, holding his chin with one hand, and quickly flipping the other hand. Reading the information flowing on the entire network. Yu, call up the Magic Network account nicknamed Warrior. After hearing the voice, Yu realized that there was another person behind him. She didn't ask anything, and quickly used the Magic Network secondary authority given to her by Knight to call up all the information of Warrior. Registration date. Active time. Speech record. Friends list. And so on and so forth. The traces left by this account on the Magic Network were displayed in front of Knight without a single leak. Is there anything wrong with this person? It's just a small problem, don't worry about it. Knight's eyes quickly swept over and finally stopped at the friend list. The Warrior's friend column has only 5 friends. They are Zikaline, Knight, Cat is so cute, Round Wally, and Card Master. Sure enough. Knight nodded and ordered, call up the chat record of Warrior. Soon, he saw the information he wanted. Chat with Zikaline. Zikrane, the time is ripe, go and bring Urza back. Warrior, understood, Master Jalal. Chat group the Family of Paradise. Warrior, everyone, prepare to act, find a way to bring Urza back. Card Master, is it finally done? The Tower of Paradise. Card Master, Sister Urza, will we be able to see her soon? Cheerful Wally, a few of us? It's too dangerous to go to Magnolia. Card Master, she has been posting on the forum asking about the Tower of Paradise recently, so let's find a way to get her to come to us. Cat is so cute, I have a few accommodation coupons for the Arcane Resort, meow. Cheerful Wally, is it time to discuss vacation now? Miria. Warrior, Maria, can you give me one? Cat is so cute, good meow. Cheerful Wally, Simon, let's wait for the vacation. Now we have to find a way to bring Urza back. Samurai, that's why we need the ticket. It's Simon? Nate vaguely remembers the names of these people. Cat is so cute, it's Catwoman Miriana. Card Master, real name is Hugh. Cheerful Wally, just Wally. Samurai, Simon. These people are Urza's childhood cellmates in the Tower of Paradise. Jalal is also one of them. However, Jalal was brainwashed by Altair and fell into darkness. He controlled the entire Tower of Paradise and tried to revive the Black Wizard Ziref. Only Urza escaped. The people who stayed behind were deceived by Jalal's lies and mistakenly thought that Urza had betrayed them. Speaking of which, the Tower of Paradise really produced some talents. Knight was secretly complaining. Needless to say, Jalal and his group, he remembered that several of the 6 demon generals also came from that place. Consciousness returned to reality. Knight slowly opened his eyes and heard Urza's voice. Are you sleepy? Knight shook his head, thought for a while, and asked. Urza, why are you looking for the Tower of Paradise? As far as I know, its real name is our system, which is a forbidden magic banned by the council. You know our system? Urza showed a surprised expression, and then was silent for a moment. If it's inconvenient to say, just pretend I didn't ask. Of course Knight knew why, but he was just bored and chatted with Urza. Ah, I should say sorry for forcibly involving you. Zero seeking flowers. Urza pursed her lips and said softly, it's right to tell you, that was when I was a child. She slowly told her own experience. When she was a child, Urza lived in a place called Rosemary Village. Suddenly one day, the black magic cult attacked the village, captured her, and took her to the Tower of Paradise. Knight knew everything that happened afterwards. In the end, Grandpa Rob sacrificed himself to save me, and I awakened magic because of this. After escaping from the Tower of Paradise, I joined Fairy Tale. I have been investigating the Tower of Paradise for many years, just to find out if those friends are still alive. Urza paused with a nostalgic tone, and looked up to see that Knight had fallen asleep. It was you who asked me, and it was you who fell asleep. With a slight arc at the corner of her mouth, Urza got up and sat next to Knight, gently putting his head on her shoulder. It's so hard. Knight opened his eyes helpless. You didn't sleep. Even if I fell asleep, I would be woken up by your armor. Sorry, Urza was a little embarrassed. If you are very sleepy, I can lend you my legs as a pillow. Knee pillow? Knight moved his butt and put his head on Urza's thigh without any courtesy. Urza's upper body was in daily armor, but her lower body was in a blue skirt. Comfortable thigh pillow, fragrant and soft. Urza really treats him as a brother. Knight thought, squinting his eyes in enjoyment. He didn't care whether he was a brother or not, but he was a little sleepy. It was also the first time for Urza to provide knee pillow service to someone. She lowered her eyes and looked at Knight quietly sleeping face. After learning that Zakrane was Jalal's thought body, Urza already understood clearly. Even if she found the Tower of Paradise, it would be difficult to rescue her friends if they were alive. She hoped to get Knight's help. Only Knight in the guild had such power. And Knight didn't ask much, and chose to act with her. Although she was forced to come here, Knight would not let her go easily if she didn't want to. Urza smiled. Have a good rest, Knight, I will wake you up when we get there. 088 Your magic is very interesting, but it's mine now. Arcane Resort Paradise. As the most popular seaside tourist destination in the Kingdom of Fiori, it has a very complete range of entertainment facilities. Unfortunately, when Knight arrived here, it was already past 7 in the evening. There was no way to enjoy the sun, the beach, the swimsuit, and the beauties. So, the two went to the hotel to check in first. The free accommodation voucher in Urza's hand can be used to stay in a high-end guest room. The room is very spacious, and you can see the beach view directly from the balcony. However, what Knight is most satisfied with is that there is only one bed in the room. 2 guests. I wish you a happy vacation. I am Winnie, the hotel housekeeper, and I am happy to serve you. The housekeeper is a woman in her 30s, and she is polite. She did not show any impatience because of the free accommodation voucher. It is 7:15 in the morning. There is a leisure and entertainment venue on the first floor of this hotel. If you are interested, you are welcome to experience it at any time. When Knight came up to the second floor, he saw the so-called leisure and entertainment venue. It is actually a casino. After sending the hotel housekeeper away, Knight turned his head and looked at Urza. Seeing that she was still dressed in daily armor, he immediately walked over. Why are you still wearing this? Knight pushed Urza's shoulder and brought her to a full-length mirror. Do you look like you are here for vacation? Urza was a little confused and couldn't help but say. Aren't we here to meet the samurai? We can talk about it tomorrow. Today is very busy, now is the time to relax, change clothes and go to the entertainment venue downstairs. Nate urged with a smile, or, do you want to try the food here first? Hearing him say this, Urza was also a little tempted. Looking at herself in the mirror wearing armor, she thought. I am more or less a hopeless woman, and I always feel uneasy without armor. Change clothes. With a flash of golden light, Urza changed into a dress. Is this okay? She showed herself in the mirror. A purple dress, paired with long white gloves and a pair of purple high heels. Your dress-up magic is really convenient. Nate nodded in appreciation, very beautiful. Let's go, since we are here, relax when it's time. He said, he pulled Urza and walked out. When they arrived at the first floor, the handsome men and beautiful women attracted a lot of attention as soon as they appeared. The magnificent casino, every detail reveals luxury and style. There are many guests in the venue, and all kinds of recreational facilities are available. It is different from the gambling machines Knight knows. This is a magical world. Even the casino uses magic props. The only friendly thing is the card table. Nate asked Urza beside him. What do you want to play? Play cards, I'm good at this. Urza smiled lightly. Nate, do you know how many happy beans I won playing Happy Landlord recently? Very powerful. I used 10,000 happy beans and won 10 million. Urza was quite proud of this. Nate opened his mouth, not knowing how to complain. You are an S-class wizard, but you don't work every day, just stay at home and play games, right? Internet addict girl. Let's go, let me see how good you are. The two came to the card table and joined the gambling. Arisa seemed very skilled. Knight learned a little about the rules, which were similar to poker, using 5 cards to compare the size. As the game went on, Knight's chips became fewer and fewer. But the chips in front of Urza were piled up like a mountain. Knight was shocked. Is this girl a gambling god? She didn't lose a single hand. Flush was like an obedient puppy, and would run obediently into Urza's hands. The dealer was already sweating. Did you cheat with magic? Knight leaned close to Urza's ear and asked in a low voice. But it was impossible. In front of his 6 eyes, if Urza cheated, he would have discovered it long ago. Urza laughed, do you believe it? A woman blessed by good fortune. You are amazing. Knight envied her luck. Suddenly. Knight raised his eyebrows slightly and looked up at the dealer who was sweating profusely. It's time to change hands. The new dealer has dark skin and golden hair. After letting the previous dealer leave, the dark-skinned dealer began to skillfully organize the cards. Urza was still laughing, full of confidence in front of Knight now. No matter who deals the cards, I don't feel like I'll lose. In that case, how about playing a special game, Sister Urza? Hearing the name of her sister, Urza was stunned. In the blink of an eye, 5 cards were dealt in front of her, and they were face up. However, unlike ordinary playing cards, these 5 cards were all letters. Death. Death. You are. Urza looked at the dealer and was stunned. Shiu. Card magic. Shiu ignored her and activated his own magic. The 5 cards representing the meaning of death suddenly unfolded a magic circle. Knight could clearly feel that this was magic coming towards him. Space magic? 6 eyes easily saw through this magic, but Knight had no intention of resisting. The next moment, a strong suction seemed to come from the magic circle, and Knight was sucked into the cards. This scene shocked the people around him and they screamed and fled. What are you doing? Arisa's face changed slightly. She saw a miniature version of Knight in card A. What am I doing? It's you, sister, what are you doing? Shiu's tone was cold. While I and other companions were experiencing pain in the Tower of Paradise, my sister was dating a man here. Isn't this unfair? No. Arisa didn't expect to see her old friends here. At this time, 3 more people came from behind and blocked Urza's retreat. Long time no see, Urza. Arisa-chan, you are here as expected, meow. How many years has it been? Haven't seen each other for 8 years. Arisa turned her head and looked, and couldn't help but sluggish for a moment. Simon, Wally, Miriamiu, are you all still alive? Sorry, Urza. Simon said expressionlessly, can you please return to paradise with us? You are a samurai. Arisa opened her eyes wide and reacted at this time. Yes, I am a warrior. I gave you your accommodation voucher, but I didn't expect. Simon nodded. But he hadn't finished speaking. Knight's voice interrupted him. I didn't expect you to bring a man. Inside the card. Knight felt that he was in a closed space, with only one window in the pale space. From the window, he could clearly see the situation outside. Shut up. Xiu snorted. I know you. I've seen your poster in the weekly Sosura section. The new 10 Holy Wizards. As he spoke, he picked up the A card and cast a disdainful look at Knight in the card. If we face the enemy head-on, it will be difficult for us to take Urza away, but now you have been locked in the card by my magic and can't do anything. Knight raised his hand and punched. Bang! The vibration force was instantly transmitted from the card to the real 3.2 world. The entire resort hotel was shaking slightly, and the ceiling seemed to collapse at any time. Xiu was shocked. It's useless, my magic is. However, he hadn't finished speaking yet. The surface of the card was covered with cracks, and with a bang, it shattered like a small mirror. How is it possible? Xiu blurted out in shock, you broke the space. It's just a fragile little space, what's the problem? Nate escaped from the card and appeared behind the gambling table. He picked up the D card casually, played with it between his fingers, and then threw it to Xiu. Xiu was stunned and subconsciously clamped the flying D card. However, a magic circle suddenly unfolded. Xiu felt a strong suction force, and in a blink of an eye, he was sealed in the card. Knight caught the slowly falling D card and smiled at the dark kid on the card. Your magic is interesting, but it's mine now. 089 Knight, you are a genius. Urza reports Jalal, 4/4 please vote for the monthly ticket. Xiu. Simon was shocked. Miliana blinked blankly, it's Xiu's magic, why can he do meow? Wally's right hand turned into a square magic gun, his face full of disbelief. Copy? What's going on? It's impossible to learn it instantly. Laser shot out from his magic gun, and a small red light appeared on the back of Knight's head. Urza, who was sitting at the card table, was also a little surprised. But she knew that Knight mastered the space-time magic Flying Thunder God, which is an extremely powerful space magic, and has a high level of attainment in space magic. Hugh's magic looks like card magic, but the ability to seal people in cards obviously involves space. Maybe he really mastered it in an instant. What an amazing man! Arisa thought in her heart. Let me out. Bastard! You actually used my magic to seal me. In the D card, Hugh banged on the card. Nate rotated the card, making the D card fly back and forth between his hands. Before he crossed over, he learned some magic to flirt with his senior, which is the flying card technique in magic. Pointing. A gun at me is no joke. Surrender now and I won't do anything to you. Knight turned around while playing cards. Seeing this, Simon took decisive action. Dark moment. Simon had a turban on his head and a black eye patch on his left eye. His face was disfigured when he was a child, so his mouth, jaw, and cheeks were protected by iron. Suddenly, a strong red light burst out from his right eye. A purple-black magic circle unfolded. Then, the lights of the casino seemed to disappear abruptly, and everything around fell into darkness. Urza was shocked. Did Xi also learn magic? She stretched out her hand and couldn't see her fingers. Simon immediately reminded his companions. Miliana. Understood, meow, cat bondage. Miliana used cat magic to throw out a pipe rope like a cat's tail, which wrapped around Knight's wrist. The darkness came quickly and went quickly. When the light reappeared, Urza immediately stood up from the gambling table, trying to stop the conflict between the two sides. Wait a minute, Knight, they are my old friends, don't hurt them first. Full of energy, Urza-chan, Miriam tilted her head like a cat. He is bound and entangled by my cat, and he can no longer use magic, meow. Wally's right arm was like a pile of cube blocks. After being combined into a gun, it was separated from his body and the muzzle was pointed at Knight's forehead. It was still infrared aiming. We are the ones who have the advantage now, Urza. He snorted, Mr. 10 Holy Wizards, let our companions out first, otherwise, with a bang, your head will explode like a watermelon. Knight raised his left hand, his wrist was wrapped by a pipe rope, and the flow of magic in his body became stagnant. Why do you think I can't use magic? Nate was a little confused, and his mouth curled up slightly. It's just a rope. I can break free of this level of seal with magic alone. As soon as the voice fell, Nate's magic burst out from his body, and the white magic visible to the naked eye instantly tore the pipe rope apart. Then a magic shield was formed around him. What kind of magic power? Simon was shocked, and felt that there was a strong typhoon on the opposite side, and a fierce sense of oppression enveloped him. Miliana was stunned. My cat bondage, this is the first time I've seen someone break free of meow. Damn, I haven't heard that this can be done. Wally was shocked. What a monster! Is this the new Holy 10 Wizards? Shiu's card seal was broken by a punch, and now even Miriana's cat bondage is useless. In the battle between wizards, the strength of magic power does not represent an absolute victory or defeat. Knight chuckled, brushed his right hand across the card table, and grabbed the remaining 3 cards with the letters E, T, and H in his hand. But when the magic power gap is too huge, the fancy magic loses its meaning. After saying that, 3 cards were thrown out, flying to Simon, Wally, and Miriam respectively. Knight's card flying skills are very good. When these 3 cards hit the 3 people, 3 magic circles were instantly unfolded. The next moment, the 3 people were sealed in the cards. It's troublesome, I can't break it. It's exactly the same as Zio's magic. I didn't expect the mission to fail. Let me out, meow. The shouts of the 3 people came from the 3 cards, and the cards fell lightly to the ground. Knight walked over, picked up the 3 cards, and said to the 3 people inside. Card magic, cat magic, body split magic, and dark magic. The magic of the 4 of you is quite interesting, but it's a pity that you have too little magic power and can't practice it well. A small conflict broke out very suddenly, but ended even faster. Arisa is still a little confused. The 4 childhood friends actually learned magic, and they also wanted to take her back to the Tower of Paradise. Wally, what do you mean by the mission? She walked to Knight and asked the card that sealed Wally. Did Jalal ask you to come? Why do you have to obey him? Arisa, you betrayed us, and you still have the nerve to ask this now. Inside the card, Wally narrowed his eyes. Betrayal? Arisa's delicate body trembled. When she escaped from the Tower of Paradise, she did not have the ability to help them escape together. How could Urza betray? Knight snapped his fingers at the card, and with a thud, Wally in the card was ejected. I think you have some misunderstandings, maybe Jalal deceived you. What? Hugh's face changed slightly. At this time, Simon took a deep breath. He is right, it is indeed Jalal who deceived us. Ah! Wally was stunned. What are you talking about, Simon? I also pretended to be deceived by him to gain his trust. On the day Urza escaped from the Tower of Paradise, Jalal told them that Urza stole a ship, abandoned her companions, and fled alone. Now that the Tower of Paradise has been built, Urza, Jalal wants to use you as a living sacrifice to revive the legendary Black Wizard Ziref. After a pause, Simon continued. Not only that, the Council's Zikrain is Jalal's thought body. I only knew about this after seeing his nickname on the Magic Network. Jalal added him as a friend, and the nickname was Zikrain. Urza's body trembled slightly, and she clenched her fists in anger. Sure enough, Zikrain 217 is Jalal. She couldn't help but look at Knight. Nate's heart skipped a beat, and this look was the third time. He could guess what this girl was going to say next. Quickly interrupted. Urza, time is already very short today, why don't we go have a meal first and talk about it tomorrow? He stacked the 4 cards together, pulled Urza up and walked towards the restaurant. But, Jalal, if we don't stop him quickly, we don't know what he will do. Urza was dragged away, and she didn't resist, but her face was a little anxious. Why don't you worry about being used as a living sacrifice? Nate complained in his heart, stopped, and faced this serious girl. You can report it to the council. Report. Urza blinked blankly. This is the work of the council. Besides, if you report that Zikrain is Jalal's thought body, the council will thank you. Nate pulled her and continued to walk towards the restaurant. Anyway, let's eat first. Nothing in the world is more important than his date with Urza. Urza's eyes lit up, and her face was full of praise. Nate, you are a genius. She immediately opened the Magic Network and was about to report Jalal to the council. It just so happened that there was a Magic Council era section on the Magic Network, which included the function of accepting reports. Knight, genius. Arisa thought happily and moved very quickly. Being led by Knight, she didn't even need to look at the road. Before she even got close to the restaurant, the report had been sent out. 090 The Guild Coalition attacked Jalal. Magic Council era. It had been 4 or 5 days since the section went online. Thanks to the efforts of Speaker Crawford Shim, the entire section was completely renewed, completely different from the empty situation when it was first launched. The section has many functions. Reporting is just one of them, and there are special council magicians in charge. As for the content of the report, it is varied. For example, reporting a certain account may be a black magician lurking in the Magic Network, and the God of Death allegory was named. For example, where have the traces of the activities of the Dark Guild been found recently? Because it is a newly launched section, the enthusiasm of the Magic Network users is very high, and a lot of reports have been received these days. Crawford Shim praised it highly. The emergence of the official section has greatly increased the efficiency of the council and strengthened the management of the magic world. At this time, it was more than 8 o'clock in the evening. Crawford Shim was still working at his post. Suddenly, a young wizard rushed in. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Speaker, I just received a report on the internet about Counselor Zikrain. The wizard explained solemnly. The nickname of the reporter is Knight, and his real identity is the Fairy Queen of Fairy Tale, Urza Chocolate. Crawford Shim frowned slightly. Arisa reported Zikrain? He opened the official section of the Council of Representatives and saw Urza's report letter in the report section. It was a long letter. Crawford Shim read it patiently and became more and more shocked. Arisa revealed her identity and reported in her real name. He kept 70% trust in the authenticity of the content. Jellard, our president, the 8th Tower of Paradise. Zikrain is Jalal's thought body clone. Aren't they twin brothers? Is this true? Crawford Shim took a deep breath, and cold sweat soaked his back. Jellard has completed the construction of the 8th Paradise Tower, and is ready to capture Urza and use her as a living sacrifice to revive the Black Wizard Ziref. Once this happens, he is finished. He will definitely lose his position as the speaker. At the end of the report, Urza also brought up Knight, and said that it was Knight who discovered that Zikrain was a thought body. If she doesn't believe it, she can take Simon and other evidence to the council headquarters and confront Zakrane face to face. Crawford Shim took a deep breath and reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his head. He only believed 70% of Urza's report, but he could believe 90% of Knight's words. After all, the magic network he is using now was created by Knight. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. While Zakrane hasn't realized it yet, we have to act secretly. Crawford Shim quickly made up his mind. Even if it was fake, he had to take down Zakrane first. If it was true, it would be too scary. What was the purpose of a thought body lurking in the council for so long? Crawford Shim quickly opened the council chat group. When he was about to hold a short meeting online to discuss how to solve the problem, he suddenly remembered that Zakrane was also in the group. So, he created a new group and added the other 8 counselors one by one. Click on Wolo. When Crawford Shim heard Tia's name, his face changed again. This woman and Zakrane joined the council at the same time. Is it credible? For safety reasons, he did not bring Ultia in. Chairman, why did you suddenly create a new group? 2 people are missing. What happened? 7 counselors came online one after another, puzzled by Crawford Shim's behavior. Seeing that everyone was asking, the fat old man immediately opened a group voice chat. Crawford Shim, something big has happened, everyone. Crawford Shim, Zakrane may have a problem. He is Jalal's thought body. Crawford Shim, Jalal has completed the construction of the 8th Paradise Tower. Instantly, it was quiet. Everyone was shocked by the sudden news. Arcane Resort Hotel. Nate and Urza enjoyed a meal at the hotel together. Seeing that she was a little absent-minded while eating, she would glance at her report letter from time to time. Knight said helplessly. You have reported it with your real name, and it is a serious matter. Unless the council is wiped out in advance, it will definitely be taken seriously. Really? But there has been no reply to me. Iluza bit her fork. How much do you distrust the council? Knight complained in his heart, and then thought that the council was indeed a makeshift team. Just thinking about it, the ring flashed. Crawford Shim, Knight, are the things about Zakrane true? Can you guarantee it? No, why do you ask me if you don't ask Urza? Knight looked up and said to Urza, the speaker came to ask me. When Urza heard it, she hurried to Knight's side and leaned over to read it together. Sigma Man, regarding the thought body, I guarantee in the name of the 10 saints that Zakrane is indeed a thought body. Sigma Man, as for the content of Urza's report, I personally guarantee that it is all true and credible. Crawford Shim, I know. It's so terrible. Thanks to you. Knight. Sigma Man, speaker, you should thank Urza. Crawford Shim, there is one more thing. Ursha and Zakrane, they both became counselors at the same time. Is this woman a thought body? How dare you ask me such a question? Can I still betray Miss Witch? Knight thought, Ursha should continue to be her counselor. Sigma Man, Ultia is not a thought body. There was no reply from the other side. About half a minute later. Crawford Shim, I have discussed this matter with other counselors. The Tower of Paradise must be destroyed no matter what. This forbidden magic is too dangerous. Crawford Shim, the council is preparing to unite several major guilds to form a joint expeditionary force to defeat Jalal. Crawford Shim, regarding the location of the Paradise Tower, do you know the exact address? Nate really doesn't know. He only knows that it is on a small island in a nearby sea area. However, just ask Simon who is locked in the card. Sigma Man, on a small island near the coast of Karlam. Crawford Shim, I understand. Thank Urza for me, she helped a lot. The conversation ended. Nate looked at Urza beside him, are you relieved now? Urza looked a little embarrassed. I'm sorry to bother you again this time, Knight. I didn't expect the council to attach so much importance to it and form a coalition to defeat Jalal. Will the coalition come here to join us? No, do you still want to join? Knight nodded. Anyway, let's eat first, it's vacation time now. Arisa couldn't help but smile when she saw his expression. Are you a little annoyed with her? Sorry, it's tiring to get along with a woman like her. But, that's true, it's vacation time now. Let's talk about the expedition against Jalal after the arrival of the coalition army. If he continued, Knight would get angry. So, Urza finally relaxed and returned to the table to enjoy the food in a good mood. After a big meal until 10 o'clock, the two returned to the hotel room. 091 Taboo Magic Time Worm, sleeping with Urza. It's nice to have a vacation like this occasionally. The hotel restaurant is also delicious. Is it really okay to eat for free? Among girls, Urza's appetite is relatively large. What's enviable is that although she can eat a lot, her figure is very outstanding. She looks charming in a purple big dress. Knight thought that Urza always wields swords and guns, and that's where all the calories are consumed. You're usually too tense, always wearing armor. At this point, Knight suddenly became curious. By the way, do you have private clothes that you wear every day? Private clothes? Like this? Urza thought about it seriously. Change clothes. A flash of golden light, the dress disappeared. Urza stood in front of the full-length mirror, swinging her arms, admiring her maid outfit. Knight was stunned for a moment, laughing and crying. It's not like that. This kind of clothes belongs to special attack speed clothes, right? What about this kind? Urza dressed up again, this time as a bunny girl. Black bunny girl costume, with a white ball tail behind her, and her slender thighs tightly wrapped in black stockings. A pair of black pointed high heels on her feet, and a pair of cute black bunny ears on her head. This kind of costume. Nate was controlled for 10 seconds on the spot, thinking. Do you have any unique insights on daily private clothes that are different from ordinary people? But should I say it's beautiful and sexy, I really want to hug it. Your private clothes are very beautiful. Nate finally gave up. Since Urza thinks this is a private clothes, then it is. Hearing the helplessness in her tone, Urza's mouth corners slightly raised, and she couldn't help laughing. I'm going to take a shower first. Or do you take it first? You go first. Urza changed her clothes again, and the sexy bunny girl disappeared. She was wrapped in a white bath towel, and her long crimson hair was also tied up on her head. Her left hand was holding a bathtub at her waist, with some toiletries in it. Your dressing magic can really make anything happen. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Can I? Of course, dressing is not a difficult magic. After Urza answered seriously, she took the toiletries she had prepared in advance and walked into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water came. A man and a woman were alone in the same room. The woman was taking a shower again, and the sound of the shower always made people think about it. Knight suddenly realized a problem. Urza's dressing space also contains shower gel and shampoo? These things are probably prepared before coming here today. Knight noticed that those things were all brand new and unopened. So, in fact, she is also looking forward to the vacation in her heart, right? Knight chuckled and walked to the balcony to enjoy the night sea breeze. She should be the kind of girl who will plan the route when traveling, and then consider all aspects and make preparations in advance. A little cute. Knight thought, and took out 4 cards from his pocket. When they were just sealed in, the 4 people were eager to get out. But now they are quiet and sleeping in the cards. Zio's card magic is completely different from Kana's card magic. It involves space. And Knight happened to have a high understanding of space magic. He was only locked in once, and he immediately found the trick of this magic through the 6 eyes and learned it in an instant. This is the first time he learned a magic instantly. Before the war with the ghost, he read Makarov's Super Magic Fairy Law. But super magic is too complicated and profound, and it is impossible to master it instantly. Now he finally encountered space card magic that he can learn instantly. Knight is very happy about this. More. He loves to learn. Wait until the guild coalition forces arrive, and then let them out. Knight put the 4 cards back into his pocket. At this time, the system prompt sound suddenly came. Task: the number of registered users of Magic Internet has exceeded 30,000. Task completed. Hey? It's already completed. Nate muttered in surprise. Judah is so efficient, he is indeed a self-made rich first generation, a super businessman. Looked at the data counted by the system. Total number of internet registrations, 30,001. In just 1 second, there was another fresh leak. Not bad, it's right to find Judah to cooperate. Nate nodded with satisfaction, and then received the reward. Reward: Time Worm. The host is detected in the fairy tale world, and the reward is being converted. Time Worm parasitizes Magic Time Worm. In an instant, a huge amount of knowledge about new magic flooded into his mind. Nate seemed to be swimming in the ocean of knowledge, enjoying the comfort of being enlightened by magic knowledge. For a long time, Knight slowly opened his eyes, and had completely mastered this magic. It was neither time magic nor a summoning magic that summoned insects. It was a parasitic magic. Use magic power to condense a time worm and parasitize the other party. This parasitism is not simply turning the object into a puppet under his control. It replaces its existence. It seems that I can't describe it this way. This magic is a bit profound, and it feels more complicated than the laws of fairies. Knight was a little surprised. This is the most complicated magic he has seen so far. For example, if the time worm is used to parasitize the current Urza, then, this parasitism will exist when Urza is born. This parasitism will occur at the beginning of time. After that, Urza's life will be clear to him. It involves some time ability, and the parasitism is completed at the beginning of time. General means can't defend it at all, and you can't even detect that you are parasitized. Such a terrible magic, it is completely forbidden magic among forbidden magics. At this time, the sound of the bathroom door opening sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Nate turned around and looked. Are you blowing the wind? Be careful of catching a cold. Iluza wiped her wet hair, and said as if she remembered something. By the way, the hotel's shower gel is not very okay, I left mine in the bathroom, I'll lend it to you. She sat down on the bed, her long white legs folded together, her right hand propped up the bed sheet, her face full of a relaxed expression after bathing. Noticing Knight staring at her, Urza asked in confusion. Aren't you going to take a shower? I'll go right away. Knight thought, a beauty like you coming out of the bath, everyone would take a few more glances. Are you still a man if you don't look? Immediately walked into the bathroom and took off his clothes. After taking a shower, Knight came out wearing a pair of big shorts. Then he saw Urza had changed into pajamas and lay in bed. How about I sleep on the sofa? Knight asked tentatively. You'll catch a cold. The bed is big, and it won't be crowded with you. Urza opened her eyes, with only her head sticking out of the quilt. What's wrong? Are you shy? You are so shy. I am afraid I can't control myself. I can't just say you smell so good, bro. Then I made some moves, and Urza kicked me off the bed. Go to sleep quickly, maybe the Allied forces will be here tomorrow. Urza stretched out her hand and blew a little air, then closed her eyes. I'm here, you can't kick me off the bed. Nate reminded him worriedly, lifted the quilt and lay down in it, and turned off the magic crystal lamp. The hotel room suddenly fell into darkness, with only the moon in the sky, casting a ray of gentle light from the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony. I don't know how long it took. Nate's whispers were heard in the room. Urza. He responded with a dazed voice, obviously she was very sleepy. I'm a little afraid of the dark, can I hug you? Knight immediately changed from lying flat to lying on his side, hugging Urza's waist from behind. His nose was close to Urza's neck, and he could smell the girl's body fragrance mixed with shower gel from her hair. What a nice smell! Knight tried his best to restrain himself. Who can sleep like this? Damn it, I shouldn't have followed. Closed his eyes and started counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 fragrant, white and big sheep. Pa! Don't think about it, sleep. In the darkness, there was only a slight breathing sound. The next day, Urza woke up first and felt a little restrained and tight in front. When she lifted a corner of the quilt, she found a hand reaching into her pajamas. Her face flushed immediately. Even she would be shy sometimes. Quietly, she took her hand away without making a sound, and Urza was relieved. Really, what kind of sleeping habit is this? After muttering in her heart, Urza did not disturb Knight, who was sleeping soundly, and prepared to get up and wash up. Recalling yesterday, she felt a little funny again. Is Knight afraid of the dark when he sleeps? 092 The Witch of the Sky, Wendy Mabel. When Knight woke up, Urza was no longer in the hotel room. Get up, wash up, and go downstairs to the restaurant for dinner. As a result, there was no guest in the restaurant. Where are the guests? Knight asked the waiter. Dear 10 Holy Wizards, Mr. Knight, the guests have checked out. The waiter smiled and said, not only that, the resort will serve you and Ms. Urza exclusively all day today. Recognized? Knight was surprised. Why? You still ask why? The waiter's mouth twitched fiercely. You almost demolished the hotel with a punch yesterday, and the guests were scared away. It was the decision of the higher UPS. It is our honor to serve you too. The waiter spoke kindly. Before today, she didn't know Knight, but now she knows him. One of the 10 saints in the magic world, he is a big shot. I heard that he got the order of the 10 saints just by virtue of a groundbreaking magic. Of course, identity is only secondary. The higher UPS are mainly afraid that Knight will really demolish the resort. Anyway, the free accommodation voucher is only valid for 1 day, so the manager above made a decisive decision to serve these 2 plague gods well today and reopen the business after sending them away. Your service is really good, I will come again next time. Nate was very satisfied and thought about bringing Juvia or Altair back next time. The waiter's smile froze. Please don't come. By the way, have you seen my companion? You mean Miss Urza? She has already had breakfast and is now in the amusement park. Nate nodded, thanked him, and sat down at a table with his breakfast. He opened the magic network and sent a private message to Lucia. Sigma Man, the council is preparing to take action against Zikaline, did you know? Altia replied in seconds. Pain Witch, sister was about to send you a message, but you sent it first. Pain Witch, we are really in tune with each other, smile.jpg. Sigma Man, recently, you don't send me pictures on the internet, I will criticize you. Pain Witch, do you miss your sister? Snicker.jpg. Pain Witch, sister is wearing this today, does it look good? dailyprivateclothes.jpg. Every time I chat with Ursha, the conversation will go off track. After a while, after collecting a few beautiful pictures, only then did TE get back on track. Sigma Man, I'm getting off topic. I'm reminding you that the council is going to take action against Jalal. When he talked about what happened yesterday, Altair's reaction was obviously that she was unaware. Pain Witch, the speaker didn't mention it to me. It seems that I'm also suspected. Sigma Man, what are you going to do? Go back to the Devil's Heart. Pain Witch, no, dear, don't worry, sister will be fine. Sigma Man, are you still brainwashing Jalal? Pain Witch, no. Brainwashing was a thing when I was a child. After sister turned over a new leaf, the magic was lifted long ago. Is that so? Nate was a little confused. Is Jalal too deeply possessed by the devil now? Who cares? Sigma man, you are free. Make your own decision. I will help you if you get into trouble. Pain Witch, yeah, kiss.jpg. Pain Witch, sister is going to the council. The speaker just sent a message. It seems that she is going to take action against Jalal's thought body at the council. Then she went offline. Knight pondered. Since the council has decided to take action against Zakrane, one of the Holy Ten, they will definitely seek external assistance. Maybe they asked for reinforcements overnight. However, with Altair's strength, even if she is exposed, it will be no problem for her to run away. Since Miss Witch said she could handle it, Knight didn't care about it for the time being. After breakfast, Knight went to the amusement park to meet Urza. There was no one in the entire amusement park, and all entertainment facilities were free. The two had fun for a whole morning and experienced almost everything. After returning to the resort hotel for lunch, the two changed into swimsuits and went to the beach. Skateboarding, beach volleyball, kayaking, sea fishing, etc. It was much more fun than the amusement park. The main thing was that I could appreciate Urza's swimsuit. Urza was also very happy. Her usually tense nerves were completely relaxed, and she had a smile on her face. At about 3 p.m., the two tired people set up beach chairs on the beach. Nate got a barbecue grill and prepared to eat all the fish that he had worked hard to catch. As a wizard who often went out on missions, Urza had rich experience in outdoor camping. She gave Knight a good show. The knife was flying, and the seafood was cleaned by her in a few strokes, with smooth movements. Then it was barbecue time. After a full meal, the two walked along the coast to digest the food. I haven't been so happy for a long time. Urza walked in front with her hands behind her back. I came here just to investigate the Tower of Paradise at the beginning, but I didn't expect to experience a day of vacation. This is a lie. Nate thought, you were obviously looking forward to it. I will be happier in the future. Do you know why people don't like to work? Without waiting for her to answer, Knight continued, because it is against human nature. After solving the problem of survival, people just like to find happiness. But I am also happy when I work. Iluza turned around and laughed lightly. Knight was speechless. Zero seeking flowers. At this time, the ring flashed. The speaker sent a private message. Knight glanced at it and said, then your happiness is coming. Iluza blinked, and a beautiful question mark appeared on her head. Knight smiled back. Let's go, the guild coalition has arrived and is waiting for us in the hotel lobby. Really? It seems that it's time to work. Iluza nodded, change clothes. With a flash of golden light, the swimsuit turned into daily armor. Knight looked down at his beach pants. He really wanted to learn how to change clothes now. After changing clothes, he returned to the hotel lobby. In the hall, Knight saw two people, one big and one small. A man and a woman, or to be more precise, there was actually a white cat. Jura from the Holy Ten. Urza was a little surprised when she saw him. Miss Urza, and Mr. Knight, I've always wanted to meet you, and now I finally meet you. Jura was a bald man, and he nodded and greeted Urza first, then smiled and looked at Knight. I am the wizard of the Snake Princess Scale, Jurarikis, and it's our first meeting. Hello, Mr. Jura. Knight responded to him and quickly focused his attention on the little girl next to him. My name is Wendy, Wendy Mabel. The little girl put her hands behind her back, her toes slightly pointed inward, and after introducing herself a little stiffly, she glanced at the white cat next to her. She whispered. She is Xiaolulu, we are from the Demon Cat Inn. Little girl. Urza was startled. This is the coalition army that is going to attack Jalal, why would they send a little girl here? There is also a cat, like Happy, that has wings and is flying in the air. The white cat, Xiaolulu, crossed her arms and said angrily. Is it not possible? Fairy tale wizards, please don't look down on me and Wendy. It's Urza, the legendary fairy queen. Wendy whispered, with a little smile on her face. I'm talking to you, others look down on us. Xiaolulu stamped her feet, feeling very disappointed. I'm sorry, I didn't look down on you, but this action will be very dangerous. After Urza apologized seriously, she clenched her fist. If you are angry, just hit me. Knight. Urza, she is a dragon slayer. Knight reminded, walked to Wendy, and touched the little girl's head affectionately, right? The priestess of the sky. 093 Confident Jalal, Altair, I object. 4/4 ask for monthly tickets. A dragon slayer like Natsu? Iluza was a little surprised. Jura was also stunned. He and Wendy did not come together, but met in the hotel lobby. Before meeting Knight and the others, they also chatted with each other for a few words. I didn't expect such a little girl to be a dragon slayer. Big brother, do you know Wendy? Wendy looked up curiously. She was 1.5 meters tall, petite, and cute. She looked up at Knight with a puzzled look. I have read Voldemort's reply. Fire Dragon Igneel, Iron Dragon Metalicana, Sky Dragon Grandine. I saw magic similar to Natsu and Gajeel in you. Nate casually found a reason. At the same time, he understood in his heart why Wendy was here. From Wendy's reaction, she didn't know Voldemort and hadn't seen the post. Therefore, she would participate in this crusade probably because of the name Jalal. Yes, Wendy masters the lost magic, the Sky Dragon Slayer magic, and is a Dragon Slayer magician. Xiaolulu helped Wendy to admit her identity. Her tone was quite proud. That's why I said, don't underestimate us. Wendy lowered her head, a little bit pinched and twisted, and rubbed her little feet gently on the ground. Actually, I don't have much fighting power. She doesn't know cool moves like roaring. Or rather, she has never used it. I know some healing magic, which should be able to assist you. She said carefully and quietly. What a cute little loli. Knight thought that if Wendy really came for her savior, she would be disappointed. The Jalal she wanted to see was actually Fairy Tale's Mist Gang. If we want to chat, we can talk slowly on the way. Anyway, let's go to the Tower of Paradise first. Knight took out 4 cards and released Simon and the other 4 from the cards. Iluza immediately explained the current situation to the 4. The misunderstanding between the two sides has been resolved, and the 4 are willing to help and stop Jalal's evil deeds together. We came here by boat, so let's go back by boat. Simon suggested. The boat is docked at the nearby coast, follow me. Under his leadership, everyone left the resort and boarded the sailboat to the Tower of Paradise. Off the coast of Karlam. It took only more than 2 hours to reach the destination from the Akane resort. From the deck of the ship, looking at the island in front. A towering tower stands on the island, and there is an external spiral staircase outside the tower that leads directly to the top of the tower. Our system. Jura's face was solemn. Before I came, I heard about this forbidden magic from the president. The council first contacted the presidents of the local guild alliance, and then the presidents selected the appropriate wizards to commission. Because one of the thoughts of the target of the crusade can become a holy 10, sending ordinary wizards may not be of much use. Therefore, Jura, who is also a holy 10, was naturally chosen. Mr. Knight, the 2 of us should be able to stop Jalal together. I'm afraid I'm not his opponent alone. Jura turned to look at Knight. Do you have any battle plan? Battle plan? Knight was chatting privately with Altair, asking about the situation, and he had to shake his head when he heard it. What plan did he have? If Urza hadn't asked him for help, he wouldn't have bothered to care about Jalal. Zerf was alive and well, and Jalal's dream of resurrecting Zelf was doomed to fail. The plan is to fight on the top floor of the Paradise Tower and then arrest the other party. This is equivalent to having no plan. Jura laughed dryly, forget it, let's take it one step at a time. I don't know who the enemy is besides Jalal. At this time, Urza, who was standing on the bow, said loudly, it seems that someone on the island is waiting for us. Everyone looked over and saw that a large number of wizards had gathered on the coast of the island and were waiting. Exposed. Jura frowned. Simon hurriedly said, it's not us. In this situation, the four of them would be suspected at the first time. But in fact, no one suspected them. Get ready for the battle, Urza protected Wendy behind her and whispered, Wendy, you hide behind for a while. Wendy nodded quickly, I will release support magic for everyone. Nate turned off the magic net, walked to Urza, and looked at the situation on the island. Let me do it, you should save some magic power to deal with the next opponent. As he said, he clenched his right fist and bombarded the atmosphere on the right side of his body. Boom! In an instant, a tsunami came. 100 meters high huge waves rose from the sea and rushed towards the island in the sea. Seeing this scene, many wizards who had gathered on the shore began to flee in panic. However, the tsunami directly submerged the entire island, and they had nowhere to escape. With one punch, all the small fish were killed. Jura was shocked. As a Saint 10, his moves were far less destructive than Knight's. The white cat Xiaolulu opened her mouth in disbelief. Good magic. Turning his head and staring at Knight, Knight smiled back. The people in this world are quite magical. It's not strange to see a cat that can talk and fly. The top floor of the Tower of Paradise. Jalal crossed his legs, leaning against a high-backed chair, his left fist supporting his cheek, and his right hand holding a chess piece. Feeling the slight vibration caused by the tsunami on the Tower of Paradise, he couldn't help but laugh. Don't mess around. If you tear down my Paradise Tower, I'll have a headache, Knight. Pa! The chess piece fell. Across the chessboard, Zakrane also sat on a chair. As a thought body, he looks exactly like Jalal, without any difference. This is a high-level thought body, with the ability to act independently and can play chess with the main body. I didn't expect Urza to report me. The thought body was seen through. This is Knight's credit. It doesn't matter. It's just a small episode. Jalal talked to his thought body, still full of room. The sacrifice for resurrection requires a wizard of the Saint 10 level. The Urza chosen at first was only close to the Saint 10, but now there is a better target. Jury kiss. 3.2. Zikaline picked up the chess piece and raised his lips slightly. In addition, 2.7 billion conceptual magic power is needed to activate the R system. Ultia will find a way. Jalal ate the enemy general and looked calm. Zeph will be reborn soon. At the same time that Knight and others landed on the island. The scene here was also broadcast to the council headquarters by satellite magic in the sky. Including the speaker Crawford Shim, the other 8 councillors gathered in front of a huge crystal ball. If Jura and others fail. The second seat of the council, the old man with a bat decoration on his head and his right eye closed, suggested. Just use the magic spirit power to completely wipe this 8th tower off the map. Ultia raised her hand and said with a smile. I object. 094 instantly kill 3 crows. Magic spirit power, also known as super space-time destruction magic. This is one of the ultimate weapons used by the Magic Council to maintain order in the magic world. Using the satellite magic array, the huge energy bomb that integrates 2.7 billion conceptual magic power can be accurately launched to any corner of the continent. Its power is enough to destroy a country with one blow. Therefore, it must be voted by the council and at least 5 people must agree before it can be used. As soon as Ogre, who was in the second seat, proposed to use the magic spirit power, Ultia raised her hand to express her opposition. This made Ogre's expression a little stiff. It's so ugly, Ursha. He frowned and said, don't forget, you haven't cleared your suspicion yet. There is no accurate judgment on whether you are Jalal's accomplice. Stinky old man, what do you know? Ultia was a little speechless in her heart. Jalal was eager for you to use the magic spirit power, which just happened to charge the Tower of Paradise and completely activate the R system. She didn't care whether the Tower of Paradise was activated. But what if she accidentally hurt her beloved knight? Don't be impatient, Mr. Og, there is still plenty of time, why not wait and see? Ultia smiled sweetly, she believed that Knight would solve it. If it really can't be solved, the council will have to use the magic spirit power. She will not be a Counselor 04, and will also tear down the council on the spot. Then go find Knight. Thinking of living with Knight, Ultia actually looked forward to things developing in this direction. At this time, the sixth Siama said. I object too, things haven't come to this point yet. Mr. Yajima, even you. Ogre frowned even deeper. Michelle, who was in the third seat, pondered. I agree, but we have to wait until they fail. Then, the other counselors voted. It's about the resurrection of the Black Wizard Zeref. I agree no matter what. The two saints and Urza of fairy tale can win. So, I oppose. Finally, 4 votes. So, everyone looked at the speaker. The fat old man looked at the picture in the crystal ball and said calmly. Even if Knight and the others fail, at least we have to rescue Knight safely, and then consider whether to use him. 5:4, the vote failed. The tsunami receded and the ship docked. Knight and others stepped onto the island in the sea and looked up at the Tower of Paradise. It's quite high, at least 200 or 300 meters. I feel a strong magic power in the direction of the top of the tower. I'm afraid it's Jalal. Jura took the lead and walked in front. Follow me, in case of anything don't be afraid of traps. Reliable. Knight smiled slightly, a reliable bald guy. He reached out and hugged Urza's waist, and flew up lightly. But, I can fly. Mr. Jura, Urza and I will go up first, you can walk up slowly. Jura. That's not right, even if you can fly, shouldn't you take me with you? The two of us, the Holy Ten, will join forces to fight against Jalal together, this is the right thing to do. He opened his mouth, but Jura couldn't say it. He and Knight are not very familiar with each other. After completing this mission, he must add Knight as a friend. He added before, but the friend request was ignored. I understand, Mr. Knight, you two must be careful. Jura nodded, watching the two fly to the Paradise Tower, then turned back to Wendy and said. Wendy, Xiaolulu, you follow me. The words were not finished yet. Xiaolulu had already transformed into wings, grabbed Wendy's collar with 2 small claws, and took her to the sky. Mr. Jura, I'll help too. Wendy stretched out her hands and cast a supportive magic on Jura, armor power. A soft blue light enveloped Jura's body, and he felt that his defense was enhanced. It's rare to find a wizard who can assist in magic, and Jura is very happy to be supported by magic. But seeing Xiaolulu flying away with Wendy, Jura was very sad. His eyes fell on the Paradise Tower. It's so high, am I the only one climbing up? Jura felt that he was excluded by his companions, and secretly made up his mind to go back and learn a kind of flying magic. Clearing away distracting thoughts, Jura took a deep breath and started to walk up from the bottom of the tower. The spiral staircase outside the tower went up around the tower body, and after walking a circle, a figure blocked the way. Oh hello, Mr. Jura of the Holy Ten. The man wore a bird head mask and carried 2 flame thrusters on his back. I am a member of the Assassination Guild Skull and Bones, a special guerrilla force 3 crows. Justice Warrior, Owl. As soon as the words fell, Owl activated the thrusters behind him, and with the help of the flames, he approached Jura fiercely, clasped the bald man's neck with his right arm, and took him to the sky in an instant. By the order of Lord Jalal, I will bring you to him as a sacrifice, oh! Sacrifice? Jura did not resist, it was better to say that he helped a lot. He can fly up too. On the other side, Nate, holding Urza, has flown to the entrance of the top of the tower. Walked into the tower from the end of the stairs and soon came to a wooden bridge. On the long bridge, cherry blossoms were flying. At the end of the bridge, in the darkness, a cherry-haired woman wearing a white kimono, holding a long sword in both hands, and wearing high wooden clogs on her feet, walked towards her step by step with the steps of an Waran. "Hello, everyone, I am Banjiu, please give me your advice." The woman was quite polite and knew how to introduce herself. But the next sentence was not so friendly. "Ms. Urza, Lord Jalal no longer needs you. Are you satisfied with this wooden bridge as your burial place?" Urza frowned slightly and whispered, "Nate, leave this woman to me, you go and stop Jalal first." As she said that, she changed her clothes. Silver white battle angel, sky wheel armor. Nate pondered, "Your name is Turtle Dove." "Yes, respected Lord of the Magic Net, your Magic Net forum really helped us a lot." Banjiu's tone towards Knight was very friendly. "It was very inconvenient for us assassination guilds to accept commissions before, but now it's very easy for clients to find us. Thank you for your great invention." 500. Are there still assassination guild members lurking in the forum? Knight raised his eyebrows, wondering where these people got the rings from. He noticed that Banjiu's right index finger was indeed wearing a first-generation magic net ring. "Anyway, can you ask him to stop scattering cherry blossoms first?" Knight looked up at the sky above the wooden bridge. About 30 meters above, there was a man sitting on a dark pipe. The man was holding a flower basket in his hand and grabbed a handful of cherry blossoms and scattered them from a high place. As he spoke, Knight took out a card from his pocket with his right index and middle fingers. With a whoosh, the card flew towards the man at a high speed like a flying knife. "As expected of Saint 10, you found me easily." Facing the flying card, the man stretched out his hand like lightning to catch it. "No, buddy, there are cherry blossoms floating on the bridge, and there are no cherry blossom trees here. Anyone can know that there is someone. It has nothing to do with whether it is Saint 10 or not, it has something to do with the eyes and the brain." Nate was speechless, and immediately an idea came to his mind. On the card held by the man, a golden magic circle suddenly unfolded. The next moment, it teleported. Teleport. Vidalyudas's expression was stunned, and his pupils shrank suddenly. In the field of vision, a big hand opened 5 fingers and grabbed his face. Immediately, the terrifying vibration invaded the brain, and the brain matter was shaken evenly in an instant. Strong hands split the skull. Nate threw the man to the ground fiercely, and with a bang, one of the members of the 3 Crows was instantly killed. "Sorry, you look strong, but I personally hate cherry blossoms." 095 Magic App, download and you will know. Knight's whimsical ideas. Knight doesn't like cherry blossoms, mainly because of allergies. In addition to cherry blossoms, he is also allergic to several kinds of flowers and plants. At this time, one of the members of the 3 Crows was killed in one move, and Knight simply kicked all the flower baskets on the pipe down. In order to create an atmosphere when they appeared, these people really prepared several baskets of cherry blossoms. "It's very comfortable to sprinkle now, I wonder if it's tiring to collect?" Turtledove looked up at the cherry blossoms flying in the sky, and then looked down at his companion Vidarudas, who had completely lost consciousness. Death is the fate of love and life. What is this woman talking about? Knight sat on the pipe with his feet hanging in the air, waiting to watch the show leisurely. Turtledove has 2 beauty moles under his eyes. At this time, his feet are slightly apart, and his right hand has already grasped the handle of the knife. The posture of drawing a sword and slashing. "Mr. Knight, you can pass, but Miss Urza has to stay." "Knight, go ahead, I'll catch up soon." Urza also shouted. There are 4 steel wings behind the sky wheel armor. Although it doesn't move, it actually has the magic of flying. Urza flew almost close to the ground, swung a sword, and dozens of magic swords followed her to kill Banjiu. Banjiu stood still, slashing with the sword as fast as a flash of light. Moonless flowing sword flash. Urza, who was rushing forward, suddenly paused. The next moment, all the magic swords swirling around her body shattered at the same time. As if it was a delayed slash, the skywheel armor also shattered immediately afterwards. With one sword, the battle armor used by Urza was shattered. My moonless style can directly cut the opponent's nerves without hurting the flesh. Akaraga's sword has been sheathed, as if it has never been used before. The fairy queen is no more than this. With a plop, Iluza knelt on one knee, her eyes covered with a shadow. Tisk tisk, angry, Urza is angry. It was the first time that Knight saw Urza's expression like this. After thinking about it, he quickly said, "Do you want my help? It's very expensive to repair the broken armor." "I'm fine." Iluza stood firm again and was about to change clothes. Moonless style Garuda flame. Akaraga attacked again. This time the sword skills were not fast, but the magic power was transformed into flames. Like a roaring fire snake, a series of explosions occurred wherever it passed. Boom! In an instant, the wooden bridge was ignited, and a raging fire shot up into the sky. Iluza was forced back dozens of meters by the impact of sword energy and flames. Feng Di armor. Akaraga noticed that Urza had changed her clothes in an instant, and was amazed at her speed. At the same time, he taunted her. "It's fire-resistant armor, right? But..." Bang! Feng Di armor, shattered. "My sword skills are not that simple, Miss Urza." Another piece was broken. Nate thought, how much would it cost to repair it? Urza is really a rich woman. However, Rokugan observed the two. Akaraga's magic power is about 3 stars, weaker than Urza. This sword-wielding female wizard's combat power is all in swordsmanship. "Really don't need help," Knight said again. "Change to purgatory armor." With a flash of golden light, Urza changed her clothes again, this time to a pitch-black armor with spikes. Holding a giant sawtooth blade, the destructive power doubled. "Is this your strongest armor?" Banjiu closed his left eye, took a stance, and still drew his sword to slash. "Wait and regret it. No one can stand up straight in front of my armor." Iluza rarely said harsh words, and did not forget to look up and shout at Knight, "Stop talking nonsense, Knight, you will distract me." As soon as the voice fell, she rushed towards Banjiu again. This purgatory armor withstood Banjiu's first sword, and the scene finally became intense. Iluza's sawtooth giant blade was powerful, but facing Banjiu with full agility points, it was difficult to touch the opponent. The only difference was that Banjiu was finally forced to leave the spot and had to dodge. However, armor with strong attack power will appear a bit heavy when it cannot hit the enemy. Banjiu dodged the powerful sword again, and a big hole was smashed into the long bridge. She jumped up and passed over Urza's head upside down. A sword in hand. Moonless yaksha flashes in the sky. Click! The wooden clogs landed on the bridge with a light sound. The sound of the blade slowly returning to the sheath followed closely, and Banjiu said without looking back. "It seems that the winner has been decided. Now you should understand that your armor can't stop my moonless flow." With a bang, the purgatory armor was broken. Seeing this, Knight stretched out his right index finger and middle finger, pinched the void, and a card condensed with golden light. "I am not strong at all." Iluza staggered a step and whispered, "Change to the pure heart clothes." With a flash of golden light, she took out another set of armor. To be precise, it was not armor. The lower body was a pair of yellow flame-patterned bloomers, and the upper body was just a pair of giant pandas wrapped in bandages. There was no steel wrapped around the whole body, only soft cloth. "When I was a kid, I lost many of my friends in this tower. Grandpa Rob died in front of me. Before, I was weak and powerless. Even when I was running away, I could only leave alone. Nate raised his eyebrows and thought, this suit is really beautiful. This is Urza's strongest armor, abandoning defense and facing the weak self in the heart. Akariga frowned slightly, what's special about this armor? It's just cloth. But Urza slowly closed her eyes and whispered. I always cry alone and am used to being alone. In order to become strong, I put on heavy armor. I closed myself in a lonely world and faced the outside world cautiously, for fear of being hurt. Speaking of this, she suddenly showed a bright smile and faced Akariga calmly. I'm sorry, Knight, I just told you to stop talking. You must be very anxious and want to help me. I'm sorry, it's because I'm too weak, I never dare to take off the armor, only by wearing the armor can I find peace of mind. As he said, he transformed two long swords with his hands and pointed them at Tajia. I won't lose. Even if I lose, Knight will definitely help me at the most important moment. I'm no longer confused. The armor can't protect me, but my companions can. With a bang, Aerosol left a footprint on the bridge barefoot, and the whole person was like a scarlet light galloping on the battlefield. It's just a piece of cloth. What are you talking about? Akariga couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and also moved his feet to meet Urza. On the high pipe, Knight put away the cards and watched the battle below quietly. The pure swordsmanship contest ended at the touch. The scarlet light penetrated the long bridge like lightning and stopped at the end of the bridge. Behind him, the long sword of the dove cracked inch by inch, and fell to the ground with a bang. Congratulations, you won. Knight jumped lightly and landed lightly beside Urza. You look unhappy. Urza smiled at Knight, then her body softened and fell into his arms. The nerves were cut. Knight had to pick her up in a princess hug, and walked towards the top of the tower while saying, Wendy can heal magic, you bear with it. Thank you, Knight. Iluza put her arms around Knight's neck, rested her head on his shoulders, and closed her eyes tiredly. Even without the armor, she would not feel uneasy now. Knight thought for a while and said, I will teach you later, Li. What kind of teaching would be helpful to Urza? Most of his magic is system initiation, and others will not be able to learn it even if he teaches it. If magic can be downloaded directly through the magic network like an app, it would be great. This idea seems good. Knight's eyes lit up, it seems it is not impossible. In addition to being happy, Knight couldn't help but kiss Urza on the cheek. You helped me a lot. Iluza opened her beautiful eyes and touched the place where she was kissed, with a look of bewilderment on her face. 096 Knight's second super magic, Fairy Law, is activated. The current magic network has functions such as photographing and talking. Even if the user does not know these magics, it does not affect their use. And the magic app is a step further on this basis. However, it is easy to say, but it seems to be quite troublesome to do. I need to study it carefully later. You kiss me. Iluza touched the cheek that was kissed. It was the first time for someone to kiss her on the face, and it felt a little strange. Do you want to kiss me back? I don't mind. Urza opened her eyes wide and her face flushed. Even the fairy queen has shy moments. Besides, she always felt that Knight was a little different towards her. Could he like her? Then she thought of the time when she went to bed yesterday, when Knight touched her panda. She said she was afraid of the dark and had to hold her to sleep, but when she woke up the next day, she found that his hands were in her pajamas. She didn't know if it was intentional. Urza blushed more and more as she thought about it. Wait a minute. Impure things are not allowed. What are you talking about? Knight really didn't know that he touched her. It was purely a habit when sleeping, and his hands moved by themselves. Anyway, now is not the time to talk about this, we must stop Jalal quickly. Urza shook her head vigorously and quickly changed the subject, and almost bit her tongue. We are on our way now, but, Knight looked down at Urza's bra, are you really not going to change? Iluza felt a little strange now, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Yesterday, she slept in the same bed with Knight, and 003 didn't think there was anything wrong. But now, just being seen with a bandage on her chest, she felt the blood rushing to her face. Reddened, her face was about to swell again. Change clothes. She quickly changed into the most commonly used armor, closed her eyes and said quickly, let's go. Nate felt that the armor was a bit heavy. Iluza, maybe you can walk by yourself. Don't talk, let's go. When Knight and Urza came to the room on the top floor, Wendy, Xiaolulu, and Jura had already arrived. The last member of the Three Crows, Owl, was trapped inside by two rocks and couldn't move. And next to the rock was Jura. His index finger and middle finger were gathered together, maintaining earth magic. Are you Jalal? Jura of rock iron, it's true that you're not wrongly called. Your earth magic is very powerful. You subdued Owl with one move. It's amazing. You deserve the title of Saint 10. Jalal stood up and clapped his hands. He looked past Jura and looked at the entrance of the gate. Seeing Knight holding Urza coming, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. It seems that the other two of the Three Crows have also been solved. You have temporarily won this paradise game. Jalal. Seeing her old friend from childhood, Urza gritted her teeth angrily. Is it really so fun to play with human lives? Of course, because life and death are the root of all things that gather all emotions. On the other hand, there is nothing more boring and empty than life. Jalal wore a blue cloak and spoke his life experience. At this time, Zikrane also stood up and walked to Jalal. I didn't expect you to report me, Urza, you almost ruined my plan. Zikrane. Urza stared at the thought body, I won't be fooled again, you are the same person. Hehe, we are indeed the same person. When I first saw you in the council, I was really shocked. I had to say that you were twin brothers. As he spoke, Zikrane slowly merged into Jalal's body. In an instant, a huge magical pressure descended. In Knight's eyes, Jalal's magic power at this time reached more than 7 stars, which was a little stronger than Joseph. But a little weaker than Makarov. Wendy. Knight walked to Wendy and put Urza down. Help me treat Urza, please. Yes. Wendy helped Urza sit down, and was shocked when she felt the other's injuries. That Wendy whispered, what will happen to Jalal? He will be arrested. Knight answered casually, and at the same time, his palms were facing each other. I don't like nonsense. Anyway, let's solve it quickly. As he said that, a golden light was born between his palms, and the magic of the light condensed into a small ball of light. Seeing this scene, Urza, who was sitting on the ground receiving treatment, opened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Fairy law. Jalal's face changed drastically. The famous fairy law, he had seen Makarov use this trick. Not only that, not long ago, the president of the Phantom, Josephala, was killed by this trick. I have only learned a little bit, don't be nervous, maybe I will fail. Knight said slowly. Mr. Jura, can you buy me some time? Jura was also very shocked. This feeling of magic, super magic. I understand. I will protect you in front until your magic is completed. Jura nodded and immediately took a fighting stance. You think I will give you a chance? Knight. Gerald snorted coldly, meteor. Celestial magic. Meteor. Gerald was surrounded by a hazy golden light, and his body movements became light, and he suddenly rushed towards Knight, like a meteor. Multiple pillar rain. Jura waved his fingers, and 10 stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground and hit Jalal. But Jalal's flying movements in the air were extremely agile, like a winding golden light, passing through the gaps between the stone pillars in an instant. He came to Knight's head and quickly drew a magic circle in the air with his right hand. 7 stars. Before he could finish drawing, Jura raised his fingers upwards. Rock iron wall. A stone wall rose from the ground, blocking Jalal. Jalal's 7-star sword was stopped, and he kicked the stone wall in anger. Stone array. Jura stood still, waved his fingers, and controlled the broken stone wall. Countless broken stones immediately hit Jalal. Of course, he missed. In the meteor state, Jalal's movements were extremely fast, and ordinary magic could not keep up with his movements. However, facing Jura's harassment, he could not interrupt Knight's casting for a while. So, the two of them fought back and forth, and magic continued to fight. Xiaolulu widened her eyes and murmured in surprise, "Is this the battle between the 10 holy magicians? It's completely different from ordinary magicians. The most intuitive feeling is that it's very fast. The magic is fighting quickly as if it doesn't need magic power. You come and you counter each other's moves." This process lasted for about 10 seconds. That's enough. Knight finished reading the fairy law. Because he was not skilled and it was his first time to use it in actual combat, he needed much longer to prepare than Makarov. It was even uncertain whether he could succeed. "I'll count down to 3 seconds, Jalal, it's still time to surrender now." Knight said calmly, 3. "Damn it." Jalal looked grim, "Why did you stop me, Knight?" 1. With a snap, Knight put his hands together. Fairy law. Activate. Instantly, golden light filled everyone's world. A huge golden magic circle was born above the Tower of Paradise. Jalal wanted to curse, "What about 2?" But it was too late, the divine judgment came. From the center of the huge magic circle in the sky, dazzling golden light descended, covering the entire Paradise Tower. This scene was also broadcast to the council headquarters in real time by satellite magic. In the huge crystal ball, golden light filled the monitoring field of view. This magic. Fairy law. Who activated it? Urza? No, Knight. How is this possible? In addition to Makarov, is there anyone else in fairy tale who can master this kind of super magic? Beside the crystal ball, the commentators were shocked. The fat old speaker was also shocked. Everyone stared at the crystal ball without blinking, waiting for the result anxiously. 097 Jalal was defeated, the first parasite of the time worm, 4/4 for monthly tickets. The holy light conquers the darkness. The fairy law shines brightly. On the coast of the island, on the sailboat docked. Simon and others were dazzled by the dazzling golden light. Are Sister Urza and the others okay? This light, this magic, is it super magic? It's Knight's magic, meow. They were not used as combat power and were asked to stay on the ship. At this time, they could only watch the Tower of Paradise being shrouded in holy light from afar. Now we can only wait. Simon said in a deep voice. After a long time, the holy light began to fade. The top floor room of the Tower of Paradise. Everyone looked at Jalal at the first moment. Ha-hoo ha-hoo. Jalal panted heavily, he blocked his hands in front of him, and his original blue hair had completely turned white. Even the clothes on his body seemed to be bleached and faded. It seems to have failed, Knight spread his hands, it's not half as powerful as the president's. It also consumed 3 stars of magic power, but it did not reach perfection in experience and technology, so the power was greatly reduced. It's already successful enough. Mr. Knight, Jura said in a deep voice. Jellard's breath has fallen. In order to fight your magic, he has consumed a lot of magic power. Wendy and Urza both stared blankly. He. Suddenly, the white-haired Jalal shrugged his shoulders and laughed wantonly, you almost won. Boom. He burst out with magic power, and was enveloped by a hazy golden light, and flew into the air in an instant. You all come to hinder me. You all deserve to die. Jalal raised his hands angrily and crossed them above his head. Fall into the infinite dark abyss, the celestial magic dark paradise. The wind swept, and the evil magic gathered above Jalal's head, and a dark magic celestial body gradually took shape. It seemed like a black hole. The shadows under the feet of the crowd were pulled by the black hole and torn towards Jalal. "Be careful, Knight. That magic is dangerous," Urza warned loudly. "If I were you, I would run away immediately." Knight kindly reminded, "Don't you think that if you delay for a while, the magic spirit power will drop?" Jalal's face was ugly. Jura frowned. Magic spirit power. The completion of the R system requires a huge amount of magic power, and the structure of this tower itself is to absorb magic power. Knight shook his head and said, "It won't drop, your wish is doomed to fail." Jura's heart moved, and he immediately thought of Zakrane sneaking into the council. So that's why it's necessary to separate the thought body. Damn Urza, this is all your fault. Jalal looked at Urza, who was healing with angry eyes. Since Knight knows the secret of the R system, it means that the council may also know it. He can't wait for the magic spirit power. Even if he beats Nahe and Jura here, the R system cannot be completed. Besides, he didn't have the confidence to beat the two now. He had consumed too much magic power to fight against the laws of the fairies. "I shouldn't have let you go back then. You really hindered me." Jalal's black hole was completed, and he threw it from a high place. His target was not Jura or Knight, but Urza. Rock iron wall chain. The reliable bald man Jura put his hands together, and in an instant, 5 steel hard stone walls rose from the ground. The black hole hit the stone wall, and the strong gravity penetrated and tore the stone wall apart. One side, 2 sides. In a blink of an eye, all 5 stone walls were broken. At this time, Knight was already standing in front of Urza, blocking the attacking black hole with his right palm. Boom! The two magic powers collided, and in an instant, the ground shook. The Tower of Paradise was built with great difficulty, but now you want to tear it down yourself. Nate couldn't help laughing, but at the same time he was a little confused. Altair had already been brainwashed, so why was Jalal still so persistent? For a free world, for Ziref, and to create a truly free country. Jalal looked crazy, gritting his teeth and yelling, "It's just another 8 years, no, it only takes 5 years this time." His fingers drew a magic circle in the air, and it was completed in almost an instant. Forbidden magic purgatory is broken. Urza, Knight, Jura, sink to the bottom of the sea with this paradise tower. Seeing this Magi Claw, Jura's face changed greatly. Purgatory Shatter, a magic that combines the 4 attributes of earth, water, fire, and wind, is enough to completely destroy them and the entire paradise tower from the fluctuation of magic power. Zero Seeking Flowers. Because of its destructive power, it is listed as a taboo magic. Overlord Rock Shatter. Jura gritted his teeth, clapped his hands, and used all his magic power. The tower of the Paradise Tower suddenly stretched out 2 huge rock hands, like an angry Vajra Buddha, and slapped Jalal fiercely. With a bang. Before Purgatory Shatter could be launched, Jalal was suppressed by the 2 giant hands. Then, the rock that blocked him was detonated, and a loud explosion was heard, shaking the tower. Jalal fell from a high place and fell outside the Paradise Tower. This scene was also broadcast by satellite magic. The councillors at the council headquarters breathed a sigh of relief. Ultia shook her head gently, thinking, "It really failed, poor Jalal." Speaker Crawford Shim immediately opened the magic network and sent a message. "Crawford Shim, Jalal has been defeated and detained on the island." At the same time, near the coast of Karlam, several magical warships of the Council immediately took action and approached the direction of the Tower of Paradise. The top floor of the Tower of Paradise. The black hole slowly collapsed and disappeared. Nate retracted his right hand and turned to look at Urza. "How is the injury?" "I can move now, thank you, you saved me again." Urza nodded, then thanked the absent-minded Wendy, then stood up and walked to the edge of the broken wall and looked outside the tower. Jalal fell from the top of the tower, 200 or 300 meters high. Even if he fell, it would take some time. Jura let out a long breath and followed to the side of the tower. If it's a one-on-one fight, I'm no match for him, thanks to your fairy law, Mr. Knight. You're also amazing. Knight thought, turned into a beam of golden light, and suddenly flew towards Jalal. He stood on the ground before Jalal. Then a magic was cast to buffer the speed of his fall. With a bang, Jalal fell on his back, raising a cloud of dust. Knight stood beside him, looking down at him. You're also amazing to be able to withstand my fairy law. Although I deliberately reduced the power, Knight stretched out a finger. A white time worm crawled out from the fingertips and fell on Jalal's face. Let me try my time worm on you. 098 Fairy Queen's First Kiss. More than an hour later, the unconscious Jalal was taken away by the Council's mandatory restraint force. The Rune Knights landed on the island in a warship and detained all the criminals on the island. At the same time, a part of the army was left to dismantle the 8th Tower of Paradise. Wendy stood on the coast and watched the detention troops leave. Xiaolulu said, "Is it the Jalal you are looking for?" "No different, I don't know." Wendy shook her head disappointedly. The Jalal she was looking for was a good man and her benefactor. The Jalal she saw today, although he looked exactly the same and had the same name, was completely different from the Jalal she remembered. Wendy didn't understand what was going on. One was a good man, and the other was an evil villain. Not only that, this Jalal didn't seem to know her. At this time, Wendy noticed Knight not far away, and suddenly remembered the conversation in the hotel lobby when they first met. Grandine. She ran over in small steps. Knight was studying the time worm. After parasitizing the first time worm on Jalal, there was no special feedback. Perhaps the result will come after Jalal wakes up. Mr. Knight. Wendy's voice came from behind him, and Knight turned to look. The little blue-haired girl was running towards him in small steps, and was suddenly tripped by a stone on the coast. Wendy screamed, raised her hands forward, and fell to the ground with a ouch. Knight's mouth twitched, this flat fall. It hurts. Wendy rubbed her slightly red forehead and stood up firmly. Stupid, don't run around recklessly. Xiaolulu flew over and said unhappily. Sorry. Wendy apologized softly. Knight walked over with a smile and helped the little girl up. Are you looking for me for something? Thank you, Mr. Knight. Wendy still looked a little reserved, and looked like a very shy person. Well, when we were in the hotel, I heard you say that Grandine. Don't be so polite, just call me by my name. Knight thought, you dragon slayers will definitely ask this, Grandine is in your body, haven't you read the reply of Voldemort on the magic net? Inside the body? Wendy looked at Knight blankly, not understanding the meaning of this for a while. She knew about the magic net, and the president of the Demon Cat Inn gave her a ring not long ago. Very interesting magic. Wendy often lurks in the forum, but never dares to speak. She doesn't know Voldemort, that post was a long time ago and has long been buried. Knight had to explain it again, and also told about Natsu. You know Natsu, the fire dragon of our guild? He is also a dragon collector. I have seen the child Ignir, the fire dragon, in his body. After a pause, he decided to help the person to the end. Do you want to see Grandine? Can I? Wendy's eyes lit up and she looked at Knight with expectant eyes. Hold my hand, close your eyes, and relax your mind. Knight smiled and stretched out his hand. When she helped Natsu before, she was not proficient in the use of the 6 eyes, but now she should be able to do it. Wendy put her little hand on Knight's fingertips without hesitation, and then closed her eyes obediently. Is that so? Mr. Knight? Yes, relax. The six eyes captured the special magic in Wendy's body. Knight's eyes condensed slightly, and suddenly, he disturbed Wendy's magic. You can open your eyes. After hearing the voice, Wendy slowly opened her eyes. She was surprised to find that she was no longer on the island where the Paradise Tower was located. There was no endless ocean in front of her. Instead, there was a large grassland with a breeze and fresh air. It seems to be successful. Knight smiled slightly and walked forward. On a high slope in front of the grassland, a white dragon was lying. It looked like a large reptile covered with feathers. Grantine, is it Grantine? Wendy ran to the dragon excitedly. The celestial dragon Grantine opened his eyes with a complicated look. Wendy. Then he looked at Knight. Knight took the initiative to say hello, nice to meet you, Grantine. I heard your name from Igneel, young wizard. Grantine's voice was female, obviously a female dragon, and her voice was very gentle. It's amazing that a genius wizard like you can appear in this era. She was somewhat appreciative. At the same time, she also blamed him a little. It was amazing that he could bring Wendy's spirit to her. But Grantine didn't want to see Wendy at this time. The child would definitely ask why she abandoned herself. It would be troublesome to explain, and it was not the right time to explain. Knight shook his head and said, I won't disturb you and your daughters reminiscing. Goodbye. As soon as he thought about it, his body disappeared like ripples on the water. Consciousness returned to reality zero. Knight said to Xiaolulu, who was nervous beside him, don't worry, she will wake up soon. As he said that, he stood up and left. Speaking of which, these dragons stay in the body of the Dragon Slayer to suppress dragonization. They are making antibodies to prevent the Dragon Slayer from turning into a dragon. Just thinking about it, Urza came over. It's over, Knight, we should go back. When Knight saw her alone, he asked, don't you want to say goodbye to those friends? I've said goodbye. They were taken away by the council as witnesses in the trial of Jalal. They will be free when the trial is over. Urza smiled. This time, she finally made a break with the past. Her smile was like a ray of sunshine under the frost, short and dazzling. She took the initiative to get close to Knight, put her face on Knight's chest, and whispered. Thank you, Knight. You've said it many times. Although he didn't know what had happened to her mentally, Knight hugged her without hesitation. How about some sincerity? Can I kiss you? Ah. Arisa raised her head, her eyes were a little dull, and her cheeks were slightly red. Why did you suddenly ask for this? Can I agree? Arisa was a little confused, but then she thought about it. She had been kissed once before, and it wouldn't be a big deal to do it again, right? Does Knight really like me? Juvia thought she was a love rival before, but it turned out to be right. 2. Arisa simply closed her eyes and didn't answer whether it was okay or not. Seeing her expression of facing death with indifference, Knight immediately felt that the queen also had a lovely side. Is she still a human being if she doesn't kiss him? He leaned over and kissed her decisively. Iluza suddenly opened her eyes wide. Isn't it a kiss on the face? But soon, her eyes softened and she closed her eyes again, experiencing the first kiss between a man and a woman in her life. Not far away. After Wendy finished talking with Grandine and returned to reality, she happily wanted to thank Knight. Don't go, idiot, Xiaolulu quickly pulled her back and whispered, they are kissing. Ah. Wendy realized that Knight and Urza were hugging each other, and she immediately covered her eyes shyly. But she couldn't help but be curious and secretly opened a finger. Xiaolulu, why are Mr. Knight and Miss Urza hugging each other and kissing? How do I know? As a female cat, Xiaolulu was blushing. 099 A gift for Juvia, inviting Wendy to be a guest of the guild. The matter of the Paradise Tower has been understood, and the rest is the work of the council. Knight and Urza are preparing to return to Magnolia. Before leaving, Jura found Knight. Mr. Knight, let's add a friend on the magic network. I hope to discuss magic with you in the future. Okay. Knight did not refuse, opened the magic network and added the other party as a friend. Jura's magic network nickname is Jurikis. Another warrior who uses his real name to go online. Do you want me to help you with personal authentication? After adding the friend, Knight asked casually. It means adding a red V after the name to represent Jurikis himself, and the identity is confirmed by the magic network official. Then I'll trouble you. Jura had no objection, and smiled and thanked him. Next, I will escort Jalal to the council. If you have the chance in the future, you are welcome to visit the Snake Princess Scale. Escort Jalal? Knight thought that this might be to prevent the situation like Allegory from happening again, where he was kidnapped halfway. I will definitely visit you if I have the chance. Knight nodded, and suddenly thought of someone. By the way, Mr. Jura, is there a wizard named Leon in your guild? Leon and his friends. Jura nodded and said, the newcomers who joined some time ago, are they your friends? 05. I guess so, say hello to them for me. Knight smiled, and Leon's group still joined the Snake Princess Scale. I will definitely bring them there. Jura said solemnly, and then said goodbye to everyone. Then, Mr. Knight, Miss Urza, Wendy and Xiaolulu, goodbye. He turned around and boarded the magic warship of the council. Xiaolulu crossed her arms, like a worried mother. We should go back too, Wendy. Xiaolulu, wait a minute, I haven't thanked Mr. Knight properly yet. Wendy whispered. Knight thought for a while and suggested, are you going back to the Demon Cat Inn? It's a rare trip, why don't you come to our guild as a guest? The Cat Inn is a little-known guild, which was established very recently and has not received any decent commissions. Wendy rarely has the opportunity to go out on missions. This is natural, after all. The president Robinlo is a 400-year-old undead, and the entire guild, except Wendy and Xiaolulu, is full of thoughts. And fairy tale is very famous. After hearing what Knight said, Wendy showed an expectant look. Is it okay? Of course. Knight said in a friendly tone, however, it's a bit busy today, why don't you go back to the Akane Resort Hotel to stay for a while, and then go back to Magnolia together tomorrow. Iluza also smiled and invited, although the guild is being rebuilt, you are welcome to come as a guest, Wendy. Wendy immediately looked at Xiaolulu, her eyes were self-evident. Xiaolulu could only agree, really, I can't leave you alone, so I'll go with you. Thank you, Xiaolulu. Wendy showed a happy expression. Different from the way Happy and Natsu get along, Xiaolulu is completely a mother. Nate thought it was quite interesting. So, everyone took a boat back to the Akane Resort. The hotel welcomed Knight with tears and smiles for his return. Then they gave him a room upgrade. Nate had one room, Urza had one room, and Wendy and Xiaolulu had one room. Urza was relieved from the bottom of her heart that she didn't have to sleep in the same bed. It's not that she hates Knight, but she just thinks she won't be able to sleep if they sleep together. When they slept together yesterday, they could sleep peacefully. But since there was he likes me? After thinking this, Urza was a little at a loss. At this time, in the bathroom of the high-end guest room, Urza stood in front of the shower to wash her body, her expression was a little absent-minded, and she couldn't help but recall the previous kiss. Kissing the mouth and kissing the face are completely two different experiences. Does Knight really like me? He touched my panda yesterday, and kissed me today, he must like me, right? What should I do? Calm down, Urza, you are the fairy queen, what's the point of panic? Urza hugged her cheeks, facing this situation, she didn't know what to do. Just like when Knight asked her can I kiss you before, she didn't know whether to refuse or agree. But doesn't he like Myra? Juvia likes him, right? At first, I was regarded as a love rival. Arisa was about to faint, such a complicated relationship. After taking a shower, she lay on the bed, tossing and turning and unable to sleep. Damn Night! On the other side, in the next room, Night was chatting with Juvia. Sunny doll, Sir Knight, are you not coming back today? Sigma man, just finished something, we'll be back tomorrow. Sunny doll, okay, tears.jpg. Sunny doll, Juvia misses Sir Knight so much. Knight thought about it and replied immediately. Sigma man, are you in the girls' dormitory now? Sunny doll, Juvia can't sleep, and she really wants to sleep in Knight's arms. Poor cute.jpg. Sunny doll, selfie in pajamas.jpg. Knight opened the photo and enlarged it. Different from Altair's photography style, Juvia in the photo is wearing a cute light blue pajamas, sitting on the bed and taking a selfie in front of the camera, and she is a little shy. You have also learned bad things. Knight thought, posting such photos on the internet is deliberately making him unable to sleep. Sigma man, I'm back now, see you in the suburbs. Sunny doll, Juvia will sneak out of the dormitory and never let anyone find out, shame.jpg. After turning off the magic net, Knight prepared to teleport back with Flying Thunder God. Juvia, made of water, was very moist and obedient, and he missed her. But he suddenly thought of the gift I promised to bring a gift to Juvia when I went back on the train the day before yesterday. Where can I go to prepare a gift? I might as well make one manually. Nate got dressed, found the hotel's housekeeper, and asked her for some materials. Then he made a sunny doll by hand. Also called Sunshine Sweeper. The latter is a folk saying in Xia country. After it was spread from Xia country to Sakura country, it was called a sunny doll. Both are the same thing, both are small white dolls hung under the eaves when praying for the rain to stop and the sky to clear. It is also very simple to make. 827 Use a piece of white cloth to wrap around head and draw eyes, nose, and mouth on the head. Then tie a rope around the neck. That's it. I am such a genius. Knight thought. Although it was simple, the intention was there. So, the idea came to him. Back to Magnolia's suburban mansion. After waiting for half an hour, Juvia came. Mr. Knight. Miss Rain Girl excitedly threw herself into Knight's arms and buried her head in his chest affectionately. This is a gift for you. When you miss me in the future, just look at it. Knight hugged Juvia and took out the gift he made by himself. Juvia was immediately moved to tears of joy. She put her arms around Knight's neck and hung on him. Juvia is so happy. Juvia will keep it well. Juvia likes Lord Knight. I like you too. Knight smiled and touched Juvia's hair. Then he carried her into the bedroom. This was the second time since the last time. When the fire is hot, the taste is delicious. The thing Knight likes most about Juvia is that she listens to everything and is made of water. When she is passionate, she will show her skills as a great water magician. In a word, moist. Early the next morning, Knight said goodbye to Juvia and used Flying Thunder God to return to Arcane Resort. Then he took the train with Urza, Wendy, and Xiaolulu and returned to Magnolia. At noon, they arrived at the guild. 100 Makarov, you are the god of magic if you can do this. Knight and his party returned to the guild. No, it should be called a construction site. The reconstruction work cannot be completed in a few days. According to Marajana's drawings, let's call the abstract crayon drawings construction drawings. In short, it will take at least more than a month. When Wendy and Xiaolulu arrived at the construction site, they were curious. This is the famous Wizard Guild, Fairy's Tale BA. Wendy's voice became smaller and smaller, and her exclamation gradually turned into a dumb whisper. It's just a big construction site. Xiaolulu couldn't help but complain. Knight nodded, don't you know? We had a fight with the Phantom Ruler before, and our house was demolished. The man and the cat then remembered that Miss Urza did say yesterday that the guild is being rebuilt. I thought it was just decoration, but I didn't expect it to be built from scratch. Many people were busy on the construction site. Natsu saw Knight and Urza, dropped the wood on his shoulder on the spot, and ran over excitedly. Ah ha ha ha, Urza, come and fight me again. Natsu laughed, punched each other, and couldn't wait to start. Bang! Urza's lightning-fast punch gave Natsu a baby-like sleep, and he lay on the ground very peacefully. Really, he never learns his lesson. Will he be okay? Wendy showed a frightened expression. She was killed instantly by a punch. Miss Urza is really amazing. AI, this is Natsu's 109th defeat. It happens all the time. Happy came over with a clatter and suddenly saw Xiaolulu next to Wendy. Oh! She screamed and two hearts appeared on her mouth. Hey, you male cat over there, why are you staring at me? Xiaolulu said disdainfully. I'm Fairy Tale's cat demon Happy. What's your name? Xiaolulu. Xiaolulu didn't really want to talk to Happy, but she still gave her name politely. Xiaolulu, do you want to eat fish? Happy usually carries a small green bag with a fish in it. Every time she's hungry, she'll eat it, then go to the lake to catch a new one, or ask Natsu to catch one. But now, he opened the green bag and handed the fish to Xiaolulu. Humph! Xiaolulu turned her head away. But Happy didn't notice it at all, and was touched by its cuteness. So cute, you're actually shy. Lucy happened to see this scene and whispered, that's because he dislikes you. Lucy is a fool and doesn't understand women's hearts at all. Happy insisted on his own opinion and put the fish back into the bag. I'm a woman too. Lucy was full of black lines. I was despised by a stinky cat. Nate wanted to laugh at this, but he stubbornly held it back. Welcome back, Knight, Urza. I heard the president say, you have helped the council this time, and the president has been praised again. At this time, Myra Jane came over with a plate of juice, and after noticing Wendy and Xiaolulu, she showed a surprised expression. She is Wendy and Xiaolulu. Knight introduced, the wizards of the Demon Cat Inn, and they are here to visit. Wow, Xiaolulu, it's Miss Myra Jane, so beautiful. Wendy knew Myra and looked at her with admiration. Welcome to Fairy Tale, Wendy, Xiaolulu. Myra said with a smile. The guild is still being rebuilt, let me take you to the temporary tavern on the first floor of the basement. Hearing the name Wendy, Natsu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. Wendy, this name seems to have been heard somewhere, but it seems that I haven't heard it. Natsu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, couldn't help frowning and thinking. I am Natsu, the Fire Dragon Slayer wizard. Wendy responded hastily, Mr. Natsu, I am the Sky Dragon Slayer. Wendy, nice to meet you. I've always wanted to meet you. Myra and Lucy were shocked when this was said. Arisa nodded, when I knew it, my reaction was the same as yours. Wendy is good at self-healing magic, very powerful. Natsu's eyes lit up, really? You are the child of Grandine. He remembered Voldemort's reply. Fire Dragon Igneel. Iron Dragon Metalicana. And, Sky Dragon Grandine. Seeing Wendy at this time further confirmed the accuracy of what Voldemort said. Wendy, have you seen Grandine? Did Grandine also disappear on July 7, 777? Mr. Knight helped me see Grandine yesterday, but why did she disappear without saying hello? Grandine didn't tell me. Wendy answered timidly. Natsu stood up, Igneel didn't tell me either. I always feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Wendy, have I seen you before? Xiaolulu rolled her eyes, why ask others, Natsu the Fire Dragon? You must have seen him when you were young, but you definitely don't have any impression of him. Nate thought, including Gajeel, these three were all children raised by dragons. Don't stand here for now, go sit in the tavern. Myra Jane smiled and said, it's lunchtime, Wendy, Xiaolulu, come and try the food of our guild. So, everyone went to the underground floor. Although it is now possible to accept commissions online, the wizards of fairy tale are still used to coming to the tavern when they have nothing to do. Sitting in the tavern, he asked Myra Jane to order a drink, and then opened the magic network. When he wanted to work, he accepted commissions online. When he didn't want to work, he chatted and boasted in the forum, or gossiped in the group. A beautiful day passed. Of course, fighting is also a reserved program of fairy tale. Entering the underground tavern, Knight did not see Juvia. Maybe he was too tired yesterday, and he is still sleeping in the mansion on the outskirts of the city. Arisa remembered that she had broken several sets of armor, so she said hello to everyone and left first. Knight really wanted to know how much it would cost her to repair the armor. She is definitely a rich woman. Are you back, Knight? The old man sat at the bar, slightly tipsy in the daytime, and looked in a very good mood. I heard from Yajima that you and Urza helped the council this time. Ha ha ha, this morning you praised us fairy tale for being sensible again. Makarov was very proud of this. Praise more, he loves to hear it. Nate knew that Yajima, the sixth seat of the council, was a good friend of Makarov. President, I tried to use the fairy law in actual combat, but the power was only half of yours. Why is that? Puff. Makarov spit out a mouthful of wine, coughed for a long time, and said in amazement. You can use it successfully. This reaction is really good, come a few more times, love to see. Nate smiled in his heart, but asked seriously on the surface. I used it completely according to your instructions, but the result was unsatisfactory. Is it the difference in experience? He wanted to kill Jalal in one move. In the end, he only killed half of it. Although Jalal was seriously injured, he still had the strength to fight back. Makarov was speechless. He vaguely remembered that when he taught his grandson Laxus, it took him several months to barely get started. Even when he learned this magic, it took him a full month. A month of sleepless nights. In comparison, Knight's learning ability is incredibly strong. This is the genius magician. Makarov couldn't help but think of the first President Mavis. Tell me in detail. Okay, President. Knight roughly recounted what happened yesterday. After listening, Makarov pondered, you don't want to kill Jalal in your heart, so the fairy law only exerts half of its power, which is probably a reason. Really? Nate thought not. He didn't care whether to kill Jalal or not. He just wanted to finish the fight quickly. Maybe it was because of this. By the way, President, I'm going to try to make the fairy law into a magic app. Nate briefly described the concept of the magic app and continued. If it can be completed, maybe everyone in the guild can use it in the future. What do you think? Do you allow me to do this? After all, this magic was given to him by the president, so Knight still had to ask. Hearing this, Makarov was stunned. You kid not only learns quickly, but also wants others to use it without learning? If you can do this, you are the god of magic. Makarov doesn't really believe this. If he can do it, Makarov is willing to call Knight the strongest. Fox.